The story of the Arabs cannot be understood by starting with a place on the map. Long before the name Arabia came into use, there were already people who would later be called Arabs, and their identity formed through movement rather than fixed borders. Their history is tied less to territory than to the communities who crossed deserts and coastlines and carried their traditions across great distances. Because the origins of these people are difficult to define precisely, the best starting point is the broad region that includes the Arabian Peninsula and the lands around it. The landscapes of this region shaped the lives of its inhabitants, and those influences continued even as Arab populations spread far beyond their original homeland. Understanding the environment in which these early societies developed helps explain the paths they later followed. Water. When compared with other large regions attached to Eurasia, such as India and Europe, Arabia occupies a similar scale of territory, covering more than 4 million square kilometers. Beneath the surface, the peninsula and the lands of Iraq and the Levant rest upon the same geological foundation. This shared physical base has linked these areas throughout human history, encouraging interaction even when political boundaries divided them. Despite similarities in size, these regions developed in very different ways. The plains of India allowed people to move freely and encouraged the rise of large kingdoms that endured for long periods. Europe, divided by mountain chains and broken coastlines, developed into a patchwork of smaller societies that only gradually formed larger political units. Arabia differs from both. Much of the land offers few physical barriers to travel, yet the scarcity of water has always limited settlement. On maps showing rainfall, India and Europe appear rich in moisture, while most of Arabia lies within a dry zone where annual precipitation remains low. Only a few regions escape this pattern. Mountainous areas in the southwest receive enough rain to support agriculture. Certain highlands in the east remain relatively fertile, and the mountains near the Mediterranean in the northwest benefit from more reliable precipitation. The river valleys of the northeast provide abundant water, but they stand in sharp contrast to the wide, arid spaces stretching southward across the peninsula. Population patterns reflect these environmental conditions. India and Europe have long supported dense populations, attracting migrants and sustaining large societies. Arabia has remained far less crowded, even when the more fertile northern regions are included. The total population has been only a fraction of that found in other regions of comparable size. In earlier centuries, before modern economic expansion drew large numbers of foreign workers, the peninsula itself contained relatively few inhabitants. Throughout history, people from neighbouring regions slowly entered the peninsula, yet the land rarely held them permanently. Instead, Arabia often functioned as a corridor through which populations passed on their way to other destinations. Geography made such movement possible. The peninsula is separated from surrounding lands by narrow crossings that act as both boundaries and bridges. To the southwest lies a strait connecting Arabia with Africa. To the east, another strait links the peninsula to lands beyond the Persian Gulf. In the north, a stretch of land connects Arabia with the eastern Mediterranean. None of these crossings presents an insurmountable obstacle, and all have served as routes of travel since prehistoric times. Early human populations used these routes during the long migration out of Africa. Some groups moved northward through the land bridge linking Africa and Western Asia before continuing eastward. Others crossed the southern waters when sea levels were lower than today and then travelled along the southern edge of the peninsula. These migrations connected Arabia to wider patterns of human expansion that reshaped the ancient world. While the northern and eastern crossings encouraged movement, the southern coast faced open ocean and few nearby lands. Yet this coastline lay within the path of seasonal winds that later allowed sailors to travel across the Indian Ocean. Mariners from Arabia eventually followed these winds to distant shores, establishing trading routes that linked Eastern Africa with South Asia and beyond. The same environment that produced desert caravans also produced seafaring traditions, and both forms of travel extended Arabian influence far beyond the peninsula. In the north, the peninsula merges gradually into the broader lands of Western Asia without any clear natural boundary. From very early times, people moved back and forth between Arabia and the fertile river valleys beyond. Some scholars once imagined regular waves of nomads leaving the desert and settling in more productive lands. Although migration certainly occurred, the movement was never entirely one-sided. Linguistic evidence suggests that many inhabitants of the peninsula originally came from the northern regions, where related languages first developed. The close connection between the peninsula and the lands to the north reflects both geological unity and shared cultural history. Arab geographers later described their homeland as a great island extending across the peninsula toward the river valleys in the north. The term referred not only to physical geography, but also to a sense of shared origin. In reality, the region was never isolated. Land and sea routes linked it closely to neighbouring territories, and people moved continually across these connections. Arabia became a meeting place where populations arrived, departed, and returned again over many centuries. The environment itself displays more variety than the desert landscape might suggest at first glance. Ancient writers divided Arabia into three broad regions. The northwestern area was known for its rocky terrain and caravan routes. The southern land supported ancient kingdoms that prospered through trade in valuable resins and aromatics. Between these areas stretched vast zones of steppe and desert, where settlement remained sparse. These divisions reflected both political organisation and environmental differences, yet they also reveal how outsiders understood the region. Modern research shows that the peninsula has not always been as dry as it is today. Thousands of years ago, conditions were wetter, and animals and human communities lived in areas that later became barren. Traces of ancient hunting camps and tools can still be found in places now covered by dunes. These earlier landscapes existed during a period when climatic patterns brought greater rainfall across the region. The shift toward aridity came relatively quickly, transforming the environment and forcing human societies to adapt to new conditions. Even the driest deserts contain subtle variations that experienced travellers learned to recognise. Different kinds of sand formations, plains and plateaus create a landscape that is far from uniform. Those who lived in these regions developed a detailed knowledge of terrain and seasonal change, giving names to features that outsiders might barely notice. This familiarity allowed nomadic groups to survive in places that seemed inhospitable to others. The growing dryness of Arabia shaped the relationships between different communities. Regions with more reliable water supported agriculture and permanent settlements. There, people built terraces, dams, and irrigation systems to capture and distribute precious water. These works required cooperation and stable social organisation. When such systems failed, entire communities could decline, showing how closely prosperity depended on maintaining order and shared effort. In contrast, the drier lands supported mobile, pastoral groups who moved with their animals in search of grazing. Rainfall in these regions was unpredictable, and temporary pastures appeared only when seasonal conditions allowed plants to grow. Nomadic life required constant movement, and competition for resources sometimes created tensions between groups. Mobility offered freedom but also uncertainty. Over time, these different ways of life created a pattern that shaped the region's history. Settled communities depended on farming and construction, while mobile groups relied on herding and seasonal migration. One way of life emphasized stability and continuity, the other, flexibility and movement. Neither existed in isolation, and interaction between them became a defining feature of Arabian society. Communities tied to particular places developed identities connected to territory and shared religious traditions. Tribal groups defined themselves through ancestry and kinship, even when those claims changed over generations. Alliances could shift, and groups sometimes adopted new origins or joined different tribal networks. What mattered most was the sense of connection created by shared identity, rather than strict historical accuracy. These overlapping forms of organization developed gradually over many centuries. Long before the rise of Islam or the appearance of written records in the region, mobile groups who traced their identity through ancestry began to be recognized by a name that would later become famous. These early pastoral societies formed the earliest communities known as Arabs, and their movements across deserts and frontiers laid the foundations for the later expansion of Arab culture and language. Mobility does not always mean a life spent endlessly on the move. A community can be partly settled, seasonally shifting, or simply ready to relocate when pressures rise. Yet across early Arab history, there is a recurring mindset that treats place and allegiance as flexible. That looseness, the feeling that home can be carried rather than owned, gives the wider story its distinctive tone. It unfolds like an epic of travel, shaped by encounters and crossings. The drama lies not in a single fortified battlefield, but in journeys, negotiations, raids, alliances, and returns. Even in modern times, the same pattern can be felt in a repeated search for an anchoring identity, a desire to recover something imagined as home, followed by the unsettling realization that home and the people seeking it have both been altered by time. When movement appears to pause, the stored energy often remains. That may help explain why modern attempts to compress this long, restless history into the rigid form of a territorially fixed state have so often produced tension. Borders demand stillness, yet the older habits of movement resist being fenced. At the same time, the label once used for a mobile minority did not stay narrow. Over centuries, it expanded and attached itself to many settled communities as well. A word that originally pointed to people on the margins came to cover a far broader world, including villagers, townspeople, merchants, farmers, and desert pastoralists, along with everyone between those poles. Today, the number of fully nomadic groups is small compared to settled populations. Yet the nomadic angle still tilts the way the past is remembered. It can exaggerate the role of the desert and underplay the settled element that made long-lasting institutions possible. Without towns, farms, and the social machinery of stable life, Arab history might have remained a minor thread in the larger tapestry of world events. Memorable in flashes, but not sustained over many centuries. The real picture is not a clean split between the wandering and the rooted. Movement and settlement blend. Pastoral groups can emerge from settled communities and later return to them. Settled societies can absorb mobile values, styles, and codes of honor until they seem culturally Bedouinized without physically relocating. Mobility itself comes in many forms, from part-time herding to seasonal shifts between grazing zones, to the rarer case of people who truly live without permanent attachments. Because of this, the relationship between mobile and settled life has never been a simple story of two worlds that never touch. In practice, they meet constantly, and often most creatively at the places where travel slows down. Oases become junctions of trade and gossip. Markets turn movement into exchange. Roadside shelters, water stops, and shrines pull different groups into the same space, forcing rules of coexistence even when trust is limited. The most famous example later becomes a pilgrimage centre, but it is only one of many stopping points where mobility and stability intersect and reshape each other. Even the language of commerce carries traces of this intersection, as if the act of driving animals toward a destination and the act of selling them were originally part of the same motion. These overlaps do not prevent friction. Settled communities and mobile groups can cooperate, but they can also clash, and both outcomes are built into the relationship. A short sacred phrase about humanity being arranged into larger peoples and smaller tribes captures this ambiguity with unusual precision. The ideal is mutual recognition through contact. At the same time, recognition can also mean separation, learning how to tell one group from another, drawing lines as well as building bridges. The hope of unity lives beside the possibility of division. Later scholars who tried to explain Islamic societies through a strict urban versus tribal model were criticized for forcing complexity into a simple frame. As a global religion and a diverse civilization, Islam cannot be reduced to a single binary. Yet in the specific context of Arabian history, a continuing exchange between settled life and mobile life is hard to ignore. That exchange acts like a long conversation that runs through the centuries, shaping patterns of authority, belief, conflict, and solidarity both within Arabia and far beyond it. The earliest stages remain difficult to see clearly. Stone tools scattered across uplands and deserts show that the peninsula was never empty, even when populations were thinly spread. Over long periods, early communities adapted to shifting climates. In the later prehistoric era, when parts of the interior were less dry than today, hunters ranged across areas that later became inhospitable. Gradually, the outline of everyday life becomes slightly sharper. Cattle herding appears by the 6th millennium, before the Common Era. Later still, crop cultivation begins in regions where highlands descend toward drier plains. The development of irrigation is especially important because it implies organized labor and cooperation over time. Along the coasts, people made use of mangrove-lined shorelines and shellfish-rich waters. These communities drew building materials and food from the sea. By the early Bronze Age, coastal people were exporting pearls, among the earliest high-value goods moving through Indian Ocean trade. Politically, these shore regions often stayed peripheral, but economically they mattered, which made them tempting targets for raiders from the interior. Over time, the coastal fringe also served as an outward-facing platform for expansion across maritime routes. Much later, historians writing in Arabic tried to explain deep prehistory through familiar tribal frameworks, creating tidy genealogies for an earlier world that was likely far messier. Certain ancient peoples became famous above all for having vanished. Their names survived as warnings and legends used in moral storytelling about pride, disobedience, and destruction. It is easy to suspect that some of these tales preserve distant echoes of environmental change, compressing centuries of aridification into a single, dramatic catastrophe. Later, writers sometimes added details that sound like folklore more than history, including survivors carried to safety to deliver the news. Even medieval chroniclers, who were otherwise careful, admitted that such accounts were confused and unreliable. Still, the persistence of these names shows how strongly memory held onto the idea that entire communities could disappear, whether through disaster, conflict, or the slow pressure of changing land. In at least one case, the ground becomes firmer. A tribe remembered in later moral narratives also appears in external records as a real group connected to imperial powers in the first centuries of the Common Era. Over time, That blend of fact and legend produced imaginative explanations for archaeological remains, including stories that tried to explain rock-cut tombs and burial customs. These layers of memory also shaped later classifications, dividing early true Arabs from those seen as later adopters of Arab identity. The terminology became a ladder of labels that implied stages of cultural absorption. Whatever the accuracy of the categories, they hint at something plausible. Unity did not arrive all at once, and language played a major role in gathering diverse groups into a broader identity over time. In that sense, early Arab formation may be less about a single origin and more about a long process of acculturation. When the view shifts from later internal memory to the earliest surviving external references, one point stands out sharply. Many settled peoples in neighbouring regions did not originally call themselves Arabs, nor were they called Arabs by others. To the settled societies of the great river valleys and the more fertile zones, Arabs were outsiders, distinct in social habits and geography. Early imperial records described them as people of the open country beyond the reach of administrative control, living far from the routines of officials. One of the earliest datable mentions places them in a coalition war in the 9th century, before the Common Era, with camels identified as their distinctive asset. After that, references multiply in various languages. The picture that emerges is of mobile auxiliary forces and transport specialists, able to cross harsh terrain that slowed larger armies. Their camels provided speed and endurance, and that made them useful allies, irritating enemies, and difficult subjects. Names in these early texts also matter. Many are recognizably Arabic in form and meaning, and they show habits that would persist for centuries. Personal names drawn from animals appear frequently, a practice that could serve as a kind of protective disguise or a warning to foes. Plant-based names, especially those tied to bitter or spiky vegetation, work in a similar way. These choices reflect a world in which reputation, intimidation, and social signalling mattered. Even if fashions changed, the deeper logic behind naming remained connected to survival in competitive landscapes. Imperial campaigns against these mobile groups often focused on one strategic goal: breaking mobility by seizing animals. Capturing thousands of camels was not simply theft. It was a political act designed to cut the legs out from under independence. These episodes also reveal an early version of a familiar pattern. Mobile groups sometimes aligned with one empire against another, and empires responded with punishment or with bargains. External powers also elevated certain Arab leaders, granting them royal titles or installing favoured figures as a way to manage the frontier. Buffer zone politics appears early as well, with Arab groups used to shield settled lands from rival states. In return, empires expected compliance and gratitude, and their inscriptions sometimes portray punishment as a lesson in obedience. The rhetoric is old, but the logic will feel recognizable in later eras. Cooperate or suffer consequences. While these dynamics played out in the north, the south of the peninsula had its own settled kingdoms, shaped by rainfall, agriculture, and trade. For a long time, mobile groups from the northern deserts barely appear in southern records. When they do become visible, they often show up as hired fighters, suggesting that desert peoples were pushing southward over time. Even then, they appear as outsiders, not fully absorbed into local culture. Yet the long-term direction of cultural change would surprise anyone expecting the South simply to dominate the desert. Over centuries, southern communities increasingly adopted Arabic language and identity. Cultural and linguistic conversion proved more thorough than religious conversion in many places, and the pattern would later repeat on a much larger scale. Eventually, southern populations were so fully absorbed that some writers treated the entire peninsula as a single Arab world, united by language and shared dispositions even when politics remained divided. This process also left a complicated legacy. Distinctions between northern and southern origins were remembered by some sophisticated historians, but they faded in popular identity. In modern conflicts, echoes of these older divisions can sometimes be revived for propaganda or political explanation. Such memories can be useful for analysis, but they can also mislead if treated as destiny. What matters is the underlying point. Arab identity did not begin as a neat, unified package. It expanded, merged, and reshaped itself across regions, and it did so unevenly. To move closer to the people themselves, rather than the way outsiders describe them, one of the richest sources comes from an unexpected place: graffiti. Across the stony deserts of the north, tens of thousands of inscriptions were scratched into rock surfaces over many centuries. The scripts used are related to those of settled neighbours and would eventually lead toward Arabic writing. The language is not identical to later classical Arabic, but it stands near enough to be recognisable as an early form. These brief markings are among the earliest self-expressions from the communities living along the frontier zone between steppe and settled lands. At first glance, it may seem strange that mobile herders would write at all. Yet writing can begin as play, boredom, and pride. A person watching animals graze for hours has time to carve a name into stone. Carving an animal is satisfying, and camels appear often in the rock art. But carving a name and lineage has a deeper thrill. It declares that someone existed here, belonged to a family, and stood within a web of relations. Many inscriptions list fathers and grandfathers, sometimes reaching back through an astonishing number of generations. Some record simple pleasures, like finding seasonal foods. Others preserve grief with startling immediacy, including notes mourning a dead child. There are also sexual boasts, insults, and crude jokes. The interpreters of these texts still argue over ambiguous verbs because the context can be as minimal as the landscape itself. What is most striking is how much continuity these inscriptions reveal. Routes and seasonal movements traced through the texts can match patterns found among later pastoral groups in the same regions. Even certain sayings about weather and dangerous floodwaters recur across long spans of time. And one theme appears again and again in both words and images: raiding. Herding and raiding pushed people outward, kept them in motion, and made large-scale political unity difficult. It is a harsh economy, but it fits a world where resources are uncertain and honour is both shield and weapon. The animal that made all this possible was the camel. Long before it became a symbol, it was a machine for survival, able to endure conditions that defeated other livestock. It was domesticated first for milk and later adapted for transport. By the early first millennium before the Common Era, camel-based mobility had reached a sophisticated level. Camels could be hired out in large numbers, seized in huge raids, and traded as wealth. They also carried social meaning. In funeral customs for warriors, a riding camel might be left to die near a grave or sacrificed and buried, as if the dead required a vehicle for the next journey. In daily life, camels served as transport, as compensation for injuries that might otherwise trigger feuds, and as part of marriage arrangements. In later centuries, the strategic reach of camel travel would shape military and political decisions across vast territories. This raises a deeper question about beginnings. The people later called Arabs may not have started as a single ethnic unit, defined by blood. Early identity may have been, at least in part, a choice or a necessity. Life on the margins could draw in farmers, traders, and displaced people from settled zones, producing a mixed population that gradually formed shared habits. Even the earliest meanings proposed for the term often point toward mixture, joining, or alliance. Several major group names in Arabia appear to carry similar ideas of gathering and forming pacts. The danger, of course, is that etymology can become a hall of mirrors. Words attract stories, and it is easy to read later meanings backward into the past. Some argue that the term simply meant desert nomads. Others suggest it carried a geographical sense, or referred to marginal groups performing specific frontier roles. All of these theories capture something real, yet none neatly fits every case. When a name sits at the bottom of history's well, certainty is hard to draw up. Even prominent modern thinkers have admitted confusion over the earlier sense. A more productive approach is to step back from the word and look at the pattern. Across many regions of the world, mobile pastoral groups have entered settled zones, raided, traded, guarded borders, and sometimes formed new identities that later hardened into ethnic labels. The crucial step in that transformation is often language. A term that begins as a description can become a proper name as speech, poetry, and shared cultural codes bind scattered communities into something larger. In the Arab case, language seems to have done what genetics and geography could not do by themselves. It gradually linked a diverse population into a widening circle of belonging. Across the Arabian Peninsula and the lands of the Fertile Crescent, the earliest written traces already point to one striking fact. Many, very different communities, whether rooted in fields or moving with herds, spoke tongues that belonged to a single broad linguistic family. Modern scholars call that family Semitic. The label itself comes from an old genealogical idea that tried to link peoples through a shared ancestor. But the language evidence stands even when the family legends are set aside. Related sounds, shared word patterns, and similar grammar connect the speech of communities spread across a huge arc of territory. Over the last 2 centuries, linguists have tried to reconstruct how these languages might have evolved. By comparing later forms, they propose earlier ancestor versions and trace them back toward a hypothetical original. The method can be technical, full of probabilities and careful guesses, yet it matters here for a simple reason. In regions where mobile groups left few buildings, few graves, and limited material remains, language becomes a kind of archaeological site in itself. It is not a ruin one can excavate with a trowel, but a layered deposit of habits, meanings, and structures that can survive long after camps and caravan tracks have vanished. Arabic is especially important in this picture because it preserves features that appear extremely old within the Semitic family. Some researchers argue that parts of Arabic retain traits that split off early from the common stock, possibly thousands of years before the first clear historical records. The details are debated and dates remain approximate, but the implication is suggestive. The deep roots of Arabic reach far back into prehistory, into the era when communities were still forming across the Levant and neighbouring zones. Some scholars widen the lens further and place Semitic inside an even larger linguistic family that spans parts of Africa and Western Asia. Whether that larger grouping is accepted in every detail or not, the overall message remains the same. The ancient world around Arabia was not a collection of sealed boxes. It was a connected space where speech travelled, shifted, and borrowed. The continuity can be startling when examples are placed side by side. A verb pattern recorded in a modern Arabic-speaking community can resemble, in its inner logic, a form found in very early written Semitic languages. The geography is vast and the time gap enormous, yet the structural resemblance still shows. This does not mean that nothing changed. It means that some elements of the system proved durable enough to cross long distances and survive long centuries. At the same time, the linguistic record is full of mixing. Arabic absorbed words from neighbours early on, especially for objects tied in to craft, trade, and conflict. Terms connected to writing and weaponry show up with histories that point to contact across the Mediterranean and the Near East. In some cases, the direction of borrowing is hard to prove. Words can travel back and forth, changing their shape with each journey, until it becomes difficult to say who first owned them. There may even have been an older shared pool of vocabulary and sounds, a kind of underlying layer formed through very ancient contact, before later language families became clearly distinct. The point is not to turn every word into a mystery, but to recognize that early language history is rarely a clean family tree. It is often a thicket of branches that brush against each other, exchanging seeds. When focusing on Arabic itself, it is better to imagine not a single trunk, but a bundle of related dialects. Early North Arabian speech existed in multiple local forms, some now known mainly through desert inscriptions scratched into stone. These varieties were likely close enough to be mutually understandable. Alongside them, farther south, other Semitic languages flourished among settled kingdoms. Those southern tongues belonged to a different branch, and speakers from the northern dialect bundle would not have understood them easily. Over time, many of the southern languages faded as Arabic spread. Yet a few survived in isolated corners, spoken to this day in parts of Yemen and Oman. To an Arabic speaker, listening to these surviving southern languages can feel like hearing a distant cousin. Familiar rhythms appear now and then, but the overall meaning stays stubbornly out of reach. Even within the northern dialect bundle, it is difficult to draw sharp borders. One feature often used to separate Arabic from its close relatives is the definite article, the small word attached to nouns that signals the. Some early varieties used one form, later Arabic is famous for another, and modern dialects still show several different options. A single grammatical marker, however, is a fragile foundation for strict classification. Languages are not toolkits with one defining handle. They are systems with many moving parts, and communities can switch features depending on region, audience, or tradition. A leader, regarded as the model Arabic speaker, could still adopt a different local article when speaking with people for whom it was normal. That kind of flexibility warns against imagining ancient Arabic as a single uniform code. Early inscriptions make the picture even more complex. Some texts, once assigned to neighbouring cultures, are now seen as Arabic, heavily influenced by local scripts and conventions. Others appear as Arabic lines embedded inside texts, written mainly in another language. Hybridity was not an exception. It was a normal condition in borderlands where traders, soldiers, pilgrims, and herders crossed paths. Rather than a single Arabic, there were many Arabics, and the boundaries between them could be blurry. This matters for early history because it helps explain how a group identity could form in a world that was mixed from the start. The older story that imagines repeated outward waves from the peninsula captures only part of what happened. People also moved inward. The Fertile Crescent sent steady trickles of migrants toward the peninsula, and over long spans those trickles mattered. If the deepest traits of Arabic truly diverged early, that may hint at how far back these movements began. The linguistic evidence suggests ancient mixing, ancient contact, and a long process rather than a single moment of origin. Traditional stories sometimes echo this idea in symbolic form. Tales circulate about a confusion of languages and the scattering of early speakers across the peninsula, each group carrying its speech and its pride into a different region. Such stories read like dreams, more than records. Still, dreams can preserve impressions. They may reflect a dim memory that speech communities spread and diversified, then later drew closer again through contact, trade, and shared culture. As Arabic expanded and accumulated influences, it built an immense vocabulary. Later, scholars loved to marvel at the number of synonyms for familiar things, especially items central to daily life in arid landscapes. The language developed fine-grained words for animals, tools, bodily states, and subtle variations in terrain. It also developed clusters of terms for details most outsiders would never think to name. Some of this richness comes from the natural creativity of speech communities. Some comes from dialect diversity, being gathered into a wider literary tradition. Some comes from borrowing and adaptation. Whatever the source is, the result is a lexicon so large that classical scholars sometimes spoke of it with awe, as if no single person could fully contain it. Such abundance is more than a curiosity. It raises a hard question about the earliest period. In a world of many dialects and many local identities, did the early groups later called Arabs feel any real unity? Outsiders sometimes supplied unity by naming them as a single category. Early political groupings also hint at broader organization beyond the tribe. A multi-tribal confederation could form around a sanctuary or a shared center of worship. Yet outsider labels and political arrangements do not automatically prove a shared inner identity. They can be mirrors held up by neighbors who prefer neat categories. Still, common lifestyle may have pushed different groups toward recognition of one another. Camel herding, seasonal movement, and long-distance carrying work meant that paths crossed again and again. Contacts repeated. Rivalries repeated too. The very mobility that fragmented politics also created a web of interactions. In such a setting, language could do two jobs at once. It could connect closely related speech communities, and it could distinguish them from outsiders, long before a later standardized High Arabic emerged as a dominant symbol of cultural unity. Related dialects may already have given mobile groups a sense of kinship by sound, even if politics remained divided. The stone inscriptions from the desert, however, tell a story of plurality rather than nationhood. They preserve individual voices and family lines, not a single collective voice. They show people thinking in terms of lineage, camp routes, grief, desire, and everyday survival. They suggest a world where everyone could understand one another's words broadly, yet each group followed its own branching family tree. Differences likely existed in pronunciation, favourite phrases, and tribal shibboleths, even when the overall dialect bundle stayed mutually intelligible. The shared word, in the political sense, had not yet been fully gathered. As time moved toward the early centuries of the Common Era, wider horizons opened. Technical changes such as improvements in camel riding gear made longer travel easier. Outside powers became more visible. References to great empires appear in graffiti, indicating awareness of distant rulers and expanding networks. Mobile people began showing up in inscriptions far from their usual range. Markings appear in places that suggest travel beyond the desert frontier into the broader Mediterranean world. The old pastoral circuits were still there, but the routes were stretching. A short tale set in a southern royal city captures the cultural distance between north and south in a vivid way. A visitor from the northern tribal world arrives at a palace where language and manners differ. A single word is spoken by the king, and the visitor misunderstands it with fatal results, because the same sound carries a different meaning in the local tongue. Whether the event happened exactly as told is less important than what the story implies. In the south, urban elites could look down on the northern pastoralists as rough outsiders. and the gap between them could be expressed through language itself. The joke depends on difference. The punchline depends on social hierarchy. Later periods preserved the same contempt in sharper, more brutal satire. Southern elites, heirs to kingdoms and palaces, could mock northern tribes as poor herders, eating what civilized people would never touch. Such insults were not merely personal. They were statements about competing ideas of status, settled wealth, architecture, and lineage of kings on one side, tribal pride, mobility, and survival skills on the other. Politics in later centuries would intensify these divisions, but the roots ran deep. At this stage, it becomes essential to see that the people later called Arabs were not the only inhabitants of Arabia who shaped the future. Settled societies in the south developed sophisticated states, wrote long inscriptions, engineered water systems, and built temples and cities. They spoke their own Semitic languages and often viewed the desert tribes as marginal. Yet history would not keep these worlds separate. Over the early centuries of the Common Era, the tribal world developed a prestigious, poetic, and prophetic register of speech, a high style that became a strong marker of identity. At the same time, the lifestyle associated with mobile tribal life gained cultural weight. These two elements, elevated language and mobile tradition, became powerful symbols that others began to adopt. What followed is one of the great surprises in the region's story. Communities that had once defined themselves as non-Arab, speaking different languages and living settled lives, began to adopt Arab cultural markers. Over time, they adopted Arabic speech more fully, and eventually many adopted the name Arab itself. Identity, like clothing, can spread far from where it began. What once looked rustic and undesirable could become fashionable, then dominant. Even elites from older kingdoms could embrace the new style, sometimes in dramatic gestures that later storytellers framed as moral lessons about humility. Under the moral gloss, the deeper process is clear. Cultural prestige was shifting, and the symbolic, national dress of Arabness was becoming widely wearable. Long before that transformation reached its climax, the southern kingdoms had their own long history. Their origins are still debated. Linguistic evidence points to connections with the northern Fertile Crescent, suggesting migration from the Levant or nearby zones after the early Bronze Age. Their writing system also shows ties to older alphabet traditions that had once existed farther north. Yet archaeology complicates any simple migration tale. Irrigation works and organised agriculture existed in the south very early, indicating deep local development and long periods of adaptation. The emerging southern civilizations likely formed through interaction between incoming groups and indigenous populations, blending influences rather than replacing one world with another. In the south, rainfall was never abundant enough to remove the need for engineering, yet it was sufficient in certain highland zones to make agriculture thrive when water was captured and directed. Inscriptions repeatedly celebrate rain, harvests, and the careful maintenance of terraces, channels, and dikes. The language of gratitude toward divine powers often circles back to the same essentials: crops, irrigated fields, rain-fed land, and the prosperity of villages. The written record, stretched across centuries, keeps returning to water as the foundation of life and political order. The most famous achievement of this southern world was a great dam system that diverted seasonal floodwaters to irrigate wide areas. It did not rely on storing water like a modern reservoir. It relied on controlling pulses of runoff and distributing them through sluices and channels. The scale was enormous, and the system remained functional for a very long time, making it one of the most successful engineering efforts of the ancient world. Visible traces of the irrigated lands endure in the landscape even now, layered deposits that hint at how intensively the area was cultivated over long periods. The dam's success depended on cooperation, coordination, and stability. It was a monument not only of stone and earth, but of social organization. Yet even such achievements can decay when cooperation fails. Repairs become harder, factions grow, resources tighten, and the system weakens. In time, the dam's later history became a symbol as well as a fact. Its decline turned into a narrative about the collapse of order and the dispersal of people, a story retold in moral and poetic forms. In that retelling, practical engineering failure becomes the spark for a roaming epic, a pattern of departure and resettlement that echoes the wider rhythm of Arab history. Between the two ends of Arabia stood the vast interior, and across it moved the camel-borne carriers, who linked one fertile zone to another. Trade in aromatics and luxury goods created routes that turned the peninsula from a barrier into a bridge. Southern kingdoms acted as middlemen for goods arriving by sea from the wider Indian Ocean, and they also exported their own prized products. Agriculture fed their cities, but trade connected them to the world. The desert tribes, with their animals and mobility, became essential in moving goods across hard terrain. That role gave them leverage, drew them into the politics of neighbours, and pulled the whole region into a broader system of exchange. Near Marib, water was not the only force that gathered and directed life. Alongside the great irrigation system, another structure performed a similar work in human terms. At set times each year, it drew people in from a wide radius the way seasonal floods draw channels into one course. This second structure was a sanctuary, a vast sacred enclosure with an oval layout containing shrines and ritual spaces. Its yearly gathering fell in a particular month, and, fittingly for a society shaped by rainfall and runoff, it aligned with the season when the summer rains returned. Pilgrims arrived under rules that were meant to cool tempers and concentrate attention. Special clothing was required. Sexual relations were suspended. Violence and feuding were forbidden. The purpose was not only devotion, but order. The crowd could not become a battlefield, and the sanctuary could not become a marketplace of grudges. Similar discipline appeared in other pilgrimage customs across Arabia, and versions of the same pattern still survive in later, larger traditions of pilgrimage in the region. This Marib sanctuary was not a minor shrine. It belonged to one of the dominant deities of the south, a god closely tied to the political identity of Saba. Modern readers may find his name unfamiliar because later, religious change pushed older divine figures into the shadows. Yet in his own time he was central. Scholars debate what his original specialty might have been. Some have linked him to war, others to vegetation and seasonal renewal, and some have suggested a solar connection. Ancient traditions in the region did associate certain peoples with sun worship, though the solar divine could appear in different forms and under different names. The deity's name itself hints at authority. It combines a common Semitic term for a high god with an element that suggests commanding or ordering. In practical terms, that fits what the sanctuary represented: a religious focus that reinforced unity and hierarchy. In Sabaean life, the main god was not simply one god among many. He served as a symbolic centre around which a confederation could hold together. Saba was not a single compact tribe. It was a larger people made up of smaller communities, and the shared cult worked like a glue that kinship alone could not provide. To belong fully was to participate. New groups drawn into the confederation had duties that were both political and religious, and a key duty was to take part in the pilgrimage to Marib. The ritual journey acted like adoption into a wider household. The community became, in the language of the time, the children of the god, not by blood but by allegiance and practice. Evidence from the highlands west of Marib shows this mechanism in action. A community newly integrated into the larger Sabian orbit is told, through its own patron deity, that it must attend the Marib pilgrimage and obey its rules. The chain of command is revealing. Local gods and local identities were expected to respect the higher centre. The instructions are detailed and practical. Certain kinds of hunting were forbidden. Sexual activity was banned. Conflict was forbidden. Large numbers of animals were to be sacrificed on specific days. Even the treatment of a camel intended for sacrifice was regulated. It was to be brought gently, not driven harshly. Rules like these sound familiar because they express a wider Arabian logic of pilgrimage: temporary restraints, public order, symbolic equality, and ritual offerings, though the older setting remained openly polytheistic, with multiple deities receiving dedication side by side. That difference matters. The Marib sanctuary functioned within a pantheon, not a strict monotheism. Lesser divine figures stood in a constellation around the main god, some with celestial associations. Yet the resemblance in pilgrimage discipline across different Arabian contexts is still instructive. It shows that the region had long experience in shaping mass gatherings into controlled rituals. A society that had learned to manage water through coordinated labour also learned to manage people through rules that bound rivals into temporary peace. This longer view also exposes how misleading it is to treat Arab history as if it begins suddenly with Islam, or as if everything before it is merely a dim preface. Long before Islam, the southern peninsula sustained complex states, sanctuaries, civic life, and political concepts that later periods would inherit in altered forms. Some medieval writers understood this continuity clearly. They did not see current events as a new world with no past. They saw them as another phase of older struggles, older alliances, older rivalries, and older cultural habits. When the past is widened beyond a single religious turning point, certain modern phrases begin to look strange. The idea that politics and religion can be cleanly separated in the region's core lands, for example, starts to feel like a modern expectation projected backward. In southern Arabia, political unity was framed as sacred order. Belonging to the community was linked to belonging to the deity's household. That older model did not vanish, it changed clothes. Another inheritance from the southern kingdoms lies in how they defined community. In much of the peninsula, tribal identity could be grounded in ancestry and genealogy, whether real or constructed. In the south, the dominant form of collective identity was typically anchored in place. A people was tied to a territory that required management, to towns and irrigation works, and to sanctuaries located at fixed points on the map. Membership was not imagined primarily as descent from a roaming forefather. It was imagined as participation in a civic and sacred landscape. The south was also unusually urbanized for Arabia. Inscriptions mention a large number of towns, some small, some larger, but together forming a dense web of settlement compared with the broader peninsula. This distinction would matter later. A religion that intends to spread widely cannot be limited to bloodlines without narrowing its reach. A purely genealogical model can easily divide the world into insiders and outsiders by descent. The southern model offered a different possibility: membership by commitment, by covenant, by participation in a shared order. Later, Islamic universalism did not emerge from nowhere. It developed in an environment where a place-based, sanctuary-based idea of belonging had already existed, and where political community could be defined through allegiance rather than ancestry alone. The South also developed a political vocabulary of unity that deserves attention. In early Sabaean practice, a leading ruler could act not only as king of his own group, but also as the head of a wider confederation. In that second role, he functioned as a unifier, binding multiple communities under a single framework of agreements, alliances, and recognized patronage. Inscriptions describe the work of building such unions in terms that sound like constitutional language. Communities were brought together through treaties and sanctioned bonds, framed in the names of the gods who stood over them. One key term in that older South Arabian world reappears later in a more famous setting as a word that can mean both a rope and a binding covenant. The continuity is not a claim of direct borrowing from ancient inscriptions into later scripture. It is something more basic. The same region reused related words for related ideas, and the same social need, holding a community together, produced similar metaphors. The difference that later monotheism introduced was scale and exclusivity. Earlier unions could be sacred without being exclusive. A confederation might be built under a chief deity while still acknowledging other gods. Later, the ideal became sharper, one community under one god. In that sense, an older political pattern was not simply replaced, it was intensified and universalized. From the viewpoint of the ancient Mediterranean world, however, the inner political and theological life of southern Arabia was mostly invisible. What outsiders noticed was trade, especially the precious aromatics that travelled northward in large quantities. Writers tried to calculate the cost of moving incense by camel across enormous distances, and their numbers reveal a practical truth even when the arithmetic is uncertain. Long transport routes created heavy expenses, and those expenses created high value. Long before such calculations were written down, legends had already imagined southern royalty travelling north with perfumes and wealth to meet powerful rulers. Archaeology cannot confirm every famous journey, but it does show that South Arabian products reached the northern Levant early, which makes the broader trade pattern hard to dismiss. Merchants from the south did not merely send goods outward. Some travelled widely and left traces in far-off ports and temple towns, dedicating offerings and conducting business across the sea lanes and caravan roads. Later, commercial guides describe heavy traffic at Red Sea ports, evidence of an Arabian economy that was not isolated but deeply threaded into wider systems. In earlier centuries, it was incense, myrrh, and luxury goods. In modern centuries, it is oil and gas. The commodities differ, but the strategic position, linking regions and drawing outside attention, remains familiar. Other peoples occupied the northern and northwestern gateways, where trade routes narrowed into corridors. The Nabateans controlled key passages and built an extraordinary capital carved into rock. Their art and architecture show how frontier societies can absorb styles from larger empires without losing local identity. Their culture was not a simple copy. It was a selection and recombination, taking what was useful or prestigious from neighbouring worlds and turning it into something distinctive. Farther east, another caravan city rose with similar cosmopolitan energy, balancing local traditions with imperial forms and titles. In such places, people could speak Arabic or Near Arabic forms, while refusing the social label associated with desert pastoral life. They were urban, mercantile, outward-facing, and comfortable, borrowing cultural clothing from whomever seemed powerful. This world was not a clean clash between civilizations. It was more like a clinch. Close contact, constant exchange, imitation, rivalry, and entanglement. Influence moved in both directions. The metropolis absorbed provincial styles, even as provincial elites adopted imperial titles. Yet the embrace could turn lethal. Empires do not merely trade, they annex. over time, Rome absorbed these border kingdoms, taking control of their routes and reducing their independence. In much later times, the monuments of these places faced destruction from new forces that treated ancient ruins as enemies. The pattern repeats in different costumes: conquest, appropriation, and at times the urge to erase what came before. Across this connected world, camel nomads were not sealed off in a timeless desert bubble. Their own graffiti begins to show awareness of imperial powers, conflicts, and even famous foreign names. Information travelled with merchants and soldiers. Mobile groups carried not only goods, but news. Outsiders also looked inward. A Roman expedition once attempted to strike deep toward the wealthy south, drawn by exaggerated stories of riches. It struggled in harsh terrain and withdrew, a reminder that desert distance can defeat armies even when maps suggest a straight line. Meanwhile, trading colonies and outposts appeared along the routes, creating caravan towns where settled and mobile societies met face to face. These towns became stages for cultural blending. One of the most important discoveries for understanding early Arab identity comes from a caravan centre deep in the peninsula, whose significance became clear only in modern archaeology. The evidence shows mobile Arabs adopting southern customs and even southern religious language. A man with a clearly northern-style name could be commemorated in a southern script, while invoking a southern deity, and the carved imagery on his grave marker could place camels and weapons below, and a seated banquet scene above. The lower scene speaks of herding and raiding, movement and risk. The upper scene speaks of settled display, tables, chairs, feasting, civic comfort. The stone records an overlap of worlds, desert mobility, meeting urban habits, without claiming that one world fully replaced the other. This intersection also helps explain the rise of a new kind of record: poetry. A death might be marked in formal inscriptions, but grief and fame travelled faster in spoken verse. Tribal groups associated with caravan routes produced some of the earliest named poets remembered in later tradition. Early prayers and songs likely carried rhythm and repetition, long before the surviving classic odes were fixed in writing. External observers mention Arabs celebrating victories in popular songs centuries before Islam. Over time, poetry expanded until it could hold nearly everything: boast, elegy, satire, love, longing, and the memory of raids and journeys. It became a communal archive, a portable record suited to a mobile society. The form of this poetry mattered. It used a heightened register with complex inflections, strict patterns, and a strong musical drive. Such a language is difficult, and it is not the sort of thing that appears overnight, fully perfected. It must have evolved for generations, travelling orally along trade routes, passing between tribes, absorbing dialect features, and polishing its own conventions. Many of its themes already appear in the earlier desert graffiti: desire, loss, hunger, pride, violence, and the pull of departure. The poems later preserved from the 6th century show a world obsessed with movement, mounts, night travel, leaving, returning, fleeing, seeking. The result was not an epic of grand armies, but an art shaped by roads and camps. For Arabic-speaking societies, poetry was not a minor elite hobby. It functioned more like mass media. It entertained, instructed, preserved reputations, and spread standards of speech. In a landscape where tribes were diverse and often politically fragmented, poetry helped create shared taste and shared language ideals. Mobility itself accelerated this process. Carriers and herders from different regions had to communicate. Dialects met and levelled. From that levelling emerged not only a common speech zone, but also an elevated form. an aspirational language that leaders and orators wanted to master. Over time, this high register became a cultural badge, not a state identity in the modern sense, and not the place-based people identity of the southern kingdoms, but a broader cultural belonging that could stretch across tribal lines. In the first centuries of the Common Era, a second shift was quietly reshaping the peninsula. As tribal dialects began to smooth out their sharpest edges, the speech of the steppe started slipping into places where it had not been dominant before. Mobile groups were no longer only hired hands for local rulers. They increasingly acted as decisive intermediaries, tipping internal rivalries, backing one faction against another, and turning disputes among settled elites into outcomes that depended on desert alliances. Inscriptions from the south begin to acknowledge this new reality by naming two parts inside the same society: the mobile Arabs on one side and the settled town dwellers on the other. A federation in the highlands could speak of its own Arabs and its own townspeople in a single breath, as if both were now recognized components of one political body. Not long after, rulers of the largest southern state expanded their own titles to include authority not only over their core peoples, but also over the Arabs of uplands and lowlands. What had once been treated as an outside element was now counted in the official grammar of power. The palace world that had looked down on the tent world was beginning to depend on it. By the final generations before Islam, those nomadic groups would become central players in southern politics. Yet their language appears to have advanced even faster than their formal status. Long before the old southern languages vanished from stone, everyday speech was already changing. Many elites continued to carve official texts in the prestigious written idiom of the south, as if it were the formal language of monuments and public memory, rather than the language of the street and the camp. It is likely that in many places it had become a ceremonial script more than a living tongue. Spoken life, meanwhile, was absorbing more and more Arabic, mixing it into daily exchange until the balance tipped. By much later times, when scholars looked back for remnants of older southern speech, what survived in isolated pockets sounded less like a separate language and more like Arabic with a faint southern aftertaste. Another pressure accelerated the change. The old script was not equally available to everyone. If writing remained restricted to certain circles, the language attached to that script would struggle to reproduce itself broadly. It is one thing for a society to speak a language. It is another for it to read and write it widely enough to anchor it across generations. What emerged was a larger transformation than any single dynasty could plan. The mobile tribes were developing a more standardized form of speech, and the settled peninsula was moving toward a shared, spoken horizon. Over time, Arab became not only a label for certain tribes or a lifestyle at the margins, but a broader linguistic belonging. That linguistic bond still has power in the modern world. It can connect people even when politics fractures them, and sectarian loyalties pull them into opposing camps. Language can be a bridge that remains standing after other bridges are burned. Yet even in the same centuries when a common speech was gathering momentum, another set of forces was tearing unity apart with equal persistence. Poetry could charm rivals into admiration. Raiding could push them back into cycles of retaliation. The two grew side by side. A funerary stone from a caravan town might show a warrior with camels and weapons, and it raises an uncomfortable question. Was the second camel there because it belonged to him, or because it had been taken from someone else? For mobile herding societies, taking animals was not an occasional crime on the fringe of life. It could become a normal method of survival and enrichment, shaped by rules, expectations, and a shared understanding of what counted as acceptable conduct. Ancient outsiders had noticed this pattern early. Desert people were described as hard to govern and quick to strike. Stories about archetypal raiders were used to explain their restlessness and their constant friction with neighbours. Later, desert inscriptions and rock art show the theme continuing. Depictions of raids, prayers asking for booty, and casual references to the taking of animals. Over time, raiding developed a recognisable structure. A leader received a fixed portion, often a quarter or a fifth, plus special privileges such as first choice of especially prized items. The rest was divided among participants by customary shares. The act was violent by nature, but it was not random. It was a system. To modernise, this can look like nothing more than roaming theft. But within that world, it was often framed differently. It resembled prize-taking at sea, where states once treated captured ships as legitimate gains under the legal language of war. In the desert, the logic was similar. Herds were wealth that moved, and the landscape was not fenced into stable private parcels in the same way as farmland. In an economy where prosperity depended on animals rather than land, expanding one's holdings could mean increasing the size of a herd by force when drought, disease, or scarcity made peaceful growth impossible. Even the vocabulary reveals the closeness between herding and plunder. Words for livestock and words for booty can sit near each other in meaning, as if the line between what is owned and what can be taken was thinner than it would be in a society built around fixed property. Raiding also produced its own form of prestige. A raider could present himself not as a criminal, but as a man of daring, luck, and leadership. New wealth taken in bold action could be valued more than inherited wealth that required no risk. In that world, status could be earned quickly, and a successful leader could attract followers by distributing what he seized. Redistribution mattered because it turned violence into loyalty. A chief who brought back booty and shared it could bind hungry people to him with tangible benefits. In some cases, raiding even functioned as a harsh form of welfare. A leader might gather the weak, the poor, and the sick, feed them until they could ride, and then take them on raids so they could support themselves. The cycle was brutal, but it could be presented as practical compassion within the boundaries of that culture. This double motion of taking and giving created a paradox that would echo across later centuries. A man could be praised for generosity and feared for predation at the same time. The same figure could be described as both a lavisher of gifts and a ravisher of other people's property. That tension has not vanished from political life. Even in modern settings, supporters of strongmen sometimes defend corruption or coercion by saying, in effect, that the leader takes but also feeds his own. Critics see only theft. Admirers see a provider. The moral argument often turns on who receives the redistributed gains and who pays the price. But a system built on taking and redistributing is hostile to stable institutions. It makes centralized taxation difficult. It discourages the formation of a shared civic order in which rights and duties apply evenly. Leadership changes become disruptive and power transitions can turn bloody. Raiding can create unity fast because success attracts allegiance. Yet that unity is often thin and temporary. It can dissolve as quickly as it forms, especially when rival groups have comparable strength and no authority can impose lasting settlement. What results is a long-running clash inside society itself. Tribal competition versus civic cooperation. Personal followings versus institutions. Segmenting loyalties versus broader solidarity. The same culture that can sing itself into a shared imagination can also fracture itself through constant retaliation. Against this background of raids and counter-raids, another change accelerated the scale of conflict and expanded the reach of mobile warriors. The camel had long been the key to endurance and distance. Then, horses rose to prominence and changed the speed and shock of desert warfare. When exactly riding horses became common across Arabia remains hard to pin down, but the pattern is unmistakable. Horses grew into symbols of status and instruments of decisive violence. They appear in ritual contexts, in poetry, in oath formulas, and in the imagery of heroic life. Tribes could field large numbers of mounted fighters, and the leader could be defined not simply as a chieftain, but as a horseman, a title that tied authority directly to the mounted raid. Yet horses alone had limits in harsh terrain. They required water and fodder, and they were expensive to sustain. The real advantage came from pairing horse and camel into a single tactical system. The camel provided the long-distance platform, carrying water, supplies, and sometimes the horse's own feed. The horse provided the rapid strike at the point of contact. A fighter could travel patiently on camelback and then launch an attack with speed on horseback. That combination produced reach and impact at once. It made desert forces more dangerous to settled armies that relied heavily on infantry and moved slowly with heavy logistics. It also allowed mobile groups to sell their services as mercenaries with capabilities that others could not easily match. New equipment sharpened this advantage further. Improvements in saddle design made long journeys safer and mounted combat more effective. Devices that stabilized the rider helped convert mobility into striking power. Some of these innovations arrived from outside and were adopted quickly because they fit the needs of the peninsula. The result was a mobile warfare culture that could strike deep, withdraw fast, and live off the land more readily than conventional armies. This military edge drew mobile groups into closer contact with the great powers surrounding Arabia. At first, they served as carriers and guides. Then, they served as border guards. Then, they were hired as fighters. In time, they began to shape politics not only inside Arabia, but also along the frontier between empires. Yet the same strength contained a hidden trap. Once the horse-camel system spread widely among tribes, it prevented any one tribe from holding dominance for long. It created a kind of equilibrium of violence. Everyone had the means to raid. No one could easily monopolize force. The result was constant pressure toward fragmentation even as language and culture pushed toward broader unity. While these internal dynamics churned, regional trade patterns were also shifting. Overland commerce that had once supported many camel carriers faced disruptions as key caravan hubs declined and frontier zones became unstable. When trade opportunities shrank, large numbers of camels and skilled carriers could become surplus. The same animals and skills that moved incense and goods could also move raiding parties. A shift from merchant work to mercenary work became easier than it would be in a settled economy, because the tools and the mobility were already there. At the same time, the geopolitical map north of Arabia was tightening. As one empire absorbed key cities, the border between two superpowers became more direct, and their rivalry sharpened. Where two giants stand close, smaller groups often gain leverage by playing one side against the other. That leverage can translate into titles, money, weapons, and political recognition. Mobile leaders who could deliver troops or secure desert corridors suddenly mattered more. The frontier became a market where loyalty could be traded. In this setting, one text from the early 4th century offers a striking window into a new kind of ambition. It is a memorial inscription set up near a frontier fortress south of Damascus. Written in a script that shows Arabic in the process of becoming its later written form. Whatever the exact reading of every line, the main point is clear. It preserves an early moment when an Arab ruler described himself in his own language as king of all the Arabs. It also presents him as a figure who campaigned widely, subdued major tribes, and struck far into the south, reaching irrigated lands under southern authority. The date places him in the early 4th century, when imperial rivalry was intense and desert intermediaries were increasingly important. The inscription also raises a puzzle. Later traditions connect this ruler to a power center in Iraq, under Persian influence, yet his tomb lies much closer to the Roman sphere. The simplest explanation is political movement, a shift in allegiance, a calculated defection, or a balancing act between rivals. In frontier worlds, loyalties are often less permanent than titles. A leader may change patrons without changing his own goals. It is also possible that religious affiliation played into these choices, as forms of Christianity spread along imperial networks and attracted some frontier elites. The evidence does not require a single neat conclusion. What it does show is that Arab leadership was becoming entangled with imperial strategy, and that some leaders were beginning to think and act on a larger stage than tribal rivalry alone. That title, King of all the Arabs, forces a deeper question. Did the first strong language of pan-Arab unity come primarily from within the tribes, or was it encouraged by outside powers that found it useful to recognize a single client leader? Empires have often created kings on their edges, not because they believe in local unity, but because a named leader simplifies diplomacy and control. Later centuries provide clear cases where rival empires granted parallel titles to competing Arab clients as part of their own contest. It is entirely plausible that the aura of universal kingship was, at least in part, a gift offered by a superpower for its own reasons. A crown given from outside can change how a man sees himself. It can also change how others are expected to see him, even if the reality on the ground remains fragmented. If so, that outside recognition may have helped convert an old label into a sharper self-image. For centuries, neighbouring states had referred to these tribes as a distinct category. Over time, repeated naming can shape identity. Eventually, the named group begins to accept the name and use it internally. The inscription suggests that by the early 4th century, that psychological step had begun. It does not mean that most tribes felt united or that they recognized a single sovereign. The daily reality remained tribal, competitive, and often violent. But it does suggest that a concept of a larger Arab collectivity was becoming thinkable, at least for ambitious leaders operating in the shadow of empires. Imperial politics has often had this effect. External interference can foster unity by creating a shared sense of being managed, manipulated, or used. It can also deepen division by funding rivals and turning local conflicts into proxy struggles. Empires offer crowns and then undermine them. They encourage coalition and then reward betrayal. The immediate outcome is instability. The longer-term outcome can be a stronger sense of identity among those caught in the middle, especially when people come to resent being treated as pieces on someone else's board. Even if the seed of broader selfhood is planted by outsiders, it can grow into a desire for self-determination. In the 4th century, however, that wider unity remained more promise than fact. Most tribes would have found the notion of all the Arabs abstract, even amusing. The peninsula was still a patchwork of loyalties and rivalries, and no throne, borrowed or claimed, could easily command obedience across such distances and divisions. Still, the pattern was set. For the next centuries, Arab client rulers on both imperial sides would sit in strategic positions, receiving recognition, money, and demands from their patrons. Their courts would help spread cultural prestige, refine language standards, and sponsor poets and warriors. Meanwhile, the great empires would continue to loom over Arabia, alternately cultivating Arab unity for convenience and breaking it apart for advantage. The image that fits this era is not a peaceful bridge between worlds, but a narrow ledge between two predators. Survival required agility, alliances, and constant vigilance. For desert societies, that pressure could be empowering because it created opportunities. It could also be suffocating because it turned local life into an extension of imperial rivalry. Either way, it shaped the path by which tribal Arabs moved from the margins toward the center of regional history, carrying with them two contradictory legacies: a growing cultural unity built through shared language and poetry, and a chronic political fragmentation fueled by raids, rivalry, and the hard economics of survival in an unforgiving landscape. Across late antiquity, the peoples of Arabia did not live in a quiet corner of the world. They stood in the pressure zone between empires. To the north, Rome and Persia watched each other across a shifting frontier and treated the desert as both barrier and corridor. To the south, another power rose with its own ambitions, the Himyari realm, heir to older South Arabian kingdoms and their irrigated wealth. The usual picture of Arabs wedged between two lions is too simple. In many periods there were three, and the southern lion mattered. It guarded fertile valleys, controlled trade routes, and projected authority deep into the peninsula when it could. Some northern Arab leaders did strike into the south, but those moves were rarely long campaigns of conquest. More often they looked like raids shaped by larger politics. When an expedition set out under the shadow of Persian strategy, a detour into rich southern lands could serve more than hunger for plunder. It could also serve imperial aims by pressuring a southern king who had begun pushing northward, probing central routes, and threatening the balance of influence in Arabia's eastern reaches. Later storytellers would magnify those southern marches into legends of incredible distance, as if a Himyari ruler had carried war banners to the ends of Asia. Whether those claims are true is less important than what they reveal. The south was remembered as formidable, and therefore as a concern to outsiders who wanted the peninsula's eastern flank secure. Imperial pressure did not only trigger raids, it could set whole tribal systems in motion. A campaign that punished one major confederation could ripple outward, forcing allies and dependents to make a choice. In the open geography of Central Arabia, the safest response to overwhelming force was often not a glorious stand but a swift disappearance. Camps could be packed, herds driven off, and people moved as a single living caravan. When large tribal groupings shifted southward, they did not arrive as a few families looking for pasture. They arrived in numbers large enough to change the social chemistry of settled lands. The effect on the south was decisive. Arabic speech had already been seeping into older South Arabian regions through trade, mercenary service, and the everyday contact between mobile and settled communities. But a major influx of nomads and semi-nomads added weight to that trend. What had been gradual became harder to reverse. Newcomers brought their own loyalties, their own methods of arbitration and retaliation, and their own expectations about leadership and wealth. They also brought a language that travelled easily, because it belonged to people who travelled easily. Over time, the balance between old civic structures and new tribal power began to tilt. South Arabia was never a single simple kingdom. It was a mosaic. One state might dominate for a time, while others rose and fell around the edges of the desert like waves breaking on a shore. Titles tried to hold that mosaic together. Rulers stacked names of regions and peoples as if a longer title could stitch the realm into unity. For a period, the South did reach a level of unification that later ages would envy. Yet even at its most cohesive, it carried a weakness that becomes visible, in hindsight, the reliance on mobile fighters. Mercenaries are useful when the throne is strong and the payroll is reliable. They become dangerous when the centre weakens. In later reigns, the same mounted force that protected order could be turned into a weapon for private feuds. The result was familiar across history. Rulers using armed outsiders to settle internal disputes and paying for it with the gradual erosion of the very structures that made a kingdom governable. This is where the story of Marib becomes more than engineering. For centuries, the great irrigation system around Marib had been the heart of a hydraulic civilization. It turned seasonal water into stable harvests and stable harvests into political organization. The land itself carried the evidence of long cultivation, deep deposits left by fields watered year after year. Such a system does not collapse overnight because of a single crack. It fails when maintenance becomes irregular, when labour can no longer be mobilised, when authority becomes contested, and when emergency repairs replace planned upkeep. Later, memory compressed this slow decline into a dramatic moral tale. In that telling, nature sends warnings, a seer interprets signs, a small creature undermines what human strength cannot move, and disaster arrives as a flood that sweeps away prosperity. Sacred tradition recasts the same arc as a lesson about gratitude, order, and consequences, describing a blessed landscape replaced by harsher growth and scattered lives. These versions differ in tone, but they share an underlying truth. When the foundations of a settled system weaken, displacement follows. The powerful image is not only the breach in a wall, it is the scattering of people, the tearing apart of communities, and the transformation of a region from a centre of stability into a source of migrants. Frantic repair suggests a political world. Frantic repair suggests a political world struggling to coordinate. Foreign occupations later aggravated the damage, but the deeper problem was the long unravelling of local authority. When tribal power rose and civic institutions thinned, maintenance became harder, cooperation rarer, and the irrigation machine more fragile. In that sense, the dam became a symbol. It stood for the barrier between settled and mobile life, a barrier that was never watertight and became more porous with each generation. As populations shifted, identities shifted with them. Groups that had once defined themselves primarily by southern civic traditions were increasingly viewed through a wider peninsular lens. They became Southerners in a broader Arab world, and over time they became Arabs in language and culture, even when their older histories were different. That transformation did not require a single dramatic migration. It could happen through repeated movements, gradual resettlement, and the slow mixing of people along routes, where pasture, politics, and opportunity pulled them. Stories about prophetic women and inspired speech appear in this context for a reason. They reflect a worldview in which eloquence carries authority, and rhythm gives words a kind of power. Such figures may not be reliable as literal history, but the stories still tell something real about the culture that would later receive a scripture revered for its language. A society that treats heightened speech as proof of truth is a society prepared to be unified by a message delivered with unmatched verbal force. While the south was weakening, the frontier zones to the north were hardening into a different kind of order. In Syria and Iraq, Arab groups entered imperial service as buffers and clients. Some settled, some remained semi-mobile, and many tried to live with a foot in camp and a foot in court. In Byzantine Syria, an Arab client elite could accept titles, crowns, and subsidies, while still keeping tribal ties and a mobile lifestyle. Their capital might be less a stone city than a royal camp that moved with the season and the politics. They could speak Arabic, write in a regional administrative language, and absorb the music and manners of their patrons without losing their own identity. In Persian Iraq, another Arab client dynasty anchored itself near an encampment city that sat at the boundary between worlds. Persian symbols of kingship entered their courts, and religious influences flowed in from multiple directions. Their society could be described as a blend, neither fully urban nor purely tribal, a meeting place where settled agricultural communities and nomadic lineages traded habits as readily as goods. In such borderlands, identity becomes less a fixed label and more a shifting negotiation. These rival client kingdoms did not simply guard imperial borders, they became the stage on which imperial rivalry played out. When Rome and Persia clashed, Arab proxies often carried the violence. Captures and retaliations, raids sanctified by cult and honor, and battles framed as personal vengeance, all fed a cycle that kept the frontier hot. Empires also delegated control of raiding zones to these clients, asking them to manage tribes, protect farmland, and enforce payments. Methods were blunt. Hostages could be taken and held as leverage. Caravans could be sent that combined trade with punishment. Tax collectors might face an ugly end. The frontier ran on coercion, compromise, and constant bargaining. In the middle of this world, Arabic writing began to take its recognizable form. The letter shapes grew out of earlier regional scripts and spread slowly, first as a practical tool in certain towns and courts, then as a cultural force. Early Arabic writing was hard to read. Short vowels were not shown. Letters that look distinct today once shared the same shape before dots were added. A reader needed context and expectation, not just eyesight. This made writing less like decoding and more like interpreting. Even after dots became standard, most texts still depended on the reader's knowledge to supply the missing sounds. That characteristic would shape reading habits for centuries, sharpening memory and attention, but also leaving room for ambiguity and error. Once Islam arrived, necessity turned the script into an empire-wide technology. Administration, correspondence, law, and scripture drove standardization. What began as a limited practice became one of the world's major writing systems in a remarkably short time. The same script also became an art form, built for the curve of the hand and the flow of ink, beautiful to write and demanding to typeset. Its strengths and complications travelled together. Courts did something else that mattered just as much as writing. They gathered poets. A wealthy patron with power and generosity could draw talent from across the desert. Poets met one another, competed, borrowed phrases, refined standards, and spread a prestige dialect of elevated Arabic. Rival courts intensified the process as each tried to outshine the other by attracting the best voices. The result was a cultural market where portable art mattered most. In a largely non-literate world with few permanent workshops, the finest product was made of words. Poetry could travel anywhere, be memorized by anyone, and be performed in markets, tents, and camps. Rhyme and meter acted like storage, preserving verses across generations before wide writing took hold. Royal praise poetry can sound like flattery, but in that society its force was not only in meaning. It was in sound, cadence, and the public ritual of recognition. A successful panegyric could bring lavish rewards, and the reward itself signaled that language had value. Over time, this patronage helped unify taste and language across tribes that otherwise fought constantly. Even when political unity remained impossible, cultural unity could grow. A shared poetic standard created a shared imagination. Later tradition loved to picture this poetic treasure as something almost physical, as if verses could be collected like gems, stored like gold, and recovered as the inheritance of a vanished age. Whether those stories are literally true is less important than what they reveal about memory. Poetry was treated as the richest archive of the pre-Islamic world. the storehouse of honour, lineage, and fame. By late antiquity, then, Arabia was not moving in a single direction. It was pulled between forces that united and forces that scattered. Empires on the borders offered crowns and demanded loyalty. Southern kingdoms struggled to hold together irrigation, cities, and alliances as mobile power grew inside their lands. Tribes moved when pressure came, and their movements changed the regions they entered. Language spread. Writing took shape, and poetry became the loudspeaker of a developing culture. The peninsula was not waiting for history to begin. It was already in motion, building the conditions that would soon allow a new religious and political order to expand with astonishing speed. Before Islam, Arabs were not yet united by a state, but they were already coming together through language. A refined form of Arabic developed among poets and orators, a prestigious speech sometimes called the language of kings. It spread across wide regions and allowed tribes with different origins to communicate in a shared cultural voice. Alongside this literary language, there emerged a broader ethnic unity. The word used for Arabs may originally have referred to a people of mixed backgrounds, drawn from many regions and lineages. As these groups began to share a common language, the language itself strengthened the sense of belonging. Words helped shape identity. A unified language gradually created a unified voice. In the generations before Islam, this shared voice began to define itself against outsiders. Arabs increasingly saw themselves as a distinct people and reinforced that identity by drawing boundaries. Language played a central role in this process. The contrast between Arabs and foreigners became deeply rooted. Foreigners were often described as people who could not speak clearly, a judgment that linked language with intelligence and authority. Similar divisions existed in many ancient societies, where speech separated insiders from outsiders. Among Arabs, pride in eloquence became part of cultural self-confidence. Language was not only a tool of communication, but also a symbol of strength. Some thinkers later argued that mastery of Arabic reflected a deeper intellectual and spiritual quality. True understanding was believed to be connected to the sound and structure of speech, as much as to meaning itself. The idea developed that thinking in Arabic allowed access to insight that others could not easily reach. Grammar and reasoning were often described as parallel systems, one governing speech and the other thought. Even ordinary people sometimes expressed identity through language in simple terms. To speak Arabic fluently was to belong. To speak badly or to rely on foreign speech was seen as a sign of distance from the core of the community. Contacts with powerful neighbours strengthened these feelings. The more Arabs encountered foreign peoples, especially Persians, the more strongly they emphasized their own identity. Differences in clothing, habits, and speech became markers of cultural distance. Foreign influence was sometimes accepted for practical reasons, but it also provoked resistance. Rivalries between Arabs and Persians would continue for centuries in changing forms, appearing in politics, religion, and culture. Long before Islam, these tensions had already begun to shape the idea of what it meant to be Arab. External powers had long influenced Arabia by supporting local rulers who claimed authority over tribes. Satellite kings in the north gathered tribal alliances around themselves and acted as intermediaries between nomads and empires. Large confederations formed around these leaders, sometimes loosely connected to Byzantine or Persian interests. In the south, another kingdom attempted to extend its influence by appointing its own rulers among northern tribes. Pressure from outside powers pushed tribes toward larger alliances, but unity was never permanent. Each attempt at consolidation was followed by renewed division. Identity was formed both by outside influence and by internal development, Arab solidarity emerged partly in response to neighbouring civilizations, as if shaped by the pressure of surrounding powers. Peoples who had once lived on the margins gradually became aware of themselves as a single cultural group. This process unfolded slowly over generations. It began along the borders where Arabs met non-Arabs and spread inward across the peninsula. Only after centuries of interaction did a clearly defined identity begin to take shape. The 6th century marked a turning point. Arabia began to resemble the region known today, more strongly defined by Arab culture than by older South Arabian traditions. Ancient kingdoms of the south already seemed distant in memory. Their monumental architecture, distinctive scripts, and elaborate religious symbols belonged to another age. In contrast, many tribes of the 6th century can still be traced through history into modern times. Their movements across the desert left lasting lines of continuity. The voices of poets from that era still echo through later Arabic culture. During this period, the older South Arabian kingdoms declined. One cause was religious conflict that invited foreign intervention. A southern ruler adopted a new faith and persecuted opponents, provoking retaliation from across the Red Sea. Ethiopian forces invaded and established control. Yet deeper causes had been weakening the region for generations. Raids by tribes on settled populations became more frequent, and rulers relied increasingly on tribal mercenaries for protection. These warriors strengthened local rulers but also undermined central authority. Settled life became less stable as tribal influence grew. Foreign invaders found the south divided and unable to resist effectively. Attempts at unity came too late. Political struggles weakened the kingdom further, and the final ruler disappeared during the conquest. Ethiopian control followed, at first through local allies and later through military governors who ruled independently. These rulers adopted the titles of earlier kings and launched expeditions into Central Arabia. One of these campaigns later became famous in tradition as the expedition against Mecca involving war elephants. The historical details remain uncertain, but the story became linked to the year of Muhammad's birth. Over time, Ethiopian authority was replaced by Persian intervention. A southern noble sought help from Persia against Ethiopian rule. Persian forces defeated the Ethiopian rulers and installed their ally as a client king. Soon afterward, Persian officials assumed direct control. Persian influence in Arabia had existed for centuries, but now it reached deeper into the peninsula. The expansion seemed easy, encouraging Persian ambitions elsewhere. Yet control of towns did not guarantee control of the countryside. Tribal regions remained largely beyond the reach of foreign administrators. Foreign intervention weakened the old balance between towns and tribes. Relations between settled communities and nomads had always depended on fragile agreements. As institutions collapsed, tribal leaders gained influence. Authority increasingly rested on personal leadership, rather than formal structures. Power shifted toward individuals who could persuade followers and command loyalty through speech. Eloquence became one of the main sources of leadership. Words carried extraordinary importance in this environment. Speech served as both defense and weapon. Tribal leaders were expected to unite their people through persuasion and inspiration. Conflicts often began with verbal contests between poets before turning into armed clashes. Victories were celebrated and remembered in verse. Poetry preserved reputations and shaped collective memory. On honor, courage, and generosity. But on honor, courage, and generosity. But also on the ability to move audiences with words. Leadership combined martial strength with rhetorical skill. Some families specialized in public speaking and maintained genealogies and historical traditions. Others developed reputations for prophetic insight, Seers occupied a special position. They were believed to possess knowledge hidden from ordinary people. Their authority came from solitary reflection and spiritual insight. Many were remembered as physically unusual figures, whose limitations were balanced by visionary abilities. Their elevated style of speech influenced later in a religious expression. Yet their authority rested not only on truth, but on persuasion. The ability to convince listeners mattered as much as the message itself. In southern Arabia, regional strongmen emerged during the decline of central power. Their titles were often connected with speech and leadership. As central authority weakened, these figures competed for influence through raids and alliances. Their struggles intensified instability and accelerated the fragmentation of the old kingdoms. The 6th century became famous for its many tribal conflicts, remembered as battle days. Some began as small disputes over grazing rights or insults and escalated into prolonged wars. Despite the violence, conflicts followed certain customs. Eventually, neutral mediators arranged settlements and compensation. Payments for losses could be enormous, sometimes involving thousands of camels. One legendary conflict lasted for decades after a dispute involving grazing lands and a wounded camel led to a killing and a cycle of revenge. Poetry played a central role in sustaining the conflict. Verses encouraged warriors and preserved grievances. Women, as well as men, contributed to the rhetoric of war, urging their people toward vengeance. The conflict ended only after exhaustion and outside intervention. Such stories reveal the fragile unity of tribal society. Groups that claimed common ancestry often turned against each other. Violence reinforced division, rather than solidarity. The memory of these conflicts remained powerful long afterward. Attempts at political unity occasionally emerged. Leaders from outside tribal rivalries were sometimes invited to restore order. Temporary alliances formed and then dissolved as old disputes resurfaced. Some rulers sought support from foreign powers, hoping to strengthen their position. These strategies often failed and sometimes led to new forms of dependence. One famous leader tried to unite tribes after the collapse of an earlier alliance. He combined the roles of poet and prince, seeking both political power and personal glory. His life became a symbol of the restless age. He travelled widely in search of allies and support, but died before achieving his ambitions. His poetry survived and shaped later Arabic literature. Another group of figures represented a different response to the times. Bands of outcasts rejected tribal norms and lived by raiding and wandering. Many of them were poets who celebrated independence and personal honour. Their verses expressed intense individuality and emotional power. Some organised alternative communities based on loyalty rather than ancestry. Their ideals sometimes emphasized generosity and mutual support. These outcasts showed both the possibilities and limits of individual freedom. Their independence contrasted with the collective discipline that would later define Islamic society. Yet they anticipated new forms of community that would transcend tribal divisions. The century before Islam often appears heroic in later memory. Poets and warriors dominate the stories, but most people lived in hardship. Survival depended on finding pasture, avoiding raids, and protecting families. Raiding remained a central economic activity, and poetry celebrated both victory and endurance. Political unity across Arabia seemed impossible. Cultural unity, however, had already been achieved. Poets and audiences shared a common language and style. Even those who could not master the refined language recognized its prestige and responded to its rhythms. This shared culture created a sense of belonging that extended beyond tribal boundaries. The heritage of poetry preserved the memory of this world. Physical remains from tribal Arabia are scarce, but poems record experiences and values. They describe journeys, landscapes, love, and conflict with vivid detail. Through poetry, pre-Islamic life became part of a continuing cultural memory. Time in this poetry appears fleeting and immediate. Life is judged by reputation rather than by expectation of an afterlife. Honor and generosity bring lasting remembrance. Failure and betrayal bring lasting shame. Memory replaces eternity. Ethical values emphasize courage, hospitality, loyalty, and respect for ancestors. Tradition guided behavior through inherited customs, rather than formal religion. Obligations were understood as duties to family and community. Practices of the ancestors provided the model for conduct. These traditions would later be reshaped by Islam, but not entirely replaced. Concepts of duty and example survived in new forms. Reverence for founders and ancestors remained powerful. Devotion to Muhammad combined religious belief with older patterns of loyalty. Poetry itself continued to follow established forms. Long odes described lost campsites, journeys across deserts, and final themes of praise or mourning. Similar images appear even in older inscriptions left by travelers who recorded their emotions beside abandoned camps. Poets became public figures whose performances attracted wide audiences. Major gatherings included competitions where poets displayed skill and reputation. These events provided rare opportunities for peaceful contact between tribes. Cultural exchange accompanied temporary truces. Preachers also travelled between gatherings, addressing audiences on morality and mortality. Some spoke of a coming religious change and urged listeners to seek a better path. Their style of rhythmic prose resembled later religious speech. Among their listeners was a man from Mecca who would soon become known far beyond Arabia. The language and rhetoric of this period created a shared cultural memory. Poetry and preaching shaped imagination and identity. Without this tradition, later religious developments would have taken a different form. The language that united Arabs culturally would soon unite them politically and religiously. Control of words meant control of influence. Speech could inspire unity but also conflict. Rhetoric could mobilize entire communities. Language became the most powerful instrument in Arab history. By the end of the 6th century, a clear sense of Arab identity existed across the peninsula. Shared language and values connected diverse groups into a single cultural community. Political unity remained unrealized, but the foundations were in place. Tribal alliances, cultural traditions, and external pressures had prepared the ground. The next stage required a new kind of leadership emerging from within Arabia itself. Soon, a single message would gather language, culture, and belief into one movement. The scattered tribes would follow a common vision. For a brief period, unity would extend across the peninsula and beyond. In the early 7th century, a flash flood struck Mecca, with enough force to damage the sanctuary at its centre. The building that stood there was not a new monument, but part of an older sacred landscape, shaped by generations of repair, expansion, and local memory. When the Quraysh began rebuilding the Kaaba, the work moved steadily until it reached the moment that mattered most, the placement of the black stone. At that point, the reconstruction turned into a dispute. The clans agreed the stone was not a simple building material. Setting it in place was an act of honour, and honour in Mecca was never abstract. It belonged to families, alliances, and reputations that had been negotiated for decades. The argument grew tense because the stone was more than a relic. Whoever placed it could claim symbolic ownership over the shrine's most charged feature. To avoid open conflict, the Quraysh accepted a common rule. the first person to enter through a particular gate would decide the matter. When the man who arrived was Muhammad, known in the city for reliability and careful judgment, the tension shifted. He did not claim the honor for himself. Instead, he changed the shape of the problem. A cloak was spread on the ground, the stone placed at its center, and leaders from multiple groups were told to lift the cloth together, each holding a side. When they reached the corner of the sanctuary, Muhammad set the stone into position while the clans looked on. The solution mattered because it turned a potential flashpoint into a shared act. The stone moved forward without belonging to any one party. A public quarrel ended in public cooperation. Later, generations would treat this episode as an early sign of Muhammad's ability to gather divided interests into a single decision. The black stone remains one of the most recognizable objects in the Islamic world, and yet its earliest meaning is difficult to pin down. Pilgrims still press toward it, with intense emotion, often seeking to touch or kiss it. But even within early Islamic tradition, some voices insisted the stone itself had no independent power. A famous statement attributed to a later leader of the community makes the point bluntly. The stone does not do good, and it does not do harm. The reason for honouring it was simpler and stronger than explanation. It was something Muhammad had done, and his practice became a model that others followed. That logic would become a foundation of religious life. In many communities, imitation of the Prophet's conduct carried weight, even when the original reason for an act was unclear. In that sense, the black stone's later role was not only about what the stone meant in itself, but about what it represented in a chain of continuity. A gesture performed in Mecca before the public rise of Islam became a pattern repeated by millions long after. At the same time, the stone had a history that reached back into pre-Islamic Arabia. In the late pre-Islamic period, the Kaaba housed many images and sacred objects associated with different groups. The shrine functioned as a shared religious center for a region that did not have a single unified cult. Different tribes could see their own sacred figures reflected there. The question of whether the high god known as Allah had a physical representation inside the sanctuary is uncertain. If there was no representation, that would be unusual in the religious environment of the time. If there was, later, religious memory would have had strong reasons to conceal it. There are clues, but none of them settle the matter. Some language connected to the act of touching or kissing the stone has parallels in older inscriptions in southern Arabia, where similar words appear in contexts, linked to seeking protection or security from a deity. Across the wider Semitic world, sacred stones had long served as religious markers, not carved as human images, but revered in their natural form. In Arabia too, travellers were reported to choose stones as temporary divine symbols when stopping in the wilderness, treating them with ritual gestures that echoed the movements, later concentrated around the Kaaba. Stones also anchored social life. Oaths could be sworn on sacred objects, and alliances sealed through rituals involving washing or touching. The black stone fits into that broader pattern. Its pre-Islamic significance was real, even if the details are now blurred. Stories later attached to it, including tales of heavenly origin or moral transformation from white to black, reflect the desire to locate it inside a cosmic narrative. They tell more about how later communities understood sacred history than about what can be proven about the stone's earliest identity. Whatever it had once signified, the stone's role in Muhammad's life gave it a new meaning. Years later, when he returned to Mecca from Medina, one of his first recorded acts was to approach the sanctuary again and honor the stone. Then, the idols of the shrine were removed. In that moment, the stone became a bridge. It allowed a place filled with older religious practices to become the center of a strict monotheism, without breaking the sense of continuity that held the community together. The sanctuary changed, but it did not become a different place. The stone remained in its corner as a marker of direction, ritual movement, and inherited memory. To understand why Mecca mattered so much, it helps to look beyond the shrine and toward geography. Permanent settlements in Arabia depended on water, and Mecca's survival relied on a source that later tradition placed at the center of a sacred story. The well of Zamzam is presented as a miraculous gift in narratives about Hagar and Ishmael, and it remains a focus of devotion today. The details of the story vary, but the basic point is consistent. Water makes settlement possible, and a water source can become holy when a community builds identity around it. Behind the sacred tale are historical hints. Mecca had connections to southern Arabia, and Arabian history includes repeated movements of people driven by climate stress, drought, and shifting trade routes. Stories about migration and intermarriage, even when wrapped in miracle language, often preserve traces of real patterns of movement. Over time, Mecca developed into a caravan town and a meeting point between settled life and nomadic life. It stood between worlds, between the fertile regions to the north and the trading zones to the south, between coastal influences and interior routes, between urban markets and tribal mobility. In the classical era, geographers recorded place names in Western Arabia that may point toward Mecca's earlier role as a cultic center. The evidence is not decisive, but it suggests that the city's sacred reputation did not appear overnight. By the centuries before Muhammad, the town was already drawing people for ritual gathering, trade, and seasonal peace. Control of Mecca's sanctuary shifted between groups over time. Traditional accounts describe struggles among tribes for guardianship of the shrine, and these stories often emphasize how spiritual authority and economic benefit were inseparable. Managing pilgrimage meant managing traffic. It meant regulating space, protecting visitors, and earning from the movement of people. Pilgrim routes doubled as commercial highways. When the Quraysh rose to prominence in Mecca, their identity appears shaped by gathering and coalition. Some traditions depict their founding figure as a uniter, someone who pulled groups into a structured community. Even the name Quraysh was explained in multiple ways, as a reference to gathering, to commerce, or, in more vivid imagery, to a small but aggressive sea creature. Whatever the true origin, the point is clear. Quraysh became the family at the heart of Meccan power, and their long relationship with the shrine became one of the most consequential political facts in Arabian history. They did not rise only through ritual guardianship. Trade expanded their influence. As regional powers fought and shifted, routes changed. Traffic that once favoured certain corridors moved toward others. Mecca, positioned along an important north-south axis, benefited. Quraysh built alliances with surrounding tribes that could protect caravans and threaten rivals. The system was pragmatic. Security was negotiated, paid for, and enforced by reputation. In this environment, new tools mattered. Writing in Arabic, still relatively new in Mecca, transformed commerce by making accounting more reliable. Large ventures became easier to track, and partnerships could be managed with greater scale. Investment arrangements expanded, pooling capital into larger caravans that could travel farther and return with greater profit. Mecca did not invent long-distance trade, but it learned to exploit it with growing sophistication. The famous seasonal journeys reflect this broader network. Routes that linked southern ports with northern markets, connecting the Indian Ocean world to the Mediterranean sphere. Meccan merchants moved goods, but they also moved ideas. Contact with multiple regions shaped language. As visitors came for pilgrimage and business, Meccan speech absorbed elements from across Arabia, trending toward a wider, more shared Arabic used for travel, negotiation, and public performance. The city's reputation for eloquence grew alongside its wealth. Mecca's religious life was equally diverse. The Kaaba functioned as a shared, sacred focus, but it was not empty. It held images linked to different cults, and religious practices included divination, vows, and ritual movement around the sanctuary. The line between spiritual and commercial life was thin. Seasonal pilgrimage brought fairs, poetry contests, preaching, and bargaining. A truce period made the pilgrimage season not only holy but safe. In a region where raiding shaped survival, the promise of protected time was itself a powerful attraction. Around this world, Muhammad's early life unfolded. His birth date is often placed in the late 6th century, but early biographies differ and later traditions tend to add detail as they grow farther from the events. Clear chronology begins only when public revelation begins. From that point onward, the outline becomes firmer. Migration to Medina, conflict and negotiation with Mecca, and the rapid emergence of a new political order. Much of what is said about Muhammad's childhood carries the marks of later storytelling. Prophecies, signs, and encounters designed to make his later role seem inevitable. Critical historians approach these accounts with caution because they were written down generations after the events, and because the desire for sacred biography can reshape memory. Traditions about sayings and actions multiplied on a massive scale, and later scholars themselves recognized that many reports could not be trusted. Still, some features fit the social world of Mecca. Muhammad grew up within Quraysh, but not from its wealthiest line. He was raised by relatives after becoming an orphan, and he experienced the city's mixture of commerce, clan politics, and religious plurality. Like other Meccan children, he was reportedly sent for a time to live among Bedouin groups outside the city. The practice aimed to strengthen children physically and expose them to a form of Arabic considered purer than urban speech. Whether every detail is accurate or not, the larger point is plausible. Mecca relied on relationships with nomadic tribes, and the boundary between town and steppe was not absolute. As a young man, Muhammad entered trade. He travelled on caravan business and later married Khadija, a merchant with resources and status. For years, he lived within Meccan society and participated in its norms. The shift came when he began periods of retreat, leaving the market life behind for solitude in the hills overlooking the city. Such retreats were not unique to him. Across the region, forms of monotheism had been spreading for centuries, and the older pantheons were under pressure. Judaism and Christianity dominated much of the wider Near East, and even within Arabia there were local movements toward a single high god. When Muhammad's revelations began, early reactions were shaped by Arabia's older religious language. People recognized elements that sounded like the speech of soothsayers and the rhythm of poetic performance. Accusations followed. Seer, poet, inspired by unseen forces. Yet the message carried a different center of gravity. It did not celebrate tribal boasting or romantic memory. It insisted on divine unity, judgment, accountability, and a reordering of social life under one God. The first command associated with revelation was to recite. The Quran's identity as recitation remained central even after it became a written text. Its power was carried by sound, memorization, and public performance. But writing entered the story early. Verses were noted on whatever materials were available, and as the community grew, dedicated scribes recorded revelations systematically. Over time, the language of the revelations themselves shifted, increasingly speaking not only of recitation, but of a book. The rise of an Arabic scripture did more than preserve religious teaching. It created a cultural center, a community that had once lacked a canonical text, now possessed a unifying reference point in its own language. The Quran became a force that bound people not only through belief, but through shared speech, shared cadence, and a shared written form. This mattered politically. Administration requires records, expansion requires messages, treaties, instructions, and accounts. As literacy spread among the leading circle around Muhammad, writing became part of statecraft. The same technology that helped merchants manage caravans could also help leaders manage a new community. In that sense, swords and faith were not the only engines of change. The pen, newly adopted and rapidly respected, became a tool of authority. Mecca had once been a city that drew people in for pilgrimage and profit, a crossroads that belonged to larger regional patterns. Within a single lifetime, it became the axis of a new religious world. The black stone remained in its place, touched by countless hands, and the recited word became a book carried across continents. An old sanctuary, a trading town, and a developing script converged into a transformation that would not stay in Arabia. It would roll outward, reshaping language, empire, and memory for centuries to come. During Muhammad's lifetime, revelation did not exist as a single-bound volume. It circulated in fragments, remembered lines, recited passages, and written pieces on whatever materials were available. The idea of a unified book belonged to a later stage, when a growing community needed an agreed text that could be taught, copied, and carried across new territories. That process was not quick. It required gathering dispersed material, comparing multiple memories, and bringing separate passages into a stable form. The challenge was not only collection, but arrangement. The material was treated as sacred, and that shaped every editorial decision. Later, compilers could join passages, align them, and place them side by side, but removing anything was far more difficult to justify. The result was a text that does not behave like a conventional narrative. It does not unfold as a straight line from beginning to end. Instead, the listener encounters recurring patterns, repeated phrases, returning images, and themes that appear, retreat, and return again in a different key. The structure works less like a single road and more like a landscape viewed from shifting angles, where the same objects are seen again and again, each time in a new relation to the whole. The Quran itself presents language as inexhaustible, as if meaning could never be fully used up. It is not physically enormous. In many modern editions, it fits into the size of a moderate book. Yet, it has generated a vast universe of interpretation. For centuries, scholars, preachers, jurists, mystics, and ordinary believers returned to the same verses and found new layers, new connections, new pressures and possibilities. The tradition of commentary grew so large that the written text became the center of an expanding orbit. The book remained the same size, but the discourse around it multiplied without end. Part of that interpretive abundance comes from the Quran's own internal variety. Some passages speak with direct clarity. Others are compact, elusive, or ambiguous in ways that invite disagreement. The text acknowledges this tension and does not resolve it by simply flattening the difficult parts into easy explanations. Instead, it frames the difficulty as part of the encounter itself. For many believers, the correct response to what is not fully grasped is not rejection but acceptance, a trust that meaning exists even when it is not immediately transparent. This brings attention to something that matters at least as much as the message: the manner of delivery. In early Islamic memory, the experience of revelation was described in intensely sensory terms. The sound came with force. Recitation did not arrive as a quiet philosophical argument laid out for debate. It arrived as voice, rhythm, cadence, and pressure. Ideas were carried in language that struck the ear and stayed there. For an audience formed in an oral culture where poetry and elevated speech held social power, this mattered enormously. The effect was not only intellectual, it was emotional, aesthetic, and, for those who believed, unmistakably supernatural. There is an irony in how later doctrine treated that power. When a community insists a text is divine, it becomes harder to speak of the human capacity involved in its delivery. A religious claim can eclipse literary recognition. In that sense, the insistence on transcendence can remove the messenger from the category of authorship entirely, even if the transformation of language associated with his preaching reshaped a civilization. A striking feature of early devotion is that full comprehension was not always treated as a prerequisite for reverence. Some voices in the tradition suggested that closeness to God could be sought through the recited word itself, whether or not the listener grasped every layer of meaning. That attitude may seem strange in modern environments that place explanation above experience. Yet, it fits a world in which spoken language, memorized and performed, was not merely a carrier of ideas but an act of presence. The word was not just about something. The word was something. Over time, the Quran's layered style and interpretive openness would become a source of division as well as unity. The same phrases that gathered hearts could also be read in competing ways. Political conflict, legal disputes, and sectarian boundaries would all find material within the scripture, drawing on it for legitimacy. In later centuries, spiritual messages would often be entangled with the practical needs of rule, administration, taxation, war, diplomacy, and the handling of dissent. Yet in the earliest period, those complications were not the primary story. At the beginning, the most immediate impact was direct, the sound of recitation forming a community. For many listeners, the Quran functioned as a miracle of language. Earlier, religious worlds often spoke of miracles as physical disruptions of nature. Objects transformed, waters divided, disease reversed. Here the disruption appeared in the realm of speech. The extraordinary act was not a spectacle seen from a distance, but a recitation heard, remembered, and repeated. The proof wasn't only in what was claimed, but in what happened. A group of people, from different households and clans, drawn into a single orientation, reshaped in habits, loyalties, and values. The emergence of an Arabic scripture also had consequences beyond belief. It strengthened Arabic as a shared high language and elevated it into a cultural instrument capable of carrying law, theology, administration, and literature across vast distances. A community that might otherwise have remained a local phenomenon gained a unifying medium that could travel. Conquest by arms would later expand territory. The spread of faith would later shape identity, but the consolidation of language provided an underlying continuity that could outlast political borders and dynasties. In this sense, Arabic became more than a vernacular. It became a space a civilization could inhabit. Dialects continue to thrive in everyday life as they still do, but a formal written language served as a shared reference point across regions. People could be separated by geography and local speech, while still meeting in a common register in writing, learning, and ritual recitation. The result was a cultural sphere held together by language as much as by land. At the core of the message stood a simple declaration: there is no God but God. In English, the sentence can sound blunt. In Arabic, it carries rhythm and repetition, an incantatory quality that made it memorable and easy to carry. In Mecca, a city crowded with cult images and tribal devotions, the claim was not a minor correction. It was a direct challenge to the religious economy of the place. Mecca's sanctuary attracted visitors precisely because it could accommodate many loyalties. Pilgrimage brought money, prestige, and security arrangements that benefited powerful families. A message demanding exclusive worship threatened the balance that made the city prosperous. Yet the call to one God did not arise in a vacuum. Across the wider region, monotheism had been advancing for centuries. Jewish communities, Christian kingdoms, and local forms of devotion to a single high deity had been reshaping the religious map of the Near East and parts of Arabia. Even within the Hijaz, there were groups already leaning toward a single god, criticizing idols and experimenting with a devotional style that overlapped in certain themes with the later Islamic message. The vocabulary of submission and the idea of turning toward one god in prayer were not unknown. At the same time, older pagan practices were showing signs of strain. Stories circulated about idols that failed to deliver help, about divination that frustrated its users, about sacred objects treated with impatience or even ridicule when they did not answer urgent needs. Such anecdotes, whether fully accurate or sharpened in retelling, reflect a broader atmosphere. Religious eclecticism increasing as confidence in traditional gods weakened. Some people hedged their bets with mixed oaths and blended invocations. In an age of uncertainty, flexibility often replaces purity. In Mecca itself, God was not an unfamiliar name even before Islam. Many people could speak of a supreme creator while still participating in a crowded pantheon. In that world, God could be acknowledged as highest without being treated as only. The revolution, then, was not merely the introduction of God into Mecca. It was the insistence that the highest was the only, and that intermediaries, images, and local cult bargains were no longer acceptable. It forced choices that made private belief. It forced choices that made private belief a public issue. The established elites saw the danger quickly. A message that judged wealth, mocked hoarding, and warned of accountability did not only threaten religious practice. It threatened status. It threatened the moral language that justified dominance. It threatened the economic engine that pilgrimage supported. It was meant as a warning, but it also was meant as a warning. But it also captured what was happening. In the emerging community, ties of belief began to override older bonds. Households split, friendships shifted, alliances reorganized. A new identity was forming, and it did not ask permission from the old one. The Quran's early followers were often described as unusually intense in devotion. Night vigils, private recitation, and a willingness to endure mockery marked the earliest phase. At first, the ruling circles could treat this as a curiosity, a small group stirred by a charismatic preacher. Over time, the implications became unavoidable. The message did not simply offer private comfort, it demanded public change. It refused to accept the sacred marketplace as it was. The pressure of monotheism on the Hijaz came from multiple directions, but the new preaching in Mecca gave it a single voice and a single center. It blended local language traditions with broader theological currents already present in the region. It drew on familiar forms of elevated speech, while redirecting them toward a new purpose. It also carried an ambition that went beyond personal piety. Belief was linked to obedience, and obedience implied order. A unified God implied a unified community, at least as an ideal, even if human beings repeatedly failed to live up to it. The tension between ideal unity and real disagreement appears early and never disappears. The message could claim that God unites hearts in a way wealth cannot purchase. Yet it could also acknowledge that people will continue to differ. That contradiction is not a flaw that later history exposed. It is part of the script from the beginning. A single creed can pull people toward one center, and at the same time, the same human impulses that fracture every society can fracture this one as well. In that space between the ideal and the real, politics grows. In the earliest period, however, the dominant fact was momentum. A small circle becoming a movement becoming a community beginning to imagine itself as more than a local reform. The old order in Mecca sensed that the change was not reversible. They could see that the new message would not settle quietly into the existing system. And they were right. The coming years would involve exile, conflict, and a new political centre beyond Mecca. The recited word that began as an experience in private spaces would soon become the language of public authority. What began as sound would become a social force. What began as a claim about God would become a claim about community. What began as a challenge to idols would become a challenge to the foundations of Meccan life. A new unity would form, and the cost of that unity would be rupture, the breaking of familiar bonds so that a different kind of bond could take their place. And once that bond existed, it did not remain confined. The message travelled along routes already carved by trade and tribal movement. It entered regions shaped by older empires and older religious systems. It encountered populations already accustomed to the idea that religion and rule belong together. In that environment, the new community's political theology could be understood, adapted, and expanded. History rarely moves in a straight line. It turns, folds back, and repeats under new conditions. The early Islamic story contains that pattern from the start. A force that gathers, a reality that resists, a unity that forms, and the disagreements that follow behind it. The recited text stands at the centre of the cycle, not as a passive record, but as an active engine, shaping how people heard the world, named the world, and acted within it. The observers who met Muhammad's community in Medina described something they had not expected to find in Western Arabia. A disciplined, collective body that moved as if it had been trained for years. One Meccan notable reportedly compared the scene to the order he associated with the great empires of his age. Another visitor, well-travelled and familiar with royal courts, spoke in the language of astonishment. He claimed he had never seen followers so tightly bound to a leader, so quick to respond, so intent on every gesture. These reports are saturated with admiration and also with an edge of disbelief. They describe men standing still in attentive ranks, rushing to obey the smallest signal, treating the traces of a leader's ritual acts as if they carried blessing. Whether every detail was observed exactly as later tellers repeated it is less important than what the stories reveal about perception. Medina looked, to some outsiders, like a new kind of social machine. The cohesion was not tribal in the old sense, yet it could outmatch tribal loyalty. It had the intensity of faith and the discipline of organisation. That transformation had a clear turning point: the emigration from Mecca to Medina in 622. In Mecca, Muhammad had become more than a solitary religious seeker. To his opponents, he was now a destabilizing force, challenging the city's established religious economy and, by extension, the status of those who profited from it. The social cost was obvious. Families split along lines of belief. Long-standing bonds of kinship strained under a new loyalty that did not recognize clan boundaries as ultimate. For the Meccan elite, leaving the city carried a harsh meaning. In a tribal world, to withdraw from the protection of one's own group was an extreme act associated with dangerous ruptures and irrevocable conflict. The emigration was therefore felt not only as a political problem but as a moral shock. It looked like a deliberate severing of blood ties. That emotional charge would linger. Later, memory gave the move wider meanings: striving, salvation, commitment. But for those watching from Mecca, the first meaning was separation. Medina itself was not a single compact city in the manner of Mecca. It was a patchwork of cultivated land and scattered settlements, date groves and fields, a place whose livelihoods depended on agriculture and local fortification rather than on a concentrated pilgrimage economy. Its residents were diverse and included tribes with different origins and different religious orientations. Some groups already lived within forms of monotheistic tradition, and literacy appears to have been more present there than in many other Arabian towns. When Muhammad arrived, tradition remembers a dramatic welcome. Regardless of how theatrical later retellings became, the political logic is easier to grasp if Medina is seen as a town seeking stability. Its internal rivalries were real, and the arrival of an outsider with a growing following offered both risk and opportunity. A leader who could arbitrate disputes, command loyalty, and reshape alliances could be useful, especially if his message already had supporters inside the town. The sources also suggest that Medina's reception of Muhammad was not solely a matter of spiritual attraction. Practical incentives mattered. A new leadership could reframe economic life, regulate markets, and provide a focal place where political decisions and communal rituals intersected. The earliest mosque functioned not only as a space of worship, but also as a civic centre. In the environment of Medina, religion and administration did not sit in separate buildings. They shared the same ground. At the level of belief, the Medinan period brought sharper definition. Early preaching had emphasized monotheism, moral warning, and the reality of judgment. In Medina, communal boundaries became urgent questions. Who belonged? What obligations did membership bring? How were disputes settled? How should allies and rivals be treated? The answers increasingly shaped a distinct identity, one that drew lines not only against polytheism but also against other monotheistic communities when cooperation broke down. This shift can be understood as a predictable stage in state formation. Early movements often begin with broad invitations. Once they attempt to govern, they require clearer categories. Distinctions that were blurred in the beginning become fixed under pressure. Identity hardens through confrontation as much as through attraction. Labels change accordingly, and a community that once might have described itself in general terms adopts a more specific name for itself. Medina's political model also drew on older Arabian patterns, especially the practice of forming alliances that placed a respected figure at the centre as judge and decision-maker. Yet the new community went beyond the old structure of blood-based solidarity. Its unity was framed as loyalty to a single god and to the messenger who represented divine authority. That reframing mattered. A tribe could argue about ancestry and status. A community organized around revelation introduced a different kind of hierarchy. Obedience was no longer only a social contract between equals, but an obligation presented as sacred. One of the most striking features of this period is the early use of writing as governance. Arabia had long been dominated by oral authority, oaths, poetry, public speech, memory. Writing existed but was unevenly distributed and often treated as specialized knowledge. In Medina, written agreements and letters appear as tools for integration, administration, and outreach. Prisoners captured in conflict could be required to teach writing. Envoys carried documents that demanded allegiance, promised protection, or defined obligations. The practical effect was profound. Words could travel farther than any individual voice, and authority could be projected beyond direct personal presence. At the same time, the Quran existed primarily as recitation, not as a bound book. Pieces were memorized and repeated, and fragments could also circulate in written form. The earliest material likely moved as short, forceful units, passages easy to remember, intense in tone, strong in rhythm. That rhythm, along with the social power of public recitation, allowed religious language to function as mass communication in a culture already trained to treat high speech as a source of prestige and force. There was another communications layer, even more immediate than longer recitations. Short formulas that carried theological and political meaning in a few words. Such phrases work because they are easily repeated. They unify crowds through synchronized speech. They turn belief into sound. In a region where public utterance already served as a marker of identity, these compact declarations could spread quickly, especially once they were attached to regular communal prayer and public gathering. By the late 620s, Medina was no longer simply a refuge. It was an emerging power center using multiple instruments at once: persuasion, alliance, and when needed, armed action. Raiding was a familiar tactic across Arabia, embedded in the economy and the honor culture of many groups. Under a new leadership, raiding could also be organized with a new rationale and a new administrative framework. Shares, distribution, rules of conduct, and claims that framed conflict as morally meaningful. The early confrontations with Meccan forces had a decisive psychological impact. Success against superior numbers created the sense that the movement was not only surviving, but destined. In societies where strength attracts followers, victory can do more than any argument. It alters calculations. It shifts loyalties. It changes what seems possible. At the same time, the conflicts did not unfold as a simple drama of two pure camps. The old and the new were entangled through family ties and personal relationships. People on opposing sides could be relatives, former partners, or long-known acquaintances. The struggle was political, but it was also intimate. Even the cultural habits of Arabia did not disappear in the new order. Poetry continued to matter as a weapon of reputation and morale. Battle songs, taunts, and praise remained part of the atmosphere. Older patterns of leadership also persisted. A leader who distributed resources, rewarded allies, reconciled opponents, and used incentives to stabilize a coalition was acting in ways that would have been recognizable in earlier tribal politics, even when the justification now invoked divine sanction. Over time, this blend of faith, organization, and calculated outreach expanded Medina's influence across the peninsula. Military pressure was sometimes used, but diplomacy and coalition building were equally important. Envoys moved from tribe to tribe. Delegations came to Medina to negotiate, pledge allegiance, or seek protection. For many groups, submission was not only a private matter of theology, it was also a public contract. Recognition of authority in exchange for security, access, or inclusion in a widening network. The turning point came when Mecca capitulated in 630. This was not only a spiritual victory, it was also a strategic settlement. The old Meccan elite understood that prolonged resistance was costly and uncertain. Joining the rising power could preserve influence and protect wealth. Revolutions often absorb the very classes they first opposed, and once that happens, change becomes a mixture of rupture and continuity. In Mecca's case, the pilgrimage center was transformed in its religious meaning, but the city's centrality and its prosperity remained. Some institutions even kept their custodians. Control of sacred access continued to rest with the hereditary group that held the physical keys. The smiles of gatekeepers, recorded in local sayings, hint at an older reality. Sanctuaries generate revenue, and management of the sacred can be an economic role as much as a ceremonial one. The new monotheism reshaped the shrine's meaning, but it did not erase the city's ancient logic as a magnet for people and money. Meanwhile, the outreach from Medina intensified. The movement began to operate like a communication state. Writing, envoys, public recitation, Short formulas and ritual gatherings created a constant flow of message and allegiance. Chiefs were targeted because chiefs brought followers. Agreements multiplied because agreements bound groups at a distance. The effect was cumulative. Each new pledge made the next one easier. Success created the fear of being left behind. A wave of alignment followed, and by 631, the peninsula was, for a brief moment, more unified under a single centre than it had ever been before. That unity was never simple, and it would not remain unbroken. But the speed of its formation is one of the most striking facts of the period. A society built on dispersed loyalties, deep rivalries, and shifting alliances was drawn into a new framework through an unusual combination: a compelling religious language, a leader with political skill, and an administrative use of communication tools that multiplied his reach far beyond the limits of face-to-face authority. A tempting explanation for Medina's sudden cohesion is geopolitical. By the early 7th century, the Sasanian-Persian sphere pressed in from several directions. In Yemen, Persian authority was no rumour but an administrative fact, with officials and garrisons tied to wider imperial strategy. On the Gulf side, Persian influence had long shaped coastal trade and local power balances. And in the north, the Persians had recently made dramatic gains in the Levant, and even into Egypt, at least for a time. From far away, it can look like a three-point squeeze around Arabia. Encirclement. It is easy to imagine that encirclement. It is easy to imagine that Arabia's new unity was, in part, a defensive tightening of the ranks. Some later stories even amplify the sense of Persian reach, hinting at fire cults spreading and charismatic figures resisting them. Whether those tales preserve memory or build legend, they show that Persia could function as a powerful concept in the Arab imagination. The formidable outsider, the non-Arab other, the benchmark against which identity was sharpened. Still, this explanation remains suggestive rather than conclusive. Large strategic designs often become visible only when later historians draw lines across a map. People living through events rarely experience grand strategy as a clean pattern. They feel local pressures, rivalries, sudden opportunities, and immediate threats. Even if Persian expansion helped shape the atmosphere, daily decisions were likely made for reasons closer to home. Alliances, security, food supplies, trade routes, and the management of a fragile coalition. In politics, improvisation frequently matters more than master plans. Inside the new unity, the most persistent internal tension came from a group whose way of life centered on independence. Nomadic, tribal Arabs valued autonomy so strongly that outside control could look like humiliation. Yet, the Medinan project required the opposite: coordinated obedience, shared obligations, and a public discipline expressed through common ritual. A community built for collective action needs predictable behaviour. A culture built for self-direction resists predictability. This created a dilemma. The nomadic tribes possessed what the new polity needed: mobility, knowledge of terrain, the tactical habits of raiding, and the ability to pressure rivals. At the same time, those same traits could make them dangerous partners. Uncontrolled raiding could ignite feuds, undermine treaties, and fracture the coalition. The settled base could provide stability and administration, but it also risked rigidity, slow response, and internal complacency. The new state had to harness the energy of the nomads without letting that energy tear it apart. Early Islamic tradition preserves an ambivalent view of these tribes. Some sayings praise them as the raw material from which a larger polity could be built. Other lines treat them as unreliable or spiritually shallow. The Quran itself includes sharp judgments that portray certain desert groups as hard to discipline and quick to fall into double dealing. The message is not that desert people were uniquely flawed, but that the new political religious order demanded a form of loyalty that was difficult for anyone whose honor code was designed around personal and tribal independence. That tension spilled into a deeper distinction between public submission and inward conviction. Some nomadic groups could join the community, adopt its outward practices, and accept its authority, while remaining hesitant about its inner spiritual claims. A text that addresses a community in formation can speak in two registers at once. One aimed at the heart, and one aimed at social order. And in that environment, belonging could be enforced and visible. Believing, by its nature, remained private. This is one of the keys to understanding how the Medinan project expanded so rapidly. A large coalition can form without requiring that every member experience faith in the same depth. A state can grow by standardizing conduct, not by measuring what lies in people's minds. If the public rules are kept, the inner condition becomes difficult to police. That pragmatic separation, outward conformity alongside varied inner commitment, was not an accident. It is a common feature of political movements that also carry a moral message. The difference becomes clearer when the word religion is not treated as a purely private conviction. In many historical settings, what modern audiences call religion was also law, public identity, and social contract. In that older framework, saying yes to God and saying yes to the political order could be part of the same act. A doctrine of strict unity, insisting that the divine and the communal form one whole, only intensified a pattern already widespread across the ancient world. Yet a doctrine of unity does not guarantee durable unity. A movement can be centered on one leader, one message, and one moment of extraordinary cohesion, and still face a predictable crisis when that leader dies. That crisis arrived in 632. Near the end of his life, Muhammad led the pilgrimage and delivered a sermon remembered for its insistence on the sacredness of life and property, and for a striking claim of human equality. Nobility, the message implied, could not be grounded in lineage or ethnicity, only in piety. It was an inclusive vision, and it fit a community that already contained different origins and social statuses. But one issue was left unresolved in a way that would echo for centuries: succession. In the final illness, another figure led the prayers, and many interpreted that choice as a sign of who should take charge. Others were not convinced. What began as a manageable disagreement would, within a few decades, widen into deep fractures that later generations experienced as defining. After Muhammad's death, memory preserved him in intimate details as well as in grand claims. Stories show a man who could be restrained and gentle, capable of humour, attentive to small acts of daily life, and also a leader who carried immense political weight. Over time, reverence veiled him more and more. In many Muslim societies, portraying him became unthinkable. Presence turned into absence, and absence itself became a form of respect. The figure remained central while the face became inaccessible. What endured most powerfully was not a kingdom bounded by walls, but a language and a text. Arabic gained a new prominence because sacred speech was heard as Arabic, recited in Arabic, and tied to communal practice. Identity became anchored in a shared soundscape. Prayer, formula, recitation, repeated phrases that fixed a common rhythm across distance and difference. Whatever Arabs had been before, this new order emphasized a unifying vocabulary that could outlast a single ruler or a single generation. A social contract had formed, not in the modern secular sense, but as a covenant linking communal obligations to divine authority. Earlier, Arabian societies had known forms of shared cult and political unity, especially in the south, sometimes with a flexible tolerance for older gods and local autonomy. The Medinan model was different. It rested on strict monotheism and on the idea that prophecy had reached its final point. That created an unusual kind of centralization. Authority was not only located in a city, it was located in time, in a completed revelation, in a message that would not be renewed by later prophetic voices. History, however, did not stop. Life continued, disputes continued, ambition continued. The community had to interpret, govern, and expand with no new revelation to settle every question. That pressure pushed politics to the front. The state could still act as if it carried a single will, but the people within it did not always agree on how that will should be understood. One place makes the larger transformation visible in stone. In Sanira, a major mosque was established in a landscape already layered with older power. Persian administration, earlier Christian building projects, and the deeper indigenous past of southern Arabia. Sacred architecture did not begin from nothing. It reused materials, absorbed motifs, and took its place among older monuments. The new orientation to Mecca marked a shift, but the physical environment declared continuity as loudly as change. That is a useful way to picture the Medinan Revolution as a whole. The society it created was new in its discipline and in its claim to universal unity. Yet it was built from existing materials, tribal structures, trade networks, diplomatic habits, the prestige of high speech, and the administrative possibilities of writing. Observers who saw the praying ranks were not simply watching a new ritual. They were watching a new kind of collective energy take hold of a people long used to division. Some may have sensed, even then, what shared ideology can do in the machinery of history. A coherent creed, repeated daily in public, can turn scattered groups into a single force. It can create confidence, coordination, and momentum. And when that force looks outward, it can build something larger than a city-state. It can move fast, so fast in fact, that those who witnessed the first disciplined ranks could not have guessed how quickly the balance of the region would begin to change. Muhammad stands at the center of early Islamic history and remains one of the most influential individuals in the broader story of humanity. Yet describing him as a typical Arab is difficult, not because he lacked an Arabian background, but because his life moved beyond the social patterns around him. Over time, devotion and memory magnified his presence so intensely that he became both a historical figure and a symbol, grounded in events yet surrounded by layers of reverence that blur the boundary between biography and ideal. Even the idea of a typical Arab is hard to define. The peoples called Arabs were diverse from the start, and their identity shifted across regions and generations. Still, one thing is clear. The decades around Muhammad's lifetime created a powerful current that carried many Arabian contemporaries into lamivs far removed from their original settings. The process scattered people across vast distances, but it also produced a shared experience. In other periods of history, young men from very different backgrounds have been swept into the same imperial system and come home shaped by a common story. Something similar happened here as the peninsula's old patterns broke open and new horizons became real. Now and then, one individual's trajectory captures that wider transformation. A striking example comes from a southern Arabian leader, known in later memory by a nickname meaning the Towsled or the Unkempt. He was born in Hadramaut, at the far end of Arabia's southern world, into a ruling line that once belonged to a tribe with big ambitions. That tribe had previously attempted to unify parts of the peninsula, experimenting with leadership and alliances, and failing. After those failures, many of its people withdrew southward and settled into a landscape of deep valleys cut into harsh plateaus, places that could feel distant from the main political storms of Arabia. That distance did not last. As Muhammad's influence expanded, envoys and messengers began to reach far beyond the familiar circuits of Mecca and Medina. In the early 600s, delegations arrived from across the peninsula, responding to the rise of a new power and a new message. The Hadrami leader travelled north with one such group and encountered the political and spiritual magnetism that had begun drawing tribes into a single orbit. Like many other visitors, he returned home connected to a rapidly growing centre. Then, everything changed. Muhammad died, and the unity he had built became suddenly uncertain. Across the peninsula, alliances loosened. Many communities did not return to old pagan cults in any full sense, but they did pull back from centralised control, especially from the demands that accompanied it. Obligations that had seemed tolerable while Muhammad was alive now felt heavier. Loyalty to Medina began to look optional again. In the south, the Hadrami leader joined the wave of withdrawal. Songs and celebrations were reported in later tradition, emphasizing the sense of relief that some local groups felt at breaking away. Distance encouraged confidence. Hadramaut was far from Medina, and the old instincts of autonomy ran deep. Medina responded with speed and force. The new leadership could not allow the network of allegiances to unravel, because the entire political project depended on it. Military pressure and negotiated surrenders followed. The Hadrami leader was captured and taken north, where a second dramatic turn occurred. He was pardoned and absorbed into the ruling circle through a marriage alliance, the kind of political bond that had long functioned across Arabia. In a matter of months, a man who had broken away from Medina became tied to it more tightly than before. From that point, his life expanded outward, mirroring the wider Arab movement beyond the peninsula. He fought in major battles against Byzantium and Persia, suffered wounds, and then settled in a new garrison town in Iraq, one of several military colonies that quickly became permanent cities. From there, he joined campaigns in the frontier zones, beyond the old Imperial core. He entered the internal conflicts that erupted within the early community, taking sides in struggles that shaped the political future of the Caliphate. In later memory, he became a controversial figure, blamed by some for decisions made in moments of chaos when compromise and survival collided. His story captures a broader reality. In 1 or 2 generations, many Arabs moved from tribal politics and local rivalries into an imperial world. Older ideals did not vanish, but new ambitions emerged. Status was no longer measured only in horses, household, and local honour. It could be measured in banners, governors' posts, and proximity to power. The change created opportunity, but also risk. The higher the seat, the more dangerous the fall. After Muhammad's death, 2 urgent questions dominated the moment. The first was leadership. A successor was chosen from his tribe among those closest to him, and that choice resembled older Arabian practices of selection and consensus. Yet the role now carried greater authority than most pre-Islamic chiefs had ever held. The decision was accepted, but not without hesitation and delay from some prominent figures. That early disagreement did not immediately shatter the community, but it planted fractures that later generations would experience as decisive. The second question was more immediate. Would the community remain intact at all? As news of Muhammad's death spread, many tribes treated earlier commitments as personal to him, rather than binding to Medina permanently. They may have continued certain outward practices, but they resisted what mattered most to the new leadership: the idea of a centralized authority with the right to demand obedience and collect dues. This conflict revealed a key tension within the early Islamic order: outward membership versus inward conviction. A person could adopt the public rituals and still resist the political obligations. The early state could accept personal belief as a private matter, but it could not accept the withholding of taxes and allegiance. The result was a series of confrontations remembered as a time of backsliding and rebellion. Some cases involved tribal leaders who insisted that they remained within the community while rejecting fiscal control. From Medina's perspective, that distinction was impossible. Prayer and payment were treated as a single package because the state couldn't survive if it allowed a model of belonging without obligation. Hard decisions followed, and harsh examples were made. Military commanders who were strategically vital were often protected from punishment, even when their methods caused outrage, because the survival of the state overrode moral clarity. At the same time, rebellion took another form: the rise of rival prophets and charismatic claimants. In a sense, this was a consequence of Muhammad's success. He had demonstrated how powerful sacred speech, leadership, and organization could be. Others tried to replicate that formula, combining old Arabian patterns of inspired proclamation with new expectations shaped by Islam's rapid growth. Some gained mass followings and created competing centers of authority. One rival was especially formidable in Eastern Arabia, building a movement that sounded familiar while challenging Medina's claim to exclusive legitimacy. Another claimant emerged in the south, tied to older styles of leadership and local power struggles. A third figure, including at least one prominent woman, appears in later tradition as part of this turbulent landscape, showing that charismatic authority was not confined to a single social type. Some of these movements collapsed quickly. Others were defeated only after heavy losses. Despite later portrayals of a total war across the entire peninsula, the outcome likely depended on a mix of decisive battles, targeted intimidation, negotiation, and the political inertia of many communities. Not every group fought to the last. Many calculated that accommodation was safer than isolation, especially once Medina proved that it could reach even distant regions. When the rebellions were contained, the leadership faced a strategic problem: how to keep newly subdued tribes united. A powerful solution presented itself beyond Arabia's borders. External campaigns could redirect energies outward and offer shared reward. In effect, conquest became both a political adhesive and an economic outlet. Soon, Arab forces moved north into Byzantine territory. The timing mattered. Byzantium and Persia had just exhausted themselves in a long struggle that left their frontier systems strained. Arab armies, smaller and more mobile, used speed and maneuver to exploit openings. Many scattered garrisons withdrew or negotiated. Local Arab-speaking communities in the region sometimes aligned with the newcomers, and the wider population watched and waited, often silent, adjusting to whichever authority proved durable. In these early decades, the boundaries between religious communities could be less rigid in practice than they would become later. In some places, Muslims and Christians shared spaces of worship for a time. Social cooperation and administrative continuity also occurred. A new ruling order still relied on local expertise, bureaucrats, and translators. Cultural contact followed political change, including the transfer of medical and scientific learning that would later flourish under Islamic rule. The result was a dramatic expansion, faster than most contemporaries could have imagined. It turned Arabia from a peripheral zone into the driving center of a new imperial system. The movement also carried older tensions with it: rivalries within the ruling elite, competition for authority, and the challenge of governing diverse populations. What began as a unifying breakthrough in Arabia quickly became a larger, more complex struggle over power, legitimacy, and identity. In that sense, the period after Muhammad's death did not simply continue his project. It transformed it. His achievement had been an unprecedented unity of purpose at the heart of Arabia. His successors had to convert that unity into institutions, armies, and governance under conditions he did not live to manage. The empire that followed was not inevitable, but the momentum created by the early community made it possible. And once it began, it reshaped the region and then the world. In the regions taken from Byzantium, many inhabitants adjusted quickly to the arrival of the new rulers. In parts of Syria and Palestine, large communities of Christians who followed theological traditions rejected by Constantinople had long lived under suspicion and pressure. For some of these groups, the new authorities from Arabia appeared less intrusive than the imperial administration they replaced. Jewish communities in several cities also seem to have accepted the new situation with little resistance. Stability mattered more than ideology, and everyday life continued under different masters. Most people were not soldiers. Armies fought and cities sometimes resisted, but the majority of the population remained in their villages and towns. They paid the new taxes, complained about them, then adapted. Over time, many realized that the burden was manageable and that local routines could continue. The transition from Byzantine or Persian rule to the authority of Medina often involved less disruption than might be expected from later descriptions of dramatic conquest. The advance was not effortless. Some strongholds resisted stubbornly. One coastal city in Palestine held out through a prolonged siege before finally surrendering. Fighting could be intense and personal. Stories circulated of individuals driven by grief or fury into desperate acts of violence, illustrating the emotional intensity of the conflicts. Warfare remained brutal, even when victories came quickly. The decisive turning point in the struggle against Byzantium came in the summer of 636 at the river Yarmouk. The Arab army gathered in full strength, facing an imperial force of similar size. For weeks, clashes broke out across the rugged landscape before a final confrontation determined the outcome. The Byzantine formations eventually collapsed, and many soldiers were trapped in the ravines along the river. The defeat permanently weakened imperial control over Syria. Despite later portrayals of a simple religious conflict, the battle lines were not clearly divided along ethnic or confessional boundaries. Arab tribes fought on both sides. Some groups had long served the empire as allies and continued to do so. Others shifted their allegiance as circumstances changed. Loyalties could follow kinship ties or personal honor rather than political ideology. While Byzantine authority declined in the west, the confrontation with Persia unfolded in the east. Here, the Arab armies encountered a civilization that had defined their world for centuries. Persian court culture appeared distant and elaborate compared with the simpler traditions of Arabia, and the contrast became a theme in later accounts. Yet these encounters also revealed a meeting between two different political traditions, rather than a simple clash between civilization and barbarism. Negotiations sometimes broke down in dramatic fashion, and war followed. The decisive struggle occurred near the edge of the fertile lands of Iraq, where irrigated fields gave way to open steppe. Arab forces advanced from the desert toward the rich agricultural regions that had long attracted raiders. Facing them stood a larger imperial army determined to defend the heart of the Persian realm. Numbers reported in later sources vary widely, but the outcome is clear. Mobility and discipline helped the Arab forces withstand repeated attacks. Archery played a crucial role, with volleys of arrows cutting through heavy armor. After prolonged fighting, the Persian army collapsed. The victory opened the way to the great cities of Mesopotamia and beyond. For many of the warriors involved, the scale of what lay ahead was difficult to grasp. They had set out to raid neighbouring lands and found themselves standing at the threshold of an empire. The fertile countryside of Iraq, with its canals and palm groves, represented wealth beyond anything familiar in Arabia. Yet the conquest of the entire Persian plateau and the distant regions beyond remained almost unimaginable. The collapse of Persian power transformed the political landscape. Ancient dynasties disappeared, and once famous cities declined. Old centres of culture lost their importance as new towns rose nearby. Monuments from earlier ages fell into ruin, and traditions that had defined earlier generations faded from memory. The first generation of conquerors often showed little attachment to the pre-Islamic past. Earlier traditions were increasingly described as an age of ignorance, something to be left behind. The momentum of expansion pushed attention forward rather than backward. Success seemed to confirm the belief that a new era had begun. Rapid expansion owed much to favourable conditions. Neighbouring empires had been weakened by years of war, while the Arab armies were hardened by recent campaigns within Arabia. Leadership combined negotiation with force, and opportunities were exploited quickly. Luck and timing played their part as well, contributing to victories that might otherwise have been impossible. Once internal rebellions were suppressed, expansion beyond Arabia became a practical necessity. Unified tribes that had previously fought one another now needed new outlets for their energy. External campaigns provided both purpose and reward. Conquest bound the community together as effectively as belief. The new empire grew with extraordinary speed. Within a single generation, Arab armies moved across thousands of kilometers. Small groups of migrants settled in distant lands, establishing new communities that maintained connections with their origins. Families became scattered from North Africa to Central Asia, creating networks that stretched across the known world. These movements were carried out mostly overland. Leaders often preferred routes accessible by camel, which provided mobility and supply without dependence on ships. Occasionally, expeditions crossed the sea, but these ventures were exceptions rather than the rule. Despite remarkable successes, the conquerors remained few in number. Garrisons were established in key locations, but vast regions contained only scattered Arab settlers. Expansion often outpaced consolidation. Some campaigns produced only temporary control, and later, generations would struggle to maintain what had been won so quickly. The new empire depended on a combination of military strength and economic organization. After a city was taken, one of the first steps was often the establishment of a market. Trade expanded alongside administration, transforming former raiders into merchants and tax collectors. Markets and places of worship appeared side by side, reflecting the dual nature of the new order. Taxation became the foundation of imperial stability. Non-Muslim communities paid levies in exchange for security and autonomy. Agricultural regions were especially valuable, and revenues from irrigated lands provided steady income. Leaders understood that prosperity depended on preserving productive systems, rather than destroying them. Violence against civilian populations was usually limited, though exceptions occurred when resistance persisted. More often, the conquerors preferred stable taxation to devastation. Economic benefit proved more reliable than destruction. The expansion also reshaped Arab society itself. Soldiers settled in new towns that served both as military bases and commercial centres. These settlements became places where nomadic traditions gradually gave way to urban life. Migration away from Arabia loosened older ties and created new identities. Intermarriage played a major role in this transformation. Men from Arabia married women from the conquered regions, and their descendants inherited mixed backgrounds. Over time, the distinction between Arab and non-Arab became less clear. Language and culture provided unity even as ancestry diversified. Newcomers often joined Arab tribes through formal affiliation, becoming part of the social structure while retaining memories of different origins. These relationships expanded the community far beyond its original size. Within a few generations, people of varied backgrounds identified with the same traditions and institutions. Cultural exchange followed political expansion. New influences entered the cities of Arabia itself, bringing different customs and styles of life. Some leaders tried to preserve older ways, urging simplicity and discipline, but change proved unstoppable. The society that had begun in the deserts of Arabia became increasingly cosmopolitan. Migration was not random. Authorities directed settlement to maintain control and ensure military readiness. New towns served as centres from which further campaigns could be launched. They also acted as places where former nomads could adapt to a more organised and stable way of life. Life in these settlements combined opportunity with obligation. Wealth flowed in from conquered territories, but military service remained essential. Families often stayed behind while men travelled on campaign, returning with goods and stories from distant lands. The transformation of Arabia's people was as significant as the expansion of their territory. What began as a regional movement developed into a vast political and cultural system. Within a few decades, communities that had once lived by tribal rhythms found themselves participating in an empire that stretched across continents. The deliberate movement of tribes into new settlements and the organization of large groups of fighters into structured communities might remind modern observers of later centralized systems of mass control. Yet the atmosphere in the early Islamic frontier cities was very different. These settlements combined strict military discipline with open commercial life, and they served a rapidly expanding state that was still defining its character. The great garrison towns of the early conquests, places such as Kufa and Basra in Iraq, Fustat in Egypt, and Kairawan in North Africa, stood at the edges of the known world like forward operating bases of a new civilization. Their strength came not from fleets and harbours, but from control of the deserts and caravan routes. The new Arab power rested on mobility across land, just as later, maritime empires would rely on oceans. These towns functioned both as fortresses and as centres of exchange, combining soldiers and merchants in a single system. In this sense, they resembled later trading outposts where commerce and conquest advanced together, though here the process unfolded across dry lands rather than sea lanes. Long before the conquest began, merchants from Western Arabia had developed partnership arrangements that allowed investors to share both risk and profit in trading ventures. These financial methods later became familiar across many parts of the world. When military expansion added new territories to this commercial foundation, the scale of activity increased dramatically. Frontier towns became staging grounds for campaigns while also acting as marketplaces linking distant regions. The leadership that directed these changes understood that constant raiding could bring quick wealth, but could not sustain a long-lasting state. Permanent prosperity required stable markets and functioning cities. The commercial background of the ruling elite helped shape this approach. They transformed the raw energy unleashed by religious and political unity into a more organized system that resembled the large empires that had dominated the region before them. With Persia collapsing and Byzantine power retreating, the opportunity existed to build a new imperial order in their place. For a time, the system functioned effectively. The new settlements were placed with strategic care. Basra stood near the head of the Gulf, where river and sea routes met. Kufa rose in the borderlands between cultivated fields and open steppe, close to the ruins of older civilizations. In Syria, long-established cities continued to serve as administrative centers, while the countryside was divided into military zones. In Egypt, a new settlement was founded near the Nile at the point where Upper and Lower Egypt joined, creating a base from which expeditions could move westward. Eventually, another major frontier city appeared in North Africa, linking inland routes with the caravan networks of the western deserts. Each of these settlements developed in its own way, but certain features appeared everywhere. Many began as enormous encampments that could be dismantled and moved if necessary. Early buildings were sometimes constructed from materials that could easily be taken apart when armies marched away. Over time, the temporary camps became permanent cities. Their populations grew quickly and included people from many regions. Some newcomers joined Arab tribes as allies and fought alongside them in early campaigns. In the beginning, they often received equal pay and status. But as Arab numbers increased and government resources tightened, these arrangements sometimes ended and foreign fighters were pushed aside. Despite these tensions, the frontier cities became culturally diverse places. Captives and immigrants brought architectural styles and building techniques from distant lands. Trade routes connected these settlements with regions as far away as India, Africa, and Central Asia. Goods from many parts of the known world passed through their markets. River routes and caravan roads carried timber, ivory, textiles, and agricultural products toward the new centres of power. Geography favoured some cities more than others, but everywhere growth was rapid and dramatic. Yet the same system that created strength also contained weaknesses. Many settlers retained the habits of nomadic life and could disperse quickly when hardship struck. More dangerous still, the population never fully merged into a unified community. Tribal identity remained strong. Military units marched under tribal banners, and the divisions of the battlefield were reproduced inside the cities themselves. Entire quarters were assigned to different tribal groups, each with its own gathering places and places of worship. Even collective religious life did not erase these separations. The ideal of a single united community remained powerful in theory, but older loyalties persisted in practice. Rivalries multiplied as time passed. Northern and southern tribal groups competed with one another. Large tribal confederations broke into smaller factions, and these smaller groups developed their own internal loyalties. Old patterns of competition returned once the momentum of conquest slowed. Expansion had held the system together, much as constant motion keeps mixed liquids from separating. When that motion slowed, divisions became visible again. Another difficulty lay in the moral framework of the early empire. The religious teachings that had inspired unity had not yet produced a fully developed social order. Military campaigns and territorial administration demanded constant attention, leaving little time to build stable institutions. Equality in principle did not always translate into equality in practice, especially between Arab conquerors and newly incorporated peoples. The early empire remained a society in transition, balancing inherited traditions with emerging ideals. Despite these tensions, the new settlements became centres from which Arabic language and culture spread across vast regions. Other conquerors in history often adopted the cultures of the lands they ruled. In this case, the opposite occurred. The original conquerors gradually blended into the populations they governed, but their language endured and became the medium of administration, trade, and learning. Over generations, the original tribal identities faded while a broader cultural identity took shape. The departure of so many ambitious people transformed Arabia itself. Migration drained the peninsula of talent and energy. The old homeland became a sacred centre visited for religious reasons, but no longer the main stage of political or intellectual life. Leadership and scholarship shifted to the new cities. Within a few generations, the great cultural centres lay far from the original homeland. Economic changes reinforced this transformation. Regular payments were introduced for those who had participated in the early struggles of the community. These stipends provided a secure livelihood and passed from one generation to the next. The intention was to distribute wealth fairly and support the growing society, but dependence on state payments became inevitable. At the same time, enormous quantities of treasure flowed into the new capitals from conquered lands. Wealth accumulated in private hands on a scale unknown in earlier times. Some early leaders maintained simple habits, but others became extremely rich. The contrast between early ideals and later realities became increasingly obvious. The concentration of wealth encouraged competition for influence. Political authority now controlled access to vast resources, and struggles for leadership intensified. At the same time, the written text of the sacred scripture was standardized and distributed across the empire. This effort helped preserve a common language and a shared religious reference point, even as political unity weakened. The written text became a central element in maintaining cultural cohesion across widely scattered regions. Yet, political unity proved harder to maintain. Disputes over authority emerged soon after the first generation of leaders passed away. At first, these disagreements were less about religious doctrine than about who should exercise power. Rival clans within the ruling tribe competed for leadership. Accusations of favoritism and corruption increased tensions. Governors drawn from powerful families controlled important provinces, and many observers saw this as a return to older patterns of privilege. Event marked a turning point. From that event marked a turning point. From that moment onward, political conflicts increasingly took on a religious dimension. Each side claimed to represent the true path, and compromise became more difficult. The next leader attempted to restore fairness and reduce inequality, but opposition quickly formed. Former allies turned into enemies, and armed conflict followed. One major battle pitted leading figures of the community against one another and resulted in heavy casualties. The struggle demonstrated that unity had broken down beyond repair. Another powerful rival soon emerged from a distant province and demanded justice for the earlier killing. The confrontation between the two sides grew into a long and destructive war. Fighting continued for months along the banks of a great river. The scale of violence surpassed earlier internal conflicts. Exhaustion finally brought the fighting to a halt, but no decisive settlement followed. Arbitration failed to resolve the dispute, and rival claims to leadership persisted. The outcome marked the end of the first period of unity. Political divisions hardened into lasting factions. Conflicts that began as struggles for authority evolved into deeper divisions that would shape later history. These divisions remained visible long after the original participants had disappeared. Near the end of the year 691, the Umayyad Caliph Abd al-Malik left Damascus and travelled east to the Iraqi city of Kufa. A decisive victory had just been won nearby. Musab ibn al-Zubayr, the brother of Abd Allah ibn al-Zubayr and the main commander of the anti-Umayyad forces in Iraq, had fallen in battle. The rebellion that had divided the empire for years was collapsing. In the governor's palace at Kufa, Abd al-Malik stood before the severed head of his defeated enemy, a grim sign that the struggle for power was nearing its end. Stood in this same hall before, and had stood in this same hall before, and had seen other heads displayed in the same place. First, he had seen the head of Hussein, the grandson of the Prophet, placed there by the governor Ibn Ziyad. Later, he had returned and seen the head of Ibn Ziyad himself displayed after his death. Still later, he had seen the head of Mukhtar, who had led a revolt in Hussein's name. Now, Musab's head rested before the caliph. Hearing this, Abd al-Malik reportedly ordered that part of the hall be demolished, as if to break the chain of violent memories that hung over the place. The sequence of deaths reflected the troubled decades that followed the rise of the Umayyad dynasty. Hussein, the son of Ali, had attempted to challenge Umayyad authority in 680 but was killed with his followers. His death became the defining tragedy for those who supported the family of Ali and would later be known as the Shia. Years afterward, Ibn Ziyad, the governor responsible for suppressing Hussein's revolt, was killed during an uprising led by Mukhtar, a radical supporter of the same cause. Mukhtar himself died not long afterward when forces loyal to Abd Allah ibn al-Zubayr defeated him and took control of Iraq. Now, Musab, who governed Iraq for his brother Abd Allah, had also fallen in battle. Abd Allah ibn al-Zubayr continued to resist in Mecca, but his defeat was approaching. These events stood in sharp contrast to the situation 3 decades earlier, when Muawiyah, founder of the Umayyad dynasty, had finally secured widespread recognition as caliph. The year of his victory had been celebrated as a time of unity. Looking back from the turmoil of Abd al-Malik's reign, that earlier optimism seemed misplaced. The empire had never truly become united. Muawiyah's rise marked the return of the old Meccan elite to power, though now ruling from Damascus instead of Mecca. Before the rise of Islam, the leading families of Mecca had dominated trade and politics in Western Arabia. Muhammad's message had overturned that order. After decades of struggle, Muawiyah restored his family's position in a new form. Many people accepted the change because it offered stability after years of conflict. The restoration of hereditary rule became clear when Muawiyah appointed his son Yazid as successor. This decision was controversial. Earlier, caliphs had been chosen through consultation or agreement, but never through direct inheritance. Opposition came less from religious argument than from traditional ideas of noble descent. Critics claimed that more distinguished families deserved leadership. The disputes reflected old rivalries within the tribe of Quraysh, rivalries that had existed long before Islam. Islam had taught that true honor came from faith rather than ancestry. It had emphasized a community united by belief rather than tribe. Yet political reality often returned to older patterns. Leaders still measured prestige through lineage and family reputation. Arguments about noble descent continued to influence politics, even as religious ideals proclaimed equality. Later generations described the early Islamic movement as a transformation from tribal society to a religious state. Loyalty was now directed toward the worship of one God, rather than toward ancestral traditions. The new faith had brought victories, migrations, and expansion across vast territories. Peoples from different regions had become part of a single religious community. Yet beneath this new unity, older forms of competition survived. Some later traditions claimed that Muhammad himself predicted the change. According to these accounts, he said that the caliphate would last 30 years and would then be replaced by kingship. Whether authentic or not, such sayings reflected later dissatisfaction with Umayyad rule. Muawiyah had transformed the solidarity created by Islam into a system centered on his own family. Instead of a community guided primarily by religious ideals, power resembled that of earlier Arab monarchies. The Umayyads could be seen both as the first Islamic dynasty and as the last continuation of older Arab kingship. Stories circulated that illustrated this mixture of old and new. One tale described Muawiyah's mother Hind being told by a seer that she would bear a king. The prophecy proved accurate, though it ignored the religious revolution that made such kingship possible. Muawiyah's rule also continued earlier political traditions in Syria. Before the Muslim conquests, Arab client kings, known as the Ghassanids, had ruled the region on behalf of Byzantium. Their former subjects remained largely Christian and spoke Aramaic. Similar conditions existed farther east, where populations were neither Arab nor Muslim. The Umayyads governed these lands while maintaining outward loyalty to Islamic ideals, which provided legitimacy for their authority. At the same time, many Umayyad rulers enjoyed pleasures that religious critics later condemned. Wine drinking and court entertainment were common. Some caliphs developed reputations for extravagance. One ruler was said to have shown open disrespect toward the sacred text, earning a reputation as the disgrace of his family. Such stories were often repeated by later writers who opposed the Umayyads, yet they reflected genuine tensions between political power and religious expectation. For the caliphs, religious duties could be burdensome obligations rather than personal devotion. Delivering the weekly sermon at Friday prayer was part of the ruler's role. Abd al-Malik once complained that this responsibility had aged him prematurely. Religion served the state, but the state did not always reflect religious ideals. Muawiyah himself was widely respected as a capable ruler. He listened to complaints, studied history, and governed with patience. Contemporary observers praised the peace and stability of his reign. For many people, his rule seemed to restore order after years of chaos. Critics later accused the Umayyads of departing from Islamic tradition. Yet that tradition was still developing during their time. The older traditions of Arab kingship stretched back centuries. Muawiyah stood within that longer historical continuity. He was remembered as a leading figure among the Arabs, and under his leadership, Arab history followed its own established path. The Umayyad rulers combined elements of desert and city life. Like earlier Arab dynasties, they maintained ties with the nomadic tribes of the Syrian desert. These tribes provided military support and formed the backbone of Umayyad armies. Hunting and horse racing remained popular aristocratic pursuits. Desert residences were built where rulers could enjoy leisure and display their wealth. Some of these desert palaces were richly decorated. One of the most famous included paintings labelled in both Arabic and Greek. Scenes depicted rulers from distant lands as well as symbolic figures representing knowledge and victory. The decoration reflected a world in which Arab rulers now stood alongside the great powers of earlier history. Even the dome of the bathhouse displayed the stars of the sky, suggesting a universal perspective that extended far beyond Arabia. Despite these desert retreats, Damascus remained the center of power. The city stood within a fertile oasis and possessed a long history as a major urban center. Compared with the modest environment of Medina, Damascus represented wealth and luxury. Some observers saw it as dangerously worldly, a place where rulers risked forgetting spiritual values. Many leaders sought worldly reward alongside religious legitimacy. Governors negotiated their loyalty in exchange for wealth and authority. Control of provinces meant access to taxes and resources. The caliphal court depended on steady revenues to maintain its splendor. Visitors described palaces paved with marble and decorated with gold. Perfumes filled the halls and richly dressed attendants surrounded the ruler. Poets and scholars gathered at court, preserving the traditions of Arabic literature while adapting to new conditions. Some poets celebrated tribal values, while others reflected the emotional and refined tastes of urban society. Arabic culture itself was changing. Traditional poetry remained important, yet themes and styles evolved. Life in cities softened the harsh simplicity of desert existence. The transition from nomadic life to urban civilization reshaped Arab identity. The Umayyads also inherited artistic traditions from conquered lands. Architectural styles from Byzantine and Persian regions influenced their buildings. This blending reached its highest expression in religious architecture. The Great Mosque of Damascus stood on a site that had long been sacred. Before the Muslim conquest, it had served as the city's main church. For many years, Christians and Muslims shared the same complex. Eventually, the Christians moved to another location, and construction began on a grand new mosque. Thousands of craftsmen worked on the project, producing vast mosaics of trees, buildings, and flowing water. The images suggested a vision of paradise without depicting living creatures. Foreign visitors who saw the mosque recognized the strength of Umayyad rule. Some believed the Arabs would not endure as a lasting power, but the scale and beauty of the buildings suggested otherwise. One caliph considered removing the gold decoration and distributing the wealth to the poor. After visiting envoys expressed their admiration, he abandoned the plan. The splendor of the mosque demonstrated the permanence of the new order. The Umayyad state combined religious symbolism with older political traditions. Public devotion supported legitimacy, yet worldly power remained dominant. One observer later described the system as Islamic in appearance, but rooted in earlier customs and influenced by Byzantine imperial models. Only one ruler stood out for unusual piety. He lived simply and avoided luxury. His short reign left little lasting change, and the more worldly style of government soon returned. During the Umayyad period, religious scholarship was still developing. The sacred text existed, but the legal and theological systems that later defined Islam had not yet taken shape. Scholars who would later establish Islamic law were only beginning their work. At the same time, Arabs ruled a vast territory, stretching across continents. To secure their position among older civilizations, they developed stories about their distant past. Oral historians recounted ancient migrations and legendary kingdoms. These traditions linked the Arabs to earlier empires and gave historical depth to their new power. Genealogies connected Arab tribes to biblical figures. The ancestor, Ismail, became a unifying figure linking Arabs to the wider tradition of monotheism. Stories described his settlement in Mecca and his descendants, spreading across Arabia. These narratives gave Arabs a shared origin that strengthened their collective identity. Other traditions provided southern Arabs with their own ancestral figures. Over time, genealogies connected northern and southern groups within a single lineage. These constructions were less historical record than expressions of collective identity. Through such traditions, diverse peoples were incorporated into a single Arab community. Language and culture unified groups that had once been separate. Entire populations adopted Arabic identity through this process. Political unity required large numbers of Arab settlers across the empire. Southern Arabs provided essential reinforcements. Without them, the expanding empire might not have been sustainable. Administrative reforms strengthened this cultural unity. Abd al-Malik introduced new coinage, bearing Arabic inscriptions, and replaced Greek and Persian with Arabic as the language of government. This decision transformed Arabic into a language of administration and scholarship. Officials across the empire had to learn Arabic in order to advance. Writing expanded rapidly, and new script styles developed to meet administrative needs. Diacritical marks became more common, making reading easier. These reforms made Arabic both a sacred language and a practical one. The sacred text had preserved the language, but government administration spread it widely. Without this change, Arabic might have remained limited to religious use. The Arabic language became the bond connecting distant regions. Other languages gradually declined as Arabic expanded. The cultural influence of the Arabs outlasted their political dominance. Non-Arabs played an important role in preserving and developing Arabic culture. Scholars and poets from diverse backgrounds mastered the language and contributed to its literature. Some rose from humble origins through their skill with words. At the same time, Arab society faced internal divisions. Tribal rivalries persisted, especially between groups identified as Northern and Southern Arabs. These divisions reflected social differences between nomadic tribes and settled communities more than actual ancestry. Political struggles deepened these rivalries. Supporters of different leaders aligned along tribal lines. Conflicts in distant provinces often reflected these underlying divisions. The greatest division emerged between supporters of Ali and supporters of the Umayyads. The assassination of Ali and the death of his son Hussein created lasting bitterness. Hussein's defeat became a central event in the memory of his followers. Another major challenge came from Abd Allah ibn al-Zubayr, who established a rival caliphate in Mecca. His forces controlled large parts of the empire for many years. Eventually, Abd al-Malik defeated him after a long siege. Even after victory, unity remained fragile. Rebellions continued in Iraq, forcing the caliph to rely on harsh governors. One of these officials ruled with extreme severity, crushing opposition and executing thousands. His speeches threatened violence and promised punishment, and his reputation for cruelty became legendary. Despite such efforts, Arab society continued to change. The Arabic language spread, but spoken forms evolved as Arabs mixed with other peoples. Everyday speech became increasingly diverse. Foreign influences shaped the language through households, markets, and cities. The formal language of literature remained stable, while spoken dialects developed new forms. In time, Arabic became one of the great languages of civilization. It spread across vast regions and connected diverse peoples. Yet, the expansion of the language also transformed Arab identity itself. The spread of Arabic language and culture did not automatically mean the spread of Islam. Many people learned to speak Arabic while keeping their older beliefs, and even in later centuries, large communities of Arabic speakers remained outside the Islamic faith. Yet in the early period, conversion to Islam often required a person to attach himself to an Arab tribe as a client. These new members were known as maulas. Becoming a maula created a formal bond with Arab society, but it did not erase earlier traditions or identities. Most converts continued to preserve their own customs and ways of thinking, even while adopting the language and religion of their new rulers. Over time, Arabic and Islam began to create a wider cultural unity that included many different peoples. This unity did not erase diversity, but brought it together into a shared framework. Earlier, Arabs had defined themselves mainly in contrast to outsiders, especially through language. The distinction between Arabic speakers and non-Arabic speakers had once been clear. As more people adopted Arabic speech and culture, that distinction became blurred. The newcomers were no longer simply outsiders. They became part of the definition of what it meant to belong to the Arabic world. The career of the governor Ziyad shows how uncertain identity could become in this changing society. His origins were unclear, and even his parentage was disputed. Some believed he was the son of a Persian slave, while others claimed he was the illegitimate son of a powerful Meccan leader from the pre-Islamic period. Later, the ruling caliph publicly recognized him as a relative. Whatever his ancestry may have been, Ziyad rose to prominence through his intelligence and especially through his mastery of eloquent Arabic speech. Those who heard him speak as a young man believed that if he had been born into one of the great Arab families, he might have dominated the entire Arab world. Eventually, he secured a place within the leading tribe and became one of the most powerful officials in the empire. His rise showed that language and ability could sometimes matter more than birth. Long before the rise of Islam, the Arabic language had given its speakers a sense of common identity. After the emergence of the new religion, Arabic helped unify the expanding community even further. Yet this same process also weakened older tribal boundaries. As Arabic spread, it empowered people who had once stood outside the tribal system. The traditional solution had been to incorporate outsiders into tribes as clients or allies. This approach had worked while Arabs remained a minority, ruling a limited territory. It became far less effective when the empire expanded and non-Arabs came to outnumber the original conquerors. The ruling elite struggled to adapt to this new reality. Divisions appeared within Arab society itself, and leaders attempted to preserve older ideas of Arab privilege, even as the empire became increasingly diverse. Some reacted by emphasizing the superiority of Arabs and treating other peoples with contempt. Despite earlier religious teachings that stressed equality, many non-Arab groups were spoken of with hostility. Harsh language directed against Berbers, Slavs, Copts, Nabateans, and other communities reflected both arrogance and anxiety. Beneath the pride lay a fear that Arabs might lose control of the vast territories they had conquered. That fear was not unfounded. The empire continued to expand, and the armies that carried out new campaigns increasingly included large numbers of non-Arabs. One of the most striking examples of this development can be seen in the conquest of Spain. The commander who led the invasion across the strait into Iberia was Tariq ibn Ziyad, a Berber officer who was himself the client of another client family. His background illustrated how far the empire had moved from its original foundations. The story of Tariq's career began decades earlier, during the first conquests in Iraq, when Arab forces captured a group of prisoners that included scholars and soldiers from many backgrounds. Among them was a Christian Arab named Nusayr, who became a slave and later a freed client of the ruling family. His son, Musa ibn Nusayr, rose through the ranks and eventually commanded armies across North Africa. By the time his forces reached the Atlantic coast, they had absorbed so many Berber recruits that they could hardly be described as purely Arab armies. The problem then arose of how to reward the growing number of soldiers. Expansion had to continue if the armies were to be satisfied with land and wealth. Musa therefore turned his attention northward toward the Iberian Peninsula. In the year 711, he sent Tariq across the narrow sea to attack the Visigothic kingdom. The mountain where Tariq landed later took his name and became known as Gibraltar. The long history of Muslim Spain began with this expedition led by a Berber officer who descended from a line of former slaves. Although later historians described the conquest in strongly Arab terms, the reality was more complex. Stories were told in which Tariq delivered stirring speeches in elegant Arabic before battle, encouraging his soldiers to stand firm and promising them victory and reward. These accounts reflected the desire of later writers to present the conquest as an Arab achievement. In truth, many of the soldiers would not have understood such speeches, and the army itself was largely Berber in composition. The image of Arab knights conquering Spain belonged more to memory and imagination than to historical reality. The reliance on non-Arab soldiers showed that the original Arab population was too small to maintain expansion on its own. Arabs increasingly delegated the work of conquest to others. While this allowed the empire to continue growing, it also meant that Arabs themselves became a smaller presence within their own dominions. Over time, the distinction between Arabs and non-Arabs became less clear, and eventually entirely new groups would dominate the political and military life of the empire. In the early 8th century, the empire reached its greatest extent with the conquest of Spain. The centre of the Islamic world now stretched across a vast zone from the lands of the rising sun in the east to the lands of sunset in the far west. The ruling dynasty stood at the height of its power, yet dangers were already gathering. Rival factions continued to challenge authority in Iraq, and unrest spread in the distant eastern province of Khorasan. Khorasan had long been difficult to control. Its remote location and natural barriers allowed ambitious governors to build independent power bases. Wealth from continuous campaigns accumulated in the region, and local leaders sometimes resisted attempts by the central government to claim a share of the spoils. One governor strengthened his position by establishing a large family that formed the core of a loyal following. Another relied on newly arrived settlers from Arabia and moulded them into a disciplined fighting force. These eastern armies pushed beyond the Oxus River into Central Asia and achieved remarkable successes. Yet ambition sometimes led commanders to challenge the authority of the caliph himself. One general threatened open rebellion but was abandoned by his troops and killed. Others followed similar paths, seeking independence and control of distant provinces. Revolt finally took shape in Khorasan under a movement that united many different groups. Persian peasants and nobles joined with Arab settlers and political dissidents who resented distant rule from the Western capitals. The rebellion was organized by a leader of uncertain background who spoke both Arabic and Persian with equal skill. Under his leadership, revolutionary armies advanced westward. Within a few years, the old dynasty collapsed. The final ruler attempted to defend his position along the banks of a northern river, but was defeated by the advancing forces. Dark banners, carried by mounted soldiers, marked the approach of the revolution. Observers described the scene as filled with signs of disaster and approaching doom. After the defeat, the last ruler fled southward, but was eventually captured and killed. His severed head was sent to the victorious leader, as proof that the old order had ended. The fall of the dynasty had many causes. Luxury and extravagance had weakened discipline. Heavy taxation had created resentment among the population. Soldiers, whose pay fell into arrears, turned against their masters. Most of all, the rulers had lost awareness of the conditions within their own empire. Warnings had been given, but they came too late to prevent disaster. The new dynasty that replaced them would build a different kind of empire. The earlier period, often remembered as the most purely Arab phase of Islamic history, had lasted little more than a lifetime. During that time, the Arab tribes had been united into a single people and had established control over a vast territory. Yet the divisions that developed during those years would endure long afterward. Ruins of desert palaces and hunting lodges still stand as reminders of that age. Some lie near modern settlements whose poverty contrasts sharply with the wealth once displayed in those buildings. The contrast reflects both change and continuity. Rivalries between families, tribes, and regions had shaped the earlier period and would continue to influence later history. The conflicts that once divided northern and southern Arab groups survived long after the dynasty that encouraged them had disappeared. Similar tensions appeared again and again under different names. The old opposition between desert traditions and settled urban life remained a powerful force. Centuries later, travelers from distant lands visited the great cities of the Islamic world. One visitor from Basra journeyed all the way to China and eventually gained an audience with the emperor. When asked to rank the rulers of the world, the emperor is said to have placed the ruler of Iraq at the center, with other kings arranged around him. Whether or not the conversation truly occurred, the idea reflected the position of the Islamic Empire at the heart of the old world of trade and communication. From the Atlantic shores to the frontiers of China, routes of commerce passed through the lands controlled by the caliphs. Cities along the great rivers and caravan roads connected distant regions into a single network. The empire stood at the midpoint of the inhabited world, linking east and west across the vast lands of Afro-Eurasia. The intellectual flowering of the Abbasid age was driven by a quiet but revolutionary invention: paper. Earlier generations had written sparingly on costly materials such as parchment and papyrus. But paper made writing faster, easier, and far less expensive. This shift transformed the circulation of knowledge in a way comparable to the modern transition from printed pages to digital screens. Words multiplied everywhere. Not every text was important, yet together they created an intense atmosphere of reading, copying, and discussion that defined the culture of the time. A popular story claims that paper technology reached the Islamic world after Chinese craftsmen were captured during the battle near the Sir Daria in the 8th century. The reality was likely more gradual. Paper may already have been known in eastern provinces before it became common in the western regions. What is certain is that during the Abbasid period, paper spread rapidly and became essential to administration and scholarship. Government officials were encouraged to use paper partly because writing on it was difficult to erase, making records more secure than older materials that could be scraped clean and reused. By the early 9th century, paper was already being used for manuscripts in major cities, and workshops soon appeared across Iraq and beyond. From these centres, the craft moved westward and became a foundation of intellectual life. Paper also changed the appearance of Arabic writing. Smooth sheets allowed scribes to develop faster and more flowing scripts that suited the growing demand for documents. Over time, writing itself became an art form. Decorative lettering appeared on manuscripts, buildings, and objects, creating a visual tradition that tied together distant regions. Artistic expression often centered on elegant writing rather than sculpture or painting, and beautifully shaped letters came to symbolize both faith and culture. Religious texts, poetry, and official documents all participated in this visual world. Writers compared letters to elements of beauty and emotion, turning the alphabet into a language of imagery as well as meaning. Ink and script became symbols of refinement, and literary creation was sometimes described as a form of ornamented beauty. Despite the elegance of this culture, most scholars were too busy to indulge in artistic fantasies. The written sciences expanded at extraordinary speed. Teachers held public sessions where hundreds of students copied down their words at once, rows of ink pots laid out before them. Officials struggled with mountains of correspondence that arrived faster than they could answer. Administrative procedures sometimes became so complicated that even minor matters required written authorization. The growth of documentation reflected both the size of the empire and the increasing reliance on written communication. At the same time, large private libraries appeared in many cities. Scholars and poets spent long periods studying earlier works, preserving traditions that stretched back into pre-Islamic times. Collections of books became symbols of prestige as well as tools of learning, and some were so large that transporting them would have required long caravans of pack animals. Massive historical works attempted to gather the knowledge of entire civilizations into single narratives, presenting the world as a connected whole in which the Arab Empire stood at the center of a vast human landscape. Travel and scholarship were closely linked. Some writers journeyed widely across Asia and Africa in search of knowledge, combining personal experience with written sources. Their accounts described lands from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean and beyond. This spirit of exploration reflected an older tradition of movement that had begun in Arabia and continued after the rise of Islam. The expansion of the empire had opened routes across enormous distances, and curiosity drove many individuals to follow them. Cultural exchange moved along these paths together with goods and people. Arabic language and literature spread across territories stretching from the Atlantic to Central Asia. Poets and scholars could encounter visitors from opposite ends of the known world, sharing texts and recitations that circulated with surprising speed. Verses composed in one region might soon be known thousands of kilometers away, demonstrating how ideas traveled within this connected environment. Confidence in this expanding culture encouraged openness toward knowledge from other traditions. Some thinkers argued that truth should be accepted regardless of its origin, and that wisdom could be learned from distant societies. Such views were possible only in a civilization that felt secure in its identity. The influence of this cosmopolitan culture extended far beyond the empire itself. Foreign courts adopted elements of Abbasid architecture and clothing, and Arabic styles appeared in distant cities. Garments and decorative forms associated with the Islamic world became fashionable across wide regions. Yet while Arabic language and customs spread outward, traditional observers increasingly felt that authentic Arab ways of life were fading. The transformation had begun with the Abbasid revolution. Earlier, Arab leaders had lived comparatively simple lives, but the new rulers adopted elaborate court traditions influenced by older imperial models. Ceremonial distance separated rulers from ordinary people, and royal audiences became more formal. Court astrologers, luxurious garments, and jeweled headgear reflected a style far removed from the austere traditions of the desert. Political practices also changed. Methods associated with earlier empires shaped the conduct of government, and decisions sometimes followed precedents drawn from Persian experience. Stories circulated that illustrated the growing distance between rulers and the old Bedouin world. In one tale, a caliph lost his way while hunting and spent the night with a desert tribesman who did not believe the stranger's claims about his identity. Only when the ruler's entourage arrived did the host realize whom he had entertained. The story captures a sense that the center of power had moved far from its origins. Language and family life also reflected this transformation. Court Arabic gradually diverged from the speech of the countryside, and some rulers lacked familiarity with words that had once been essential to desert life. Marriage patterns changed as well. Many caliphs were born to mothers from diverse regions, reflecting the mixture of peoples within the empire. This diversity strengthened the imperial system, but distanced it from older social patterns. Urban society replaced tribal life as the dominant environment, and individuals from many backgrounds rose to positions of influence. Non-Arabs became administrators and advisors, sometimes exercising greater authority than Arab nobles. Prominent families of foreign origin played leading roles in government, and their careers symbolized the merging of cultures within the empire. Stories about friendships and rivalries at court often revolved around tensions between inherited Arab identity and the realities of a cosmopolitan state. Political stability was difficult to maintain in such a complex environment. Rivalries within the ruling family intensified competition for power. Without fixed rules of succession, disputes between brothers could escalate into war. One particularly destructive conflict broke out after a caliph divided authority among his sons. The arrangement collapsed after his death, leading to a prolonged struggle that devastated the capital. Streets became battlefields, and the unity of the empire was deeply shaken. The defeated ruler was eventually captured and killed, and the victors relied increasingly on soldiers, recruited from distant regions rather than on traditional supporters. This shift marked a turning point, as military power gradually passed into non-Arab hands. While political unity weakened, scholars turned their attention to preserving the past. After generations of rapid expansion, many felt the need to define what it meant to be Arab. Intellectuals began collecting ancient poetry, tribal traditions and linguistic knowledge from nomadic communities whose speech was considered pure. Researchers travelled into desert regions to record words and stories that might otherwise be lost. Their work resembled a form of cultural preservation, seeking to reconstruct a heritage that seemed to be disappearing. Informants sometimes found these investigations puzzling, wondering why scholars cared so much about minor differences in pronunciation or grammar. Yet the collected material formed the basis of dictionaries, histories, and literary commentaries that shaped later understanding of Arab identity. This scholarly effort emphasized the nomadic past, even though most people now lived in towns and farming communities. The desert became an idealized symbol of authenticity. Knowledge of ancient tribal battles and genealogies became essential for poets and officials alike. Writers in distant lands continued to celebrate Bedouin themes long after nomadic life had ceased to dominate society. The result was a lasting contrast between urban reality and desert imagination. Many people identified culturally with Arabic language and tradition, while simultaneously viewing tribal life as backward. This tension between settled civilization and nomadic heritage remained a persistent feature of Arab society. The preservation of language played a central role in shaping this identity. Scholars compiled dictionaries and grammatical rules that defined a standard form of Arabic based largely on Bedouin usage. Variations between dialects were reduced, and only selected forms were accepted as correct. Spoken Arabic continued to evolve in different regions, but written Arabic became more uniform. This standardized language strengthened the idea of a single Arab community, even among populations of diverse origin. At the same time, it created a gap between everyday speech and the formal language of literature and religion. The study of language influenced other fields of learning as well. Methods developed for analyzing grammar were applied to religious law and interpretation. Scholars increasingly focused on texts as the primary source of knowledge. Debates about philosophy and speculative thought gradually gave way to greater emphasis on established interpretations. Eventually, religious authorities discouraged independent interpretation and insisted on adherence to recognized traditions. The ability to understand classical Arabic became essential for access to sacred texts, and specialists in language and interpretation gained great influence. Distinguished by their dress and learning, they formed a respected scholarly class whose authority rested on mastery of written tradition. The central place of language in intellectual life reflected the belief that divine truth was contained in sacred words. Religious education emphasized correct interpretation of scripture, and commentaries guided readers toward accepted meanings. Over time, these interpretations became deeply embedded in popular understanding. Even passages open to broader interpretation were often read through the lens of traditional explanations. The authority of earlier scholars shaped religious thought for generations, and written tradition came to define the boundaries of acceptable belief. By the Middle Abbasid period, written texts and their interpreters held a powerful position in society. The Arabic language had played a decisive role in building the empire, and it continued to shape intellectual life long after political power shifted. The sacred text of the faith was regarded as eternal and unchanging, preserved in its original form since the beginning of time. Some thinkers expressed this idea in highly symbolic ways, describing divine reality itself in terms of letters and words. Although such views were unusual, they reflected a broader conviction that language formed the bridge between humanity and the divine. In this environment, the authority of the written word grew ever stronger, guiding thought and belief across the centuries. The first great surge of Arab conquest and settlement had slowed by the 9th and 10th centuries. In many places, it had dissolved into local societies, leaving behind something more durable than armies or rulers: language. Arabic had spread across cities, markets, courts, and schools, becoming the medium of law, administration, theology, and prestige. For Abbasid authorities, that linguistic inheritance was both a triumph and a risk. A shared language could hold a vast realm together, but it could also become a battleground over who had the right to define meaning. As the state matured, it did not only try to coordinate provinces and collect taxes, it also tried to standardize the mental universe of its subjects. Words were not treated as neutral tools. They carried theology, politics, and authority. Whoever controlled interpretation could claim to guard social order itself. Over time, the idea of unity shifted. It was no longer only about shared allegiance or shared ritual or shared leadership. It became increasingly about shared definitions. The goal was not simply agreement in speech, but agreement in thought. This pressure to regulate meaning created friction, especially with figures whose spirituality did not fit neatly inside official boundaries. One of the most famous cases was a mystic whose life and death became a symbol of that struggle: Al-Hallaj. He was born in the mid-9th century in the region of Fars. Accounts of his background differ, and even his ancestry remains unclear in many retellings. He appears to have grown up with Arabic as a primary language, yet he also stood at the crossroads of cultures that define the Abbasid world. Like many people of his era, he travelled widely. Movement was not unusual then. Trade routes were active, pilgrim roads were busy, scholars crossed long distances to study with teachers, and the empire's networks made travel possible on a scale earlier centuries could not easily sustain. Al-Hallaj is remembered as someone who pushed that mobility into the realm of ideas, observing religious life beyond the Islamic heartlands, and returning with a confidence that unsettled conservative minds. What made him infamous was not a military rebellion or an attempt to seize office. It was language. A short statement attributed to him became explosive. He declared, "I am the truth." In a religious culture where divine titles carried immense weight, such a phrase could be read as a claim that the divine had entered a human being. Traditional scholars and officials could interpret it as a dangerous collapse of boundaries between creator and creation. Even people sympathetic to spiritual experience could fear what would happen if such speech spread without restraint. But the deeper danger was not only theological, it was political and social. A statement like that implied that direct experience could challenge official mediation. If an individual could claim access to ultimate truth, then the monopoly of institutions over interpretation was weakened. The phrase did not simply shock piety, it threatened the structure that linked authority to controlled meaning. A century earlier, intellectual confidence had been broader in many circles. Curiosity about philosophy and distant sciences had been fashionable at court. Knowledge could be admired even when it came from outside inherited traditions. Over time, that openness narrowed. As the empire grew more diverse and as debates hardened into factions, many leaders and scholars became less willing to tolerate voices that could not be supervised. When identity feels fragile, boundaries tighten. When power feels threatened, independent speech becomes suspicious. A lone mystic speaking with certainty could be treated as an agent of chaos. Al-Hallaj also became associated with another idea that worried authorities for a different reason. He promoted the notion that someone unable to travel to Mecca could perform a symbolic alternative at home, then express devotion through acts of care for the vulnerable. The proposal sounded compassionate and practical. It also shifted emphasis away from public, collective ritual toward personal conscience and individual initiative. That shift cut close to the heart of communal religion. The pilgrimage is not simply a private spiritual act. It is a mass movement that visibly binds people into a single community. The journey itself, the shared hardship, the gathering in one place, the synchronized rites, all of it turns belief into a collective experience. Any teaching that seemed to replace that shared journey with a private substitute could look like an attack on unity. It suggested that the community's greatest ritual could be reimagined by individual choice. In a political order that relied on symbols of togetherness, that was not a small matter. So al-Hallaj became dangerous in two ways at once. His words were interpreted as crossing theological lines, and his ideas appeared to weaken the rituals that dramatized communal solidarity. Authorities could frame him as a threat to both doctrine and cohesion. The result was brutal. He was executed in the early 10th century, and his death left a long shadow. His reputation did not settle after his execution. Centuries later, writers still disagreed about who he had been. Some saw a saint and a martyr, others a fraud, others a reckless provocateur. Stories about him multiplied, and the stories themselves reveal how contested his memory remained. Some accounts describe visions and marvels attributed to him in prison. Episodes that read like spiritual allegory rather than plain reportage. Whether these tales were meant to be believed literally or symbolically, they served the same purpose. They turned him into a figure larger than the court that killed him. The authorities could silence his body, but his image kept changing shape in the imagination of later generations. This is the paradox of repression. Executions can erase a voice in the present, yet they can also amplify it in the future. Al-Hallaj became a test case for how societies deal with claims of personal truth. When a culture is built around sacred language, disputes over interpretation are never only academic. They become disputes over power, legitimacy, and the limits of the self. And Al-Hallaj was only one sign of a wider unease. The Abbasid world of the early 10th century was not simply facing challenges from eccentric mystics. It was also facing strain within its own core. A story sometimes told about a traveller who reached faraway courts can sound like pure adventure, as if curiosity alone launched him across seas and deserts. Yet in several cases, such travellers were not only explorers. Some were fleeing pressures at home, escaping political danger, economic hardship, or the instability of urban life. That detail matters, because it points to a larger reality. An empire can appear magnificent from a distance and still be unstable at its centre. International prestige does not guarantee internal health. Titles and ceremonies can project strength even as trust frays. Factions multiply, and the machinery of governance becomes brittle. By the time Al-Hallaj's name entered the records as a warning and a scandal, the signs of strain were already visible. The realm's problems were not confined to distant frontiers. They were present in the capital's politics, in struggles over authority, and in the anxiety that drove leaders to police words as if words alone could hold a world together. In the late 930s, Baghdad could still look like the centre of a confident world. The river carried boats heavy with music and laughter. Wealth spilled into festivals, gardens, and night gatherings. Yet behind the noise, the city's politics had changed shape. The Caliph remained the symbolic heart of the realm, but force no longer answered to him. One autumn day, a senior court tutor travelled along the Tigris to visit Caliph al-Radi. The city was celebrating Mihrajan, an old Persian seasonal festival that had become fashionable in Baghdad. On the way, the tutor passed the residence of Baj Khan, a Turk who had risen through the military ranks. What he saw there was not restrained court ceremony, but a public display of confidence, revelry, extravagance, and the unmistakable mood of a man who felt untouchable. The caliph's palace offered a different scene. Al-Radi sat alone, withdrawn and grim. When the tutor approached, the caliph showed him 2 coins, a gold dinar and a silver dirham, both unusually heavy. They carried Bajkam's image and a proud boast of power. In earlier centuries, Islamic coinage had been a careful language of legitimacy. Names and titles appeared in script, and the message was meant to be sober and restrained. Now, a commander who was officially a protector had pushed his own face into the most public symbol of sovereignty. It was not just a personal insult. It was a political announcement. Authority had changed hands, and everyone was expected to notice. The caliph understood what the coins implied. A guard had become a master, and the master was no longer hiding his ambition. Baghdad's elite could enjoy Persian festivals and Persian tastes without panic, because that blend had become normal. Turks felt different. They were viewed as outsiders from beyond the familiar borderlands, men whose power came from the barracks and whose loyalty could turn into ownership. Old warnings about steppe warriors circulated in popular memory, like proverbs that suddenly seemed less like folklore and more like prophecy. The empire had brought these soldiers to its core, paid them, armed them, placed them near the throne, and now the throne was trapped inside its own security system. For a moment, the tutor tried to lift the caliph's spirits with stories from the past, examples of rulers who had faced overmighty followers and recovered their position. It did not help. The only relief came when the tutor reminded him that it was a festival. Al-Radi did what a ruler can do when real control is gone. He performed normality. Bottles were opened. Companions were called. The palace filled. The caliph's celebration began to compete with the commander's celebration along the river. But the meaning of the day remained the same. This was not the triumph of a dynasty. It was the farewell party of a dynasty that could no longer command. By the mid-9th century, the Abbasid state had become vast enough to resemble a whole system of orbiting powers, not a single chain of command. The caliph had once been the sun at the centre. Over time, that radiance dimmed. Provinces grew more autonomous, local warlords consolidated control, and the capital itself became dependent on those hired to defend it. The weakening of Arab political primacy did not happen only through palace intrigue. It was also shaken by upheavals that hit the empire's heartlands with terrifying force. One of the most shocking was the Great Slave Revolt in southern Iraq, remembered as the Zanj Rebellion. The region's economy depended on land, water management, and hard labour. Wealthy interests pushed for profit by importing large numbers of enslaved workers from East Africa and using them in brutal conditions, especially in marshland reclamation. Exploitation accumulated, and then it exploded. The revolt drew in more than a single group. It became a rallying point for the angry, the excluded, and those who believed the social order itself could be overturned. Whatever the precise numbers, the destruction was immense. Cities were sacked, supply routes disrupted, and entire districts terrorized. The psychological shock mattered as much as the physical damage. Slaves became masters, and free-born families faced humiliation that earlier generations would have considered impossible. The language of hierarchy remained, but its direction flipped. Words for patron and dependent could suddenly point the other way. The revolt was eventually crushed, but the message lingered. The empire's core was not immune, and the old assumptions of who must rule whom were no longer safe. The turbulence in southern Iraq did not end with the slave uprising. Not long after, rural communities and marginalized peasants became the engine of another radical movement. Leaders emerged who claimed moral authority against the elite, gathering followers among those who felt overtaxed and ignored. In eastern Arabia, one such movement built a state that aimed to be more egalitarian than the norms of the age. It organized public services and boasted institutions that impressed visitors. Yet even this experiment carried its own contradictions, including reliance on forced labor. Ideals could be proclaimed loudly while exploitation continued quietly. These militants did not limit their ambitions to local reform. They struck at symbols that held the Islamic world together. The most dramatic act was a raid on Mecca in the early 10th century, during which the black stone was taken from the sanctuary and held for years. Whether one reads it as robbery, political theatre, or deliberate sacrilege, its impact was the same. It suggested that even the spiritual centre could be assaulted, and that the unity embodied by pilgrimage could be challenged by force. At the same time, these movements proved something else. Arabic culture had become global in reach, and that global reach meant that intellectual life could no longer be confined to a single ethnic story. A group of learned writers compiled a wide-ranging set of treatises that attempted to gather the knowledge of the world into Arabic expression. Philosophy, mathematics, cosmology, ethics, and religious thought drawing from many older traditions. The language was Arabic, but the inputs were international. That was the empire's paradox in miniature. Arabic became the vessel, and the vessel could carry almost anything. While revolts and radical ideologies shook the ground, another struggle played out in ink rather than blood. Educated non-Arab Muslims increasingly questioned Arab claims to inherited superiority. The faith's own moral language emphasized piety over lineage, yet social reality often contradicted that principle. Out of this tension grew a literary backlash that demanded equality and mocked Arab self-mythology. The critique was sharp. Arab ancestors were portrayed not as noble wilderness heroes, but as rough herders, whose harsh environment shaped harsh speech and harsh manners. The point was to puncture the romantic aura of desert virtue. Arab identity did not collapse under these attacks, but it hardened. Defenders of Arabness answered with their own rhetoric, insisting that Arabic eloquence and instinctive speech were unique gifts that outsiders could imitate but never truly own. Ironically, many of the loudest champions of Arab cultural prestige were themselves of mixed origin, shaped by the very empire that blurred the lines of ancestry. The argument was less about genetics than about ownership of a symbolic capital. Language, scripture, and the prestige attached to them. Even as these debates raged, the practical mechanics of power kept moving in one direction. The caliphs relied more and more on military slaves, and among these, Turkic soldiers became dominant. The logic seemed sound. Enslaved troops, cut off from local family networks, would be loyal to the ruler who purchased and promoted them. In practice, an armed class concentrated near the palace became the real kingmaker. Under one caliph, the chaos caused by these troops in Baghdad became so severe that an extraordinary solution was chosen. The court moved to a new capital upriver, a purpose-built military city designed to contain the army and separate it from the population. The result was a vast camp metropolis laid out to mirror the empire's diversity, filled with barracks, palaces, and parade grounds. It was a monument to controlled force. It was also an admission of weakness. When a ruler has to build a new capital to protect his own city from his own soldiers, the balance of power is already broken. The breakdown soon became visible in a grim pattern. Caliphs rose and fell at the whim of commanders, and the palace turned into a stage for coups, poisonings, and assassinations. A ruler might be installed in the morning and dead by night. Princes survived by being cautious, silent, and lucky. Even a caliph who tried to impose moral discipline found that piety was no shield. Attempts to ban pleasures or restrain the court could provoke the very men who held the swords. The result was often predictable and brutal. The throne remained gilded, but it had become a cage. By the mid-10th century, Turkish dominance in Baghdad faced competition from another force: Iranian mountain warlords who seized the city and ruled in the caliph's name. Their religious label differed from the majority, but sectarian identity was not the key. They understood that the caliphate's symbolic prestige could be preserved while its authority was emptied. The caliph could confer honor, approve titles, perform ceremonies. The warlords would command armies, collect revenues, and issue orders. That arrangement did not last forever, because a larger power was rising from the steppe: the Seljuks. They moved gradually into the Islamic world, adopting its religion, then using military service as a path into political control. When they finally entered Baghdad, they framed themselves as saviors of orthodoxy. Yet the deeper reality was the same. The caliph remained, but the sultan's power defined the age. Seljuk rule stretched across enormous distances. Their victories redrew the map of the Middle East and Anatolia. They could even cross social lines that earlier centuries had treated as taboo, binding themselves by marriage into the caliphal family and signalling, in the clearest way possible, who now stood above whom. Arab political primacy, once backed by unity and momentum, now survived mainly as title and ritual. Yet the story did not end with the disappearance of Arabic culture. Something unexpected happened under these new masters. The institutions that preserved Arabic learning and Islamic scholarship expanded dramatically. A powerful vizier, himself Persian, invested heavily in higher education, founding colleges supported by permanent endowments. These schools standardized curricula, trained jurists and scholars, and strengthened the intellectual infrastructure of Sunni Islam. They taught scripture, law, and the classical Arabic heritage, including pre-Islamic poetry that had become central to linguistic mastery. For rulers, sponsoring such institutions offered legitimacy and moral prestige. For society, they created a professional class of scholars, whose authority would shape public life. Grand colleges were built across the Islamic world to preserve knowledge and religious learning. Their founders believed that supporting scholarship would secure both reputation in life and salvation after death. These institutions became some of the most lasting monuments of Islamic civilization. Many great cities of the medieval Middle East have left only faint traces of their former glory, yet the schools of learning often survived the centuries. In Baghdad, once the greatest city of the Old World, almost nothing from the Abbasid Golden Age remains visible today. One important exception is the Mustansiriya College, founded in the 13th century by an Abbasid ruler who followed the model established by earlier educational foundations. Though heavily restored and altered over time, the institution still exists, and its modern successor continues to function as a university. Its endurance reflects the remarkable continuity of the educational traditions created in the medieval period. The intellectual program developed in those early colleges proved equally durable. Classical Islamic law is still taught according to principles established many centuries ago. The study of Arabic grammar also follows patterns that would be familiar to a student from the late Abbasid era. Even in the modern age, students encounter grammatical systems that descend directly from medieval scholarship. It is striking that this vast tradition of learning was shaped largely by scholars and patrons who were not Arabs by origin. A Persian administrator and Turkic rulers played decisive roles in establishing institutions that ultimately preserved Arabic intellectual culture. These colleges helped maintain a sense of cultural unity across regions that were otherwise fragmenting politically. The Abbasid Empire had broken into separate states, but scholars trained in similar institutions shared a common language and intellectual heritage. Arabic remained the medium through which religious and legal knowledge circulated, even when political authority belonged to rulers of many different backgrounds. At the same time, the educational system encouraged a powerful attachment to the early Arabian past. Students studied pre-Islamic poetry and linguistic traditions as models of eloquence. Through this curriculum, the image of the ancient desert Arab became an enduring cultural ideal long after political leadership had passed into other hands. The institutions that preserved unity also reinforced differences. Most colleges supported Sunni teaching and rejected Shiite doctrines, deepening divisions that would shape the religious history of the region. Long before these developments, Arab expansion had drawn the peoples of the Middle East into a single arena stretching from the Atlantic to Central Asia. Later observers describe this history as a shifting balance of power between southern Arab regions and northern Turkic regions. At times, Arabs dominated the political landscape, pushing rival groups outward. At other times, Turkic or Iranian rulers held the initiative, and Arabs found themselves confined to more limited areas. The process resembled a slow movement back and forth rather than a simple rise and fall. Even during periods of decline, Arab families sometimes retained regional influence. One example was a dynasty based in northern Iraq and Syria that traced its origins to an old Arabian tribe. Their ancestors had migrated northward long before the rise of Islam and later adapted to the new political world created by the Abbasid caliphs. Their rulers combined military ambition with cultural patronage, leading raids against neighbouring territories, while also supporting poets and scholars. The court of one such ruler became a gathering place for intellectuals from many lands. Philosophers, musicians, and poets found protection and rewards there. Some of the most celebrated figures in Arabic literature worked under his patronage. The environment blended inherited tribal traditions with the refined culture of the Abbasid cities. Warriors who prided themselves on their ancestral heritage could also appreciate philosophy and art. Political fragmentation weakened central authority but encouraged cultural activity. Rival courts competed to attract writers and scholars. Poetry flourished in this atmosphere, and ambitious authors travelled widely in search of patronage. Their careers often involved dramatic changes of fortune, moving from praise to satire as relationships with patrons shifted. Through their writings, many otherwise obscure rulers became part of Arabic cultural memory. While Arab identity survived strongly in some Western regions, the Eastern territories developed in a different direction. Arab settlement in Persia and Central Asia had always been limited, and local populations retained their languages and traditions. Arabic remained essential for religion and scholarship, but everyday speech increasingly followed Iranian patterns. Over time, independent states emerged that acknowledged the caliph only in name. In some eastern areas, early Arab administrators had struggled to establish religious practices among populations unfamiliar with Arabic. Attempts were made to encourage attendance at communal prayers and to accommodate local languages. Eventually, Arabic became dominant in religious contexts, but Persian speech remained widespread. The eastern provinces gradually developed their own political and cultural trajectories. Local rulers in these regions often maintained only symbolic ties with the caliphate. They governed independently, collected revenues for themselves, and conducted their own campaigns. Baghdad, once secure at the centre of empire, became vulnerable to attack from ambitious commanders operating on its frontiers. The weakening of central power made it possible for provincial leaders to challenge the authority of the caliphs directly, Persian political influence increased steadily. Regional dynasties governed major territories, and Persian became an important language of administration and literature. Even Turkic rulers, who later dominated the region, adopted Persian culture as a marker of refinement. Arabic continued to serve religious scholarship, but the cultural foundation of the eastern lands grew increasingly Iranian. From the Caspian Sea to the Persian Gulf, a cultural boundary gradually took shape. Scholars remained fluent in Arabic, and many Persian works incorporated large numbers of Arabic words. Yet the basic structure of intellectual life in these regions rested on Iranian traditions. Over the centuries, this Persianate culture would extend into Central Asia and India, shaping societies far beyond the original boundaries of the Abbasid Empire. In the Western Islamic lands, Arabic identity followed a different path. Political unity disappeared, but Arabic language and culture remained strong. Egypt provides one of the clearest examples of this process. There, foreign dynasties repeatedly seized power, yet Arabic culture absorbed them. Turkic commanders, African administrators, Kurdish rulers, and Ottoman governors all became part of an Arabic historical tradition. One striking figure rose from slavery to become the effective ruler of Egypt in the 10th century. Originally purchased for a small sum, he advanced through military service until he controlled the government. He understood the value of public reputation and rewarded poets who praised his rule. Writers from distant regions travelled to his court in hopes of gaining wealth and recognition. Some celebrated his achievements, while others later mocked him in biting verse. Political fragmentation created opportunities for cultural exchange. Scholars and poets moved freely from one court to another, carrying ideas and literary styles across great distances. Islam provided a shared religious framework, but the Arabic language played an equally important role in maintaining connections among diverse peoples. Through literature and scholarship, Arabic culture preserved a sense of continuity, even when political authority was divided. Egypt became a centre where many influences merged. Over the centuries, successive ruling groups were absorbed into an Arabic cultural environment. The population developed a complex identity shaped by many historical layers. Despite this diversity, Arabic language and traditions came to dominate public life. A new ruling dynasty eventually took control of Egypt after the death of the powerful regent who had governed the country. Their general founded a new capital that would grow into one of the great cities of the Islamic world. Like many earlier commanders, he was a foreigner who rose through military service. The city he established later became a major centre of Arabic learning and culture. The origins of this ruling house were widely debated. They claimed descent from the family of the Prophet, a lineage that would have made them both religious and political leaders. Many contemporaries doubted these claims and circulated alternative stories about their ancestry. Such disputes over genealogy reflected the importance of noble descent in political competition. Once firmly established in Egypt, the new rulers relied on military strength and economic resources rather than ancestry alone. They presented themselves as legitimate caliphs and rivals to the weakened Abbasid rulers in Iraq. Their court displayed great wealth and ceremony, yet over time their leadership became less energetic. Government responsibilities increasingly passed into the hands of ministers and commanders of various backgrounds. Despite their limitations, these rulers made lasting contributions to Arabic civilization. They transformed their capital into a major intellectual centre and established institutions that would influence religious education for centuries. Their policies also had unintended consequences. By relocating large nomadic tribes from Arabia into North Africa, they accelerated the spread of Arabic language and culture across the region. These migrations reshaped North Africa over several generations. Arabic gradually replaced earlier languages in many areas, especially in open plains and settled districts. Mountain regions preserved older traditions, but the overall direction of change favored Arabic speech and identity. The process resembled earlier waves of migration within Arabia itself, where gradual settlement had transformed linguistic landscapes. The arrival of nomadic groups disrupted established patterns of agriculture and trade. Raiding and tribal conflicts became common features of life in some regions. Travelers often faced serious dangers when moving across North Africa, whether by land or sea. Despite these difficulties, Arabic language continued to expand westward, eventually reaching the Atlantic. In the far west, Arabic culture flourished in the Iberian Peninsula. There, a dynasty descended from early Islamic rulers established a powerful state centered on Cordoba. Their legitimacy rested on a clear lineage, and they took pride in their ancestral connections. Competition with rival rulers encouraged them to claim the title of caliph and assert their independence. The society that developed in Spain displayed an intense attachment to Arabic culture. Migration from Arabia and North Africa brought settlers from many tribes. Their descendants preserved traditions and genealogies that connected them to the Arabian past. Arabic became the language of administration, literature, and intellectual life. Scholars and artists from across the Islamic world traveled to Spain. Musicians introduced new styles of performance, while linguists taught refined forms of Arabic expression. Libraries grew to enormous size, and books were collected from distant regions. Copyists and scholars worked constantly to produce new manuscripts. Even after the central government of Cordoba collapsed, intellectual activity remained strong. Smaller states continued to compete for prestige by supporting poets and philosophers. Independent thinkers explored questions of faith and reason, sometimes proposing ideas that would later influence European scholarship. Throughout this period, nostalgia for Arabia remained a powerful theme. Writers described the homeland of their ancestors with deep emotion even when few could visit it. Pilgrimages and travel accounts kept memories alive. Living at the edge of the Islamic world encouraged a strong sense of identity rooted in language and tradition. Arabic culture transformed the Iberian Peninsula so deeply that even non-Muslims adopted the language. Christian communities wrote and read Arabic texts, and translations of religious works became necessary for those who no longer understood Latin. Arabic words entered everyday speech and remain part of Spanish vocabulary today. By the later Middle Ages, Arab identity had changed profoundly. The term Arab increasingly referred to nomadic groups rather than to the wider population that spoke Arabic. Most inhabitants of the Arabic-speaking world identified themselves in other ways, even while sharing a common language and cultural heritage. Political power had passed largely into the hands of non-Arab rulers, but Arabic culture endured. The Arab political nation had become a cultural nation, held together by language, education, and tradition. Cultural continuity replaced political unity as the main source of identity. This transformation marked the beginning of a long period in which Arabic civilization persisted, without a single center of power. Expansion slowed, and the dynamic energy of earlier centuries faded. Arabs became one people among many rather than the dominant force of a vast empire. Yet the cultural system they had created continued to grow. Arabic writing spread across continents, appearing on buildings, textiles, metalwork, and manuscripts. The script connected distant regions to a shared heritage. Teachers traced their intellectual lineage back through generations of scholars to the earliest transmitters of religious knowledge. Even rulers far from Arabia embraced Arabic culture. One prince near the Caspian Sea became famous for his mastery of calligraphy and poetry. Though his background was entirely Iranian, he achieved recognition for his elegant Arabic writing. He built a tall tower as his tomb, decorated with inscriptions that proclaimed his achievements and fixed his memory in stone. Cairo became the great stage of Arabic storytelling long before the invention of cinema. For centuries, it functioned as the cultural centre where history and imagination were performed for large audiences. Later generations would recognize Egyptian productions as the defining voice of Arabic historical drama. But the tradition itself stretched back to the medieval city. During the era of the Mamluk sultans, public storytelling and stage performances shaped the narratives that would later become famous across the Islamic world. Tales that eventually formed the cycles known today from medieval Arabic literature were refined in crowded markets and public squares where professional storytellers held listeners spellbound deep into the night. These performances gave historical figures and legendary heroes vivid personalities, blending entertainment with moral instruction and satire. Among the most popular forms of entertainment was shadow theatre, a lively street performance in which flat puppets were manipulated behind a bright cloth screen. The audience watched only the moving silhouettes, but the voices and dialogue brought entire worlds to life. The stories were often written in elevated Arabic, but filled with humour drawn from everyday life. Sharp jokes, playful insults, and occasional scandalous moments kept crowds engaged. The tone could be irreverent, and even powerful rulers were sometimes mocked. This theatrical tradition provides an appropriate lens through which to view the political reality of the later caliphs, whose authority had become more symbolic than real. Earlier centuries had known caliphs, who still carried traces of genuine authority, rulers regarded as earthly representatives of divine order. By the 14th century, however, the Abbasid caliphs surviving in Cairo held little more than ceremonial rank. One such figure, Sulayman al-Mustakfi, descended from the once powerful Abbasid line, lived as a dependent of the Mamluk rulers. After the Mongol destruction of Baghdad in the 13th century, members of the Abbasid family had fled to Egypt, where they were preserved as living symbols of continuity. Their titles suggested dignity, but real power rested in the hands of the Mamluk sultans who controlled the army and administration. Sulayman's personal fortunes reflected the reduced condition of his dynasty. Although he possessed an illustrious lineage, he found himself exiled far up the Nile after falling out with the Sultan. Removed from the capital and deprived of adequate income, he lived in relative poverty. His complaints survive in verses that mix irony and bitterness, describing a world where ceremonial honour masked material hardship. While officials continued to pronounce blessings on the caliph, his actual circumstances were marked by dependence and uncertainty. Even members of his household were forced at times to sell their possessions to survive. This decline in political influence contrasted sharply with the expanding reach of Islam itself. By this period, the religion had spread far beyond its original homeland, stretching across Africa and deep into Asia. Pilgrimage routes connected distant regions to Mecca, and Arabic remained the language of sacred learning. Yet Islam had outgrown its origins as the faith of a single people. The religion that had once been closely tied to Arab leadership had become a global tradition shaped by many cultures. Cairo emerged as one of the main centres of this new world, drawing scholars, merchants, and travellers from every direction. The Abbasid Caliph in Cairo retained symbolic importance for some believers as the representative of a long and respected lineage. His family traced its ancestry back to the relatives of the Prophet, a connection that still commanded respect even when political power had vanished. Yet the reality was unmistakable. a man who theoretically stood at the head of the Muslim world could be sent away from the capital with little ceremony and almost no resources. His situation illustrated how completely authority had shifted away from the Arab dynasties that had once ruled vast territories. During the centuries leading to this transformation, the remnants of the old Arab Empire had faced mounting pressures from many directions. Christian forces advanced from Europe in both East and West. In the Eastern Mediterranean, the Crusades brought armies that established temporary states along the coast. In Iberia, the Reconquista steadily pushed Muslim rule southward. Spain became a region of constant struggle, with Christian kingdoms pressing from the north, while Muslim societies attempted to defend their shrinking territories. In some areas, Muslim communities faced threats, not only from Christian opponents, but also from rival Muslim groups arriving from North Africa. Egypt and Syria experienced similar upheavals. Crusader invasions disrupted trade routes and forced local rulers to organize defenses. Although the Crusaders were eventually pushed back, the conflicts reshaped political structures throughout the region. New dynasties rose to prominence, including the Kurdish family of Saladin. These rulers governed populations that were already accustomed to leaders of diverse backgrounds, and ethnic origins mattered less than military strength and administrative skill. After the Kurdish dynasty weakened, the Mamluks established their own system of rule, creating a powerful military elite that dominated Egypt and Syria for centuries. The Mamluks themselves formed a unique ruling class. Originally recruited as slave soldiers from the Turkic regions of Central Asia and beyond, they developed into a self-replacing military aristocracy. From the mid-13th century onward, they controlled the central lands of the Eastern Mediterranean. Their authority remained strong even after larger empires rose around them. Only the arrival of modern armies and new political systems would eventually end their dominance. At the moment, when the Abbasid caliphs lived as ceremonial figures in Cairo, the Mamluks represented the true center of power. Meanwhile, new dangers emerged from the east. Mongol armies advanced across Asia with unprecedented speed and destructive force. Their capture of Baghdad marked a decisive turning point. The city that had once stood at the center of the Islamic world became a symbol of lost greatness. Survivors fled westward, carrying with them memories of the old order. The Abbasid princes who found refuge in Egypt represented the final link to a vanished political age. By the time Suleiman lived in exile along the Nile, Arab political leadership had almost entirely disappeared. The communities that once formed the heart of an empire now found themselves surrounded by expanding powers. Europeans advanced from the west, Central Asian peoples from the north and east, and African movements from the south. Regions where continents met became arenas of intense competition. Peoples on the move collided at crossroads that had long served as centers of trade and communication. The earlier expansion of Arab rule had depended on mobility. Armies and tribes had crossed deserts and seas to build a vast realm. In later centuries, that energy faded, while other societies developed new forms of expansion. Arabs increasingly appeared as observers of events, rather than their main drivers. Cultural achievements continued, but political initiative passed into other hands. This transformation created the impression that a creative force had been confined within narrow limits. The civilization that had once expanded rapidly now faced barriers on every side. Yet even as political influence declined, the cultural legacy remained powerful. Language, learning, and artistic traditions continued to spread beyond the boundaries of Arab rule. The story of this period is therefore not only one of decline, but also of transformation, as an earlier empire gave way to a wider and more diverse world. In Norman Sicily, one of the most revealing visitors from the Arabic-speaking world was Ibn Jubayr. a traveller already known for observing the wars of the eastern Mediterranean. His role mirrors that of earlier Syrian observers of the Crusader states, but with a reversal of perspective. Some writers had watched Latin Christendom from within their own homeland, negotiating friendship and hostility on familiar ground. Ibn Jubair moved through a different landscape, a parallel world where Arabic language and Islamic communities survived under Christian rule, and where the rules of status and power had been rearranged without fully breaking the older habits of administration and culture. He arrived during the reign of William II, a Norman king raised inside a court that still functioned in more than one language. Arabic was not an exotic decoration in this palace, but a working instrument of government. Muslim officials filled offices across the administration, and Arabic literacy was normal among the highest ranks. Palermo, the royal centre, impressed Ibn Jubair with its architecture and its cultivated spaces. The city appeared to him as a place of refined residences and carefully tended gardens, a capital that displayed wealth without hiding its layered identity. It felt, in his description, like a court still drawing strength from an older Mediterranean openness. William's patronage extended beyond buildings and ceremony into scholarship. Ibn Jubair describes a ruler who actively sought out physicians and astrologers, passing through the island, ordering them to be held and then offering them generous salaries. The practice could be read as admiration for learning, but also as a form of soft captivity, a way of turning expertise into property. Ibn Jubair's tone carries an edge, as if the generous trap was itself a danger for Muslims tempted into long service under a Christian sovereign. The warning is not shouted, but it sits beneath the praise, and it suggests that the traveller was watching an uncomfortable truth. Sicily could feel more prosperous and intellectually hospitable than many places that were still politically Muslim. That discomfort becomes sharper when his attention shifts back toward Iraq. He describes Baghdad with a kind of stunned melancholy. The city remained symbolically important as the seat of the Abbasid Caliphate, yet its visible greatness had faded. In his view, the name still carried weight, but the substance was thinning. Baghdad, once a magnet of empire and scholarship, had already begun to look like a relic whose reputation survived better than its streets and institutions. The great centres of earlier centuries had not simply moved, they had multiplied, then drifted again, with gravity pulling toward places better connected to the changing routes of trade, travel, and power. The Mediterranean itself had become one of those zones where gravity hovered. Sicily sat in the middle of sea roads that drew in specialists who could navigate cultures as well as coasts. Scholars, mapmakers, poets, and diplomats flowed toward Palermo and its surrounding courts, attracted by patronage and by the opportunity to work in a court that still valued Arabic learning. This traffic suggests a wider shift. Europe was no longer only a distant frontier seen from the perspective of older imperial capitals. It was becoming a place where resources concentrated, where new patrons could compete with the familiar centres of the Arabic world. Ibn Jubair noticed another kind of lag in Baghdad, not only material, but psychological. Many of its inhabitants behaved as if their city remained the unquestioned centre of civilization, even while new hubs rose elsewhere. He found some people charming, others grasping, others proudly unaware of how far the world had moved. That attitude in his account reads like an old habit refusing to die. It is the confidence of a capital that still thinks in imperial terms, even as the networks that once fed it have begun to bypass it. Yet Ibn Jubair also records a rare human detail that cuts through the city's gloom. He describes seeing the caliph of his day crossing the river, and the description is unusually vivid. The caliph appears young, well-groomed, and carefully dressed, trying to pass unnoticed in a style associated with the Turkic military elite that surrounded the court. The detail matters because it shows what anonymity required. To disappear into the crowd, the head of the old dynasty had to borrow the clothing of the very forces that had hollowed out his authority. The portrait glows briefly, then darkens by implication, because it belongs to a city whose decline is no longer theoretical. A youthful face cannot reverse the tide. While Ibn Jubayr was measuring Sicily against Baghdad, another figure was building a different kind of legacy inside the Islamic world. Yaqut, known by a name that marked him as a former slave, moved in the opposite direction from the Mediterranean scholars invited into Norman service. He had been taken as a child from Byzantine territory and raised in Iraq. A merchant bought him, recognized his intelligence, and gave him an education that transformed his prospects. Later, he gained freedom, and what followed was a life of travel shaped by books as much as by roads. Yaqut became a wandering scholar in the fullest sense. He carried in his memory proverbs celebrating movement and exile, the idea that displacement can bring knowledge and opportunity. He moved through ports and caravan towns, worked, wrote, and kept going. In the libraries of Central Asia, he found collections so rich that they consumed his attention entirely. He describes falling on books with the intensity of hunger, forgetting comfort and distance as if scholarship itself were a country. That kind of mobility, powered by literacy and networks of learning, had been one of the engines of Arabic cultural expansion, long after Arab political dominance had faded. Even his name tells part of the story. He wished to replace the slave-marked name he carried with another, but the original clung to him. In the end, the name he made through writing mattered far more than the one he wanted. His works on poets, prose writers, and places became tools for later generations, surviving because they were useful, not because they were tied to a throne. His great geographical dictionary gathered the world into an ordered form, a map made of words, assembled by a man whose life had been shaped by forced movement and then by chosen travel. But this world of libraries, journeys, and scholarship soon ran into a threat that did not respect learning. In the early 13th century, disasters piled up. A major Egyptian port fell to Crusader forces, and at the same time an even more terrifying force broke into the eastern Islamic lands: the Mongol armies. Contemporary observers struggled to describe what they were seeing. The Mongols were written about as an event so immense that it seemed to swallow memory itself, making earlier catastrophes look small. Chroniclers predicted that nothing comparable would ever be seen again. The language becomes apocalyptic, not because writers were dramatic by habit, but because the scale of the destruction forced a new vocabulary. Yaqut was among those driven westward by the advance. In a letter written during his flight, he describes roads lined with terror, armies collapsing, and scenes of death so frequent that survival felt like a narrow accident. He speaks of escaping just in time, of passing through spaces where violence had become routine, and of imagining himself joining the countless dead if his allotted time had ended. His words carry the shock of someone who had lived inside the world of books, and suddenly found that the world could burn its libraries and scatter its scholars in a single season. The devastation was not limited to cities. Rural systems suffered too, especially in regions dependent on delicate irrigation. Once canals were neglected and farms abandoned, the damage became long-term. In some places, recovery never fully came. The Mongol advance marked more than a change of rulers. It struck at the infrastructure that sustained settled life, and it made the earlier momentum of Arabic cultural spread look as if it had been forced into retreat by something more powerful than persuasion or scholarship. After the first shock, the Mongol expansion paused for a time, then returned with a decisive blow in the middle of the century. Baghdad, already weakened internally, became the final target. Long before the Mongols arrived, the social fabric of Iraq had been fraying. Travelers reported towns half ruined by raids, and Baghdad itself saw violent conflict among its own quarters. These were symptoms of a deeper disorder, but still only an overture to what came next. The death of the last Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad remains uncertain in detail, but the end itself is clear. The dynasty that had ruled from that city for 5 centuries ended in violence. The institution had been living on borrowed authority for generations, relying first on military forces it could not control, then on foreign protectors who became masters. By the time it fell, it had long ceased to govern in the old sense. Yet its removal hit the Islamic world with enormous force because symbols can hold together what politics cannot. The Caliphate had been a ceremonial front, but it was still a front that gave many people a sense of unity. The fall of Baghdad felt like history itself being erased. Libraries that had fed the scholarship of men like Yakut were destroyed or dispersed. A world that had stored its memory in manuscripts watched that memory sink into chaos. The shock was psychological as much as material. Even where Arabic culture remained vibrant, the idea of an unquestioned centre collapsed. The human figurehead and the geographic heartland were both removed, and many understood only then how much cohesion had depended on a symbol. This collapse also reshaped the relationship between settled society and tribal raiding. After the Mongol invasion, raids by tribal groups into cultivated lands became more persistent, feeding on weakened defences. Some thinkers interpreted the shift in grand historical terms, arguing that the loss of central authority and the erosion of moral and political order pushed societies back toward older patterns of insecurity. Whether or not the diagnosis was fair, the lived reality was clear. The balance that had once favoured cities and institutions was disturbed. At the same time, the crisis produced new saviours from unexpected directions. Earlier dynasties had relied on military slaves, and those military slaves had eventually seized power. In the 13th century, that cycle produced a ruling caste that proved unusually durable. The Mamluks. They were not a single tribe but a system. Young recruits were brought in from Turkic and Caucasian regions, trained in Arabic, instructed in Islamic practice, and drilled for war and administration. The education was strict and designed to produce elite soldiers who could also govern. The system created stability because it continually refreshed itself. New recruits replaced the old, preventing power from settling too comfortably into hereditary lines, though brief dynastic moments still occurred. The long-term result was a militarized state with a reliable supply of trained rulers. Under this regime, Egypt and Syria held together more securely than might have been expected in an age of invasions. Cairo expanded, crowded, and flourished, becoming one of the world's great cities. Its prosperity was rooted in trade and geography, but also in its dual identity. It was the capital of a ruling military elite, and at the same time a central metropolis of Arabic culture. In Cairo's streets and institutions, Arabic remained the dominant cultural force. The ruling soldiers could govern, but they entered a world whose language shaped legitimacy, law, scholarship, and prestige. The process of Arabization worked steadily. Foreign rulers and soldiers adopted Arabic to function, to be respected, and to communicate with the learned class. Over time, those who merged too fully into local society often lost their place in the elite, but the system solved that by importing new recruits. The ruling layer remained foreign in its origins, while the cultural atmosphere remained Arabic. True tribal Arabs did not vanish from politics entirely. but their role resembled their position in older imperial ages. They operated on the margins, negotiating, raiding, and switching alliances between larger powers. In the contested zones between Egypt and Iraq, tribal leaders played the Mamluks and the Mongols against one another, sometimes fighting for one side, then defecting to the other, then surviving independently through raids, when both turned hostile. Their mobility did not disappear, but it became a mobility of loyalty and opportunism, rather than empire building. The Mongols themselves did not remain unchanged. They moved through different religious identities across generations, and their western branches gradually adopted Islam, though their cultural language often leaned Persian rather than Arabic. This reinforced the separation between Arabic-speaking and Persian-speaking regions. Yet the Mongol period also created a strange opening. After conquest came relative peace across long stretches of Eurasia, allowing trade and travel to intensify across continents. Roads that had been too dangerous reopened, and the world briefly felt connected again on a vast scale. That renewed connectivity carried another danger. In the middle of the 14th century, plague swept across Eurasia and North Africa, killing an immense portion of the population. Writers described it like an invading army, moving from region to region with unstoppable momentum. Humour appeared in some accounts, a desperate attempt to speak while surrounded by death. But the result was still a sense of finality. Some chroniclers died mid-work, their histories breaking off as if the narrative itself had been cut. Later, another wave of destruction came with Timur, a conqueror who arrived as a delayed aftershock from the same Eastern world. His invasions devastated cities in the Levant and left behind deliberate displays of terror. Scholars could sometimes win his favour, but even that protection had a price, because learning became another tool of conquest. A historian spared by Timur might be required to produce intelligence about lands not yet invaded, turning scholarship into a weapon. All these pressures left Arabic-speaking societies pinned within borders formed by stronger military powers and repeated shocks. Yet the western edge of the Arabic world still held a last bright enclave: Granada. In Iberia, earlier Muslim dynasties had fallen, Berber powers had risen, and Christian forces continued to advance. Granada survived as a small state, often paying tribute, clinging tightly to its Arab identity and presenting itself as an heir to a long tradition. Its society was mixed, shaped by refugees, conversions, and migrations. But its ruling court emphasized Arab lineage and Arabic culture with special intensity, as if concentrating what was being lost elsewhere. Granada's end came through a familiar pattern: internal conflict weakening a state at the worst possible moment. Its most famous monument, the Alhambra, fits this final phase with eerie precision. It is dazzling, but it is also an architecture of surfaces, where walls become screens for inscriptions and ornament. Arabic text wraps the palace like woven cloth. The building speaks through poetry carved into stone, celebrating itself in a voice that is proud and refined, yet also repetitive, leaning on long-established imagery. The effect is beautiful, but it can feel like a late style, a civilization producing brilliance inside narrowing space. Across these centuries, many observers sensed a decline in literary sharpness. Verse remained abundant, but inspiration seemed harder to find. Prose, too, became increasingly dominated by summaries, commentaries, and explanations piled upon older explanations. Knowledge turned inward, circling itself, sometimes preserving tradition, sometimes suffocating originality. Book losses from invasions and upheavals made the situation worse, shrinking the material base of scholarship and narrowing the range of surviving works. Still, new forms emerged even in difficult times. A genre of witty, highly stylized narrative, prose developed, built around clever tricksters and verbal performance. These stories spread rapidly and influenced later writing across languages. They also encouraged illustration in manuscripts, producing jewel-like images that survive as rare windows into the visual imagination of the period. One famous set of images shows mounted standard bearers, tightly composed, full of energy, as if an older imperial confidence had been captured on a page just before the world changed. The power of that image lies partly in its timing. It celebrates a court and a capital that were about to be destroyed. It suggests rallying points that no longer existed. Later generations returned to such images again and again, repeating them until they became symbols of a vanished peak. Meanwhile, the strongest traditions of miniature painting moved into Persian, Ottoman, and Mughal worlds, while painting in Arab lands did not retain the same momentum. The standard bearers remain vivid, yet frozen, like a march that never reaches its destination. Political power, literary production, and artistic energy seem trapped inside a repetitive present, bounded by foreign empires and recurring catastrophes. Yet an exit remained open where land routes narrowed. The southern seas offered a different kind of movement. Across the Indian Ocean and along monsoon coasts, merchants, scholars, mystics, and adventurers moved in a slower, less violent wave. Many left and never returned, dissolving into new societies far from the old heartlands. Their journeys produced fewer heroic legends, but they carried language, faith, and cultural habits across ports and islands. In some illustrated tales, a familiar rogue sails in a fragile boat past strange islands and uncanny creatures. That is fiction, but it echoes real mobility. Beyond the crowded theatres of war and invasion, sea routes continue to carry people outward. In that maritime world, Arabic culture could still expand, not by armies and capitals, but by travellers who crossed horizons and vanished into the wider ocean. Ibn Battuta enters history as a man in motion. Born in Morocco in the early 14th century, he set out for Mecca as countless pilgrims did, then kept going until travel became his identity. Over the years, he moved across a staggering map, from West Africa's riverlands to the canals of China, from the Volga's cold reaches to the southern edge of the Swahili coast. Long before engines made distance ordinary, his life turned distance into routine. His travel account reads like an odyssey built from real roads, real ships, and real appointments, with a narrator who stumbles often yet keeps his optimism intact. By ancestry, he belonged to North Africa's mixed world, but by training and ambition he lived inside Arabic Islamic civilization. His mental compass pointed toward the great religious and intellectual centers of his age. Cairo and Mecca mattered to him not simply as destinations, but as standards for what counted as proper learning and proper belief. The Arabic of scripture and law shaped his ideas of legitimacy, authority, and status. Even at the far end of the world, he evaluated courts, scholars, and customs using that shared language of religion and jurisprudence. Yet the same man who could cross continents could not hold a stable family life. He married repeatedly, formed relationships in port cities and capitals, and left children behind as he moved on. The account hints at fathers and sons separated by geography and time, and it does so without the sentimental concern modern readers might expect. In one case, a child is handed to an acquaintance, and later, the traveller admits he has no idea what became of them. The confession lands like a cold wind. A world traveller can treat blood ties as temporary, a cost paid for the next horizon. One of the people he trusted with such responsibilities was an expatriate from a famous lineage. This man had roots in the old dynastic prestige of the Abbasids, the family that once ruled from Baghdad. In the 14th century, that heritage no longer meant command over armies, but it still carried symbolic weight. In distant courts, a trace of that ancestry could be worn like a seal. It opened doors, created awe, and could be converted into privileges, even if the person wearing it was flawed. The traveller's own description of this noble figure is full of sharp anecdotes, more interested in greed than greatness, as if pedigree and character were two unrelated currencies. A strange accident of survival reveals what happened to the next generation in that family. Far from Iraq, on the coast of northern Sumatra, a carved Arabic gravestone was found in an old royal cemetery near the mouth of a river. The inscription records a death in the early 15th century and lists ancestry that reaches back through generations toward Baghdad's vanished caliphs. This is not only a memorial to an individual, it is a snapshot of a wider pattern. A man from a prestigious line dies on the edge of the Indian Ocean world, far from the city that once guaranteed his family's status. The stone insists on continuity through genealogy, but the location screams exile. The pathos is sharp. A royal name ends up anchored in tropical soil, and yet the story carries another twist, because the grave beside him appears to belong to a woman of high rank. The stranger may have done well in this new environment. Legacy travels, and sometimes it still buys a place near the throne. Back in Iraq, the picture looks different. The traveller passes through Baghdad and sees a city that feels hollowed out, a place where old greatness has become a background echo. In one scene, a mosque prayer leader pleads for unpaid wages, a trivial daily sum that should never have been in question. Then, a detail emerges that turns the moment into something harsher. The underpaid young man is connected to the same Abbasid household that produced the well-fed expatriate abroad. A few jewels from the distant court's rewards would have changed the boy's entire life. Instead, the pearls stayed on ceremonial robes in India while a relative scraped for coins in the old capital's shadow. The contrast is brutal, and it illustrates an age in which opportunity has shifted away from the historical centre. Movement now creates fortune, while staying behind produces stagnation. This is where the Indian Ocean becomes more than scenery. It becomes a system. The ocean rim was stitched together by seasonal winds that arrived with such regularity that merchants planned their lives around them. Ships did not race. They waited. They departed when the wind turned, crossed when the wind allowed, then waited again for the return season. It was slow, but it was dependable. Over time, this created something close to scheduled connectivity, a rhythm that linked East Africa, Arabia, India, and Southeast Asia. Evidence of that connectivity survives in stone. Across thousands of kilometers of coastline, Arabic inscribed tombstones appear in places that seem, at first glance, too far apart to share a single artistic supply chain. Yet many of these memorials came from the same source. Workshops in Western India, in a prosperous port region known for skilled stone carving, using high-quality local marble, sometimes repurposed from older structures. Craftsmen produced headstones and table tombs, covered in Arabic script. These monuments were shipped across the ocean and set into cemeteries, from the Swahili coast to island communities in the Maldives and onward into the Indonesian archipelago. The logic becomes clear once wealth and timing are considered. Some of the families commemorated by these stones controlled serious resources. Coastal rulers taxed trade. Merchant dynasties handled gold exports, and port elites profited from long-distance exchange. Paying for a custom stone from India was expensive, but it was also a declaration. It said that the deceased belonged to a literate, connected, prosperous world. It was a status object carved in scripture, The process also fit the monsoon calendar. An epitaph could be sent out with one wind, the finished stone could return with the next. The ocean itself served as the delivery schedule. The stones carried more than words. Many were decorated with a niche motif framing a hanging lamp, a visual echo of a well-known Quranic image that connects divine guidance with light and glass. This was not only decoration, it was theology rendered as design. Some inscriptions included lines drawn from Persian poetry, showing how Persian literary prestige travelled alongside Arabic script. Other elements borrowed shapes and patterns from local Indian artistic traditions. The result was not a pure Arab artifact, but a blended object: Arabic text, Indian craftsmanship, and motifs shaped by a wider regional aesthetic. The people remembered by these monuments were equally diverse: migrants from the Arabic-speaking world, Persians, coastal Africans, Indians, islanders, and newly Islamized communities across Southeast Asia. All of this points to a quiet but powerful form of expansion. Centuries earlier, conquest had been carried by armies and state formation. In the post-Mongol era, expansion moved through merchants, scholars, judges, teachers, sailors, and adventurers. It followed profit as much as piety. Some were driven by the hunger for knowledge, others by the hunger for wealth, and many by both. A loose, practical empire formed without borders. Trade routes, marriage alliances, legal practices, and religious institutions that travelled port to port. The fall of old political unity did not end the spread of cultural influence. In some ways, it widened it, because mobility was no longer attached to a single capital. Even Ibn Battuta, a man who expected Arabic to show up wherever Islam had reached, could still be surprised. At one stop on his eastward voyage, he describes a place that feels half real, half legendary: elephants, idol worship, and a powerful princess surrounded by female warriors. Whether the story is accurate, exaggerated, or stitched together from sailors' gossip, two details stand out because they are not sensational. The princess requests ink and paper, and she writes a standard Arabic religious formula with confidence. It is a small moment, yet it hints at something larger. Arabic script had begun to circulate beyond strictly Arab or Persian communities. In parts of Southeast Asia, Arabic letters were already being adapted to local languages and used in coastal environments, shaped by Muslim trade. Archaeology supports the possibility of such overlap. Objects from island Southeast Asia sometimes show a startling combination of symbols. Local mythic figures and Hindu imagery on one side, Arabic religious phrases on the other. This is not a neat conversion narrative. It is a picture of gradual layering, where old beliefs, local power, and new religious language share space in the same material culture. It is also proof that the spread of Arabic script did not always require immediate uniformity. The script could arrive as prestige, as trade literacy, as diplomatic ornament, and only later as everyday writing. The Indian Ocean's appeal went beyond its winds. It offered precious goods that drew merchants like magnets: pearls, aromatic woods, spices, rare textiles, metals, ivory, fine ceramics. Coastal forests and inland routes fed ports with cargo. Ports fed ships with profits. Ships fed distant markets with novelty. Traders imagined circuits that linked one luxury to the next, endlessly. Even when land routes suffered from war and disruption, the sea offered an alternative corridor. Large commercial networks operated across this space. Some were family-based, others were institutional, and some functioned like corporations before the modern term existed. They connected the Red Sea and Egypt to India and farther east, while also linking to the Mediterranean world through ports and caravan paths. In certain corners, political power followed trade. On the East African coast, a small island sultanate could become wealthy by controlling access to inland gold. Imported porcelain might sit on dining mats. Indian tombstones might stand in cemeteries. Arabic titles might decorate rulers whose daily life was shaped by a coastal Creole society. Over time, such places became prototypes of later commercial city-states, small in territory, large in connectivity. This expanding oceanic world also reshaped politics inland. Rulers in newly consolidated states sought legitimacy that money alone could not provide. Islam offered a language of authority, and association with prestigious lineages offered an extra layer of symbolic power. Courts encouraged migration of scholars and administrators who could provide religious credibility and bureaucratic expertise. The result was a recurring pattern. Newly powerful rulers adopted Islam more fully, imported learned men, patronized law and scholarship, and used Arabic titles and ceremonial forms to frame themselves as rightful sovereigns. Northern India offers one of the most dramatic examples. Delhi's sultans, shaped by Central Asian military traditions, accumulated immense resources through conquest and taxation. They attracted migrants from across the Islamic world, including Arabic-speaking courtiers and families with symbolic prestige. Some arrivals found spectacular favour. One wealthy expatriate lives in a palace-like house, displays luxury as if it were theatre, and becomes a focal point for the ruler's public devotion. Another arrival, a rough tribal youth from the Syrian steppe, receives huge grants and a high-status marriage, then nearly destroys himself through arrogance and violence, only to be broken and remade by the court's discipline. The contrast between refined courtier and raw outsider shows how the diaspora did not erase social differences. It rearranged them. At the centre of this fascination lies something almost paradoxical. A ruler at the peak of wealth and power still feels insecure. Materially, he has everything. Spiritually and politically, he senses a void. He is a sovereign with armies, palaces, and treasure, yet he worries about rightful leadership and moral legitimacy. That anxiety drives him to seek endorsement from distant figureheads who carry inherited religious prestige. Even when those figureheads are powerless in practical terms, the symbolism matters. A robe of honour, an official diploma, a name placed on coinage, these gestures can become psychological anchors for a ruler trying to convince himself and his world that power has been properly sanctified. In this way, the old Arab dynastic aura retains influence long after the old empire has vanished. It does so not by commanding territory, but by haunting the imagination of rulers who believe legitimacy must be inherited, named, or blessed. The Indian Ocean diaspora becomes the stage on which that aura travels, carried by migrants, carved on stones, written in script, performed in ceremony, and traded like a precious commodity. And that is the deeper story behind the traveller's footsteps. Ibn Battuta is not only a man crossing distances, he is a witness to a world where motion itself has become a form of power. Those who stay behind in exhausted capitals face shrinking horizons. Those who ride the monsoon winds enter a web of ports where Arabic words, Islamic law, and global trade combine to open doors. Empires fade, but networks endure. Dynasties collapse, but scripts spread. The centre weakens, yet the coastline brightens, and the ocean becomes the route by which a civilization continues to expand without marching armies or a single throne. Not every globe-hopping figure of this era was a sultan's favourite or a descendant of famous dynasties. Delhi drew ambitious outsiders from across the wider Muslim world, but it was only one stop in a much larger geography of movement. The striking thing is how often ordinary origins produced extraordinary roots. One traveller became the perfect example. He came from Tangier, a respected family but not an elite one, and still managed to turn the map into a personal itinerary. On the road, he met another Moroccan of similarly middle standing, a man from Ceuta, not far from his own birthplace. Years later, the traveller found himself staying with that man's brother on the far edge of the Sahara, and the distance between them felt almost unreal. A single household could be scattered so widely that it seemed like a new kind of destiny. It echoed an older pattern from early Islamic history, when families had been flung across continents by conquest and administration. Now it happened again, not through armies marching, but through careers, trade, scholarship, and sheer restlessness. The new mobility did not belong only to the Indian Ocean. Beyond the desert's southern fringe, the Sahel opened as another frontier for ambitious outsiders. In the great West African empire of Mali, a visitor could find expatriates from North Africa, and even some who had come from much farther away. In towns that sat on trade arteries, certain names stood out as learned specialists, builders, judges, and merchants whose lives had been carried there by opportunity. The movement was not a mass migration in the old imperial sense. Most people stayed where they were, but a minority at the edges treated distance as negotiable, and that minority helped stitch together a hemisphere. Surviving evidence suggests that the Muslim communities in major ports could be surprisingly mixed. In a wealthy Chinese harbour that functioned as a gateway between oceans and inland markets, Arabs were only one part of a larger mosaic that included Persians, Turks, and others. Local administration under Mongol rule could include Muslim governors in striking numbers, showing how far political trust and commercial utility had elevated these communities. Mobility also crossed religious lines. A Jewish traveller from Iberia could move rapidly through Constantinople and on to the northern Black Sea world, and locals might treat such a journey as routine. In Egypt, a mountain of discarded documents stored near a synagogue preserved traces of traders who lived between worlds, merchants with agents in Sudanese ports, businessmen who worked the India trade, families who measured time by seasons and ships rather than by fields and harvests. These travellers did not all share ancestry or faith. What they shared was a wide-angle mindset and access to the key language that made long-distance life workable. Across huge distances, Arabic served as the main medium for law, scholarship, contracts, and religious practice. It functioned much like a global travel language does today. Not perfect for every situation, but enough to open doors, secure introductions, and handle business. A little Persian helped in certain courts, and some Turkish was useful along steppe-linked routes. Yet Arabic remained the strongest bridge across regions that otherwise had little in common. This is why a traveller could feel surprisingly at ease in places as far apart as the river towns of West Africa, island ports in the Indian Ocean, and distant coastal kingdoms at the edge of Southeast Asia. There was an irony inside that success. Abroad, Arabic worked as a passport. At home, in the old heartlands, the guardianship of High Arabic was weakening. A traveller could sit through a formal sermon in a city famous for shaping Arabic scholarship and hear basic grammatical errors delivered from the pulpit. When he complained, the response was bleak. The local tradition had thinned so far that almost no one still mastered the old discipline. Political instability, social breakdown, and the shocks of invasion had not only damaged states and cities, they had also frayed the prestige systems that once protected elite learning. Yet while the heartland struggled, Arabic was expanding its overseas reach. The language did not usually replace local grammar. Instead, it entered other tongues through vocabulary. Religion, law, administration, learning, trade, and status It also travelled through script. As Islam spread with merchants and teachers, Arabic letters became the writing system for a growing list of languages, each adapting the alphabet to fit its own sounds. In some places, new letter shapes were added. In others, entirely new calligraphic styles emerged that suited local aesthetics. In the Far East, brushwork and local artistic traditions could reshape Arabic calligraphy until it looked like it belonged to a different visual universe. This spread can be measured in words absorbed over time. Turkish carried a heavy Arabic layer through centuries of education and bureaucracy. Persian absorbed a large share of Arabic vocabulary long before the modern era and retained much of it, even after cultural reforms tried to reduce it. Across South Asia, Arabic terms arrived both directly and through Persian influence, embedding themselves deeply into the vocabulary of courts and cities. In Southeast Asia, thousands of Arabic words entered modern Indonesian and related languages, carried by trade, worship, and scholarship. In East Africa, Swahili remained structurally a Bantu language, yet it absorbed a massive Arabic lexicon through centuries of coastal commerce and Islamic learning. Even after many of these languages shifted to Latin scripts in modern times, the vocabulary remained, and in certain places it kept growing as new Arabic-derived terms replaced older ones. The pattern is remarkably consistent. Arabic vocabulary tends to travel more easily than Arabic grammar. The recipient language keeps its internal structure while borrowing a large stock of terms associated with religion, ethics, administration, learning, and trade. Over time, this creates languages that are unmistakably local in their foundations, yet visibly connected to a broader Islamic ecumene in their word choices. In that sense, the older political losses did not end Arabic influence. Influence simply shifted into a different medium. The same was true for Islam itself. As it spread, it remained anchored to core practices and sacred texts, but it also adapted to local landscapes. The Arabic of worship provided the strongest link to Arabia. Pilgrimage remained the ideal physical bond, yet for most believers it was unreachable in practical terms. Other forms of connection filled the gap. Tombs of revered figures created local centres of devotion that felt like extensions of distant holy places. Legends grew around burials and relics, sometimes placing the same figure in multiple locations through competing memories. Objects said to have come from Mecca could become community treasures in faraway kingdoms, tangible proof that the sacred centre had touched the periphery. Some traditions compressed distance through the supernatural. Saints were said to visit the holy sanctuary repeatedly through miraculous travel, collapsing geography into spiritual immediacy. Certain sites gained reputations as places where the faraway centre could be glimpsed, not by ship or caravan, but through vision and certainty. Whether these claims were literal or symbolic mattered less than the function they served. They offered emotional access to a world that remained physically distant. As Islam settled into new regions, it often layered itself onto older beliefs, rather than erasing them entirely. Architecture made this visible. Mosques could reflect local building traditions in materials and design, while still orienting prayer toward the same direction and reciting the same Arabic words. Religious life also absorbed local ascetic habits and ritual practices. In parts of South Asia, Muslim mystics learned techniques of bodily discipline from older spiritual traditions. Elsewhere, places of worship could be repurposed from earlier sacred sites, carrying the old location's meaning forward under a new religious identity. Across the Indian Ocean, missionaries and teachers sometimes explained Islamic figures by aligning them with familiar local categories, making conversion feel less like a break and more like a translation. That translation inevitably changed both sides. Something was simplified, something was enriched, and something entirely new emerged. Mystical currents helped this flexibility. Certain thinkers emphasized a universal spiritual horizon, broad enough to include many forms of devotion, even while retaining devotion to the central sanctuary. That attitude did not erase religious boundaries, but it softened the edges. It allowed Islam to spread not only as law and ritual, but also as a language of inner life. Then the wider world changed again. Knowledge of geography was still imperfect in many circles, and parts of Africa remained hazy on maps. But sailors and navigators gradually corrected older assumptions. Coastlines were longer than expected. Oceans were not enclosed basins. When European ships finally appeared by an unexpected route, the consequences were immediate. The Indian Ocean, long governed by seasonal wind rhythms and open commercial practice, faced a new kind of intrusion. Fortified outposts, armed patrols, and a desire to control choke points. In the western part of the ocean, European shipbuilding and weaponry looked unfamiliar, and their methods were designed less for shared commerce than for enforcing monopoly. At the same time, another imperial force was rising in the eastern Mediterranean. The Ottoman state consolidated its power around a newly captured capital and positioned itself to dominate major overland routes. Yet global trade was pivoting. Sea routes grew in importance. New connections bypassed old corridors. Even large empires found themselves competing with maritime shifts beyond their control, while still feeling the pressure to expand. That pressure pushed the Ottomans south and east into the lands that had once formed the core of Arab political history. Major cities fell in rapid succession. The old Mamluk military order, which had ruled Egypt and Syria for centuries, was defeated. The conquest was accelerated by the newer technologies of gunpowder warfare. Contemporary observers describe the shock of the assault in terms of noise, smoke, and sudden overpowering force. What had once been a stable regional establishment collapsed in a matter of months. The fall also ended a long-standing theatrical arrangement, the presence of an Abbasid figurehead, maintained as a symbolic caliph. For centuries, this office had survived as a ritual vestige more than a governing reality. When the conquerors removed the last holder from Cairo and took him to their capital, that stage prop lost its function. The family story that began with revolutionary ascent and centuries of rule ended in a final chapter of symbolic afterlife and quiet extinguishing. The emotional weight of the title remained, even after its political meaning had thinned to almost nothing. This is why the Ottoman adoption of caliphal symbolism mattered. It was not simply another honorific. It carried centuries of accumulated legitimacy tied to the Arabic past, to sacred language, and to a sense of unity that had outlived real power. The title was taken up cautiously because it still felt heavy with history. But the very need to inherit that weight showed something deeper. Even when Arab political dominance had long faded, its cultural and symbolic capital remained powerful enough to be claimed, negotiated, and repurposed by new empires. By the early modern period, the world that had once seemed held together by Arabic travel, Arabic writing, and monsoon rhythms faced a new reality. Older networks did not vanish overnight, but they were forced to share space with outsiders who arrived with different assumptions about trade, authority, and the sea itself. The ocean that had served as a broad avenue for merchants and pilgrims became a contested arena. Meanwhile, the old dynastic symbols that had once unified imagination more than territory were absorbed into a new imperial order. In the end, what remained was not the restoration of Arab political rule, but the continued circulation of Arabic language and Islamic practice through communities that had long learned to live across distance. Ottoman rule over Arabic-speaking regions never produced a simple story. The lands under Istanbul's reach stretched from Atlantic-facing ports to Red Sea coasts, from mountain towns to desert encampments, from old scholarly centres to frontier marketplaces. That variety alone makes sweeping claims risky. Time adds another complication. Several centuries passed under Ottoman dominance, and most years were marked less by constant conflict than by routine administration, local bargaining, and long periods of mutual distance. There were calm decades, indifferent decades, and moments when tensions flared into rebellion or harsh crackdowns. The relationship was rarely intimate and almost never uniform. Shared religion did not automatically create shared identity. Turks and Arabs prayed in the same direction and read the same sacred text. Yet daily speech, cultural instincts, and political loyalties remained distinct. Ottoman elites arrived after a long journey across cultures. Their court culture carried strong Persian influences and later absorbed Arabic learning. But the empire's centre of gravity sat outside the old Arab imperial heartlands. Its capital stood on a site shaped by Byzantine and Roman inheritance, and that mattered. It reinforced the sense, common among many Arabic-speaking subjects, that the rulers were fellow believers but still outsiders. In many provinces, Ottoman power was strongest in cities and along key roads. Outside those zones, authority often depended on local notables, tribal brokers, guild leaders, and religious figures. Governance frequently ran on negotiation. Local elites secured their interests by cooperating with governors, while governors relied on local networks to keep order and extract revenue. When central oversight weakened, ambitious leaders in the countryside could exploit the gap. Uprisings were not a constant, but they were always possible, especially when taxes rose, garrisons faltered, or rivals sensed opportunity. Individual soldiers and officials from the empire's many peoples, sometimes settled in Arabic-speaking areas and blended into local society over generations. Yet the empire itself was too immense and too diverse to be culturally absorbed by Arabic in the way some earlier dynasties had been. By the early modern period, Arabic cultural prestige had also lost much of the dominating energy it once projected across the Islamic world. The language remained sacred and respected, but the institutions that once radiated Arabic learning across continents had weakened. Libraries, scholarly networks, and the confidence of a global centre had been damaged by earlier centuries of crisis, fragmentation, and invasion. Another barrier lay in access to the Ottoman ruling class. The empire's highest offices, especially in military and central administration, were often dominated by pathways that were not equally open to everyone. A major avenue to power ran through recruitment systems that pulled young non-Muslims into state service and then trained them for elite roles. For most Arabic-speaking Muslims, that route was legally and socially closed. Many Arabs served locally as scholars, judges, clerks, merchants, or provincial officials, but moving into the empire's inner core was far harder. That structural separation helped keep the relationship between rulers and ruled pragmatic rather than familial. Everyday life under Ottoman rule could be summed up, in many places, as a pattern of grumbling compliance. Taxes were resented. Distant authority was acknowledged in formal ritual. The ruler's name might be spoken in Friday prayers, as part of accepted order, even when he was a distant abstraction rather than a living presence. People identified themselves primarily through religion, city, region, profession, family, or sect. A broad political identity linking Arabic speakers across continents was not a common social reality for most villagers, craftsmen, and town dwellers. In some contexts, the word for Arabs did not even mean urban Arabic speakers. It could still point to nomadic groups beyond the settled zone, associated with herding and raiding, the old contrast between town and steppe that predated Islam itself. Yet something quietly preserved continuity beneath that long dip in collective identity. It was language. Arabic remained the shared medium across immense distances, binding coastal cities, inland markets, desert edges, and mountain towns. Jews in Yemen, Christians in Syria, Muslims from Morocco to Iraq could all live inside some form of Arabic speech. Written Arabic, especially in its formal register, continued to carry religious authority and cultural prestige. The striking imbalance was that while Arabic-speaking subjects rarely learned Turkish, Turkish-speaking officials often had to rely on Arabic intermediaries to communicate, administer, and judge in many local contexts. Arabic did not dissolve the empire, but it persisted as a civilizational glue among the ruled. While identity in the old heartland seemed muted, a different arena saw new motion. Across the Indian Ocean world, older patterns of trade and migration did not end with the arrival of European ships. They were disrupted and bent out of shape, but they adapted. New currents formed, and experienced merchants learned how to move inside them. If many Arabic-speaking regions under Ottoman rule felt politically quiet, the ocean route still rewarded initiative. In the late 17th century, a striking example appeared on the African coast. Oman, leveraging naval power, built a compact overseas dominion along East Africa. Its centres shifted over time, and Zanzibar later became a key node. This was not a revival of an ancient empire in the old style. It was a maritime state tied to ports and shipping lanes, dependent on commerce and coercion, and shaped by the economic realities of its era. Its wealth rested on exports that included human beings through the slave trade, and later on, plantation crops such as cloves. It was both an echo of earlier coastal sultanates and a product of a harsher global economy. At the same time, a quieter expansion continued, not always as conquest, but through families who combined trade, scholarship, and religious authority. From southern Arabia, especially Hadramaut, lineages that claimed descent from the Prophet spread across the ocean rim. Over generations, these families had become mediators at home, respected as negotiators, judges, and community leaders. In the calmer periods after the first shock of European entry, they travelled widely as merchants and teachers. In some places, they built local influence so steadily that it became a form of micro-rule, political in effect even when it wore religious clothing. Certain families achieved remarkable reach. Branches established themselves on India's western coast and became prominent in local Muslim communities. Others moved east into emerging commercial hubs, investing in shipping and trade with agents placed across multiple ports. Some settlements in Southeast Asia even developed neighbourhoods identified with Arab newcomers, visible marks of these migrations. Along the route, older commodities remained valuable: aromatic woods, resins, and coastal products that had attracted sailors for centuries. Migration also took other forms. Warriors from southern Arabia served as mercenaries in wealthy Indian states, where rulers valued disciplined fighters and external allies. On rarer occasions, an outsider could turn marriage into sovereignty. A traveller might arrive at a distant island court, wed into the ruling family, and briefly step into power. Some expatriate dynasties lasted longer, especially where prestige, lineage, and local alliances reinforced each other. In a few places, descendants of such families still hold ceremonial or formal authority today. The numbers involved were not massive, yet the regions sending migrants were thinly populated, the destinations were vast, and influence did not require large populations. when migrants occupied strategic positions in trade, religious leadership, or administration. Over time, many expatriate families became culturally blended. New languages entered the home. Marriages tied them to local society. Children grew up with multiple loyalties. Still, a sense of Arab lineage and connection often remained important, even when daily life had become thoroughly Creole. The long-term break on this oceanic world was not simply European intrusion. It was the later partitioning of empires into nation-states. The old coastal identity that could stretch across ports and islands became harder to maintain when passports, borders, and legal categories demanded a single nationality. The shoreline had once offered a flexible belonging. The modern state insisted on fixed labels. Bloodlines that once carried prestige across seas became less decisive than documents. These migrations continued for centuries in the shadow of larger foreign empires. Portuguese power was followed by other European rivals, with British and Dutch dominance shaping South Asia and Southeast Asia. One irony of empire in that era is that global rule over Muslim populations could end up belonging to a dynasty that was not Muslim at all, simply because it controlled vast territories where Muslims lived. Another irony lies closer to the Arab story. The largest, long-lasting political unification of many Arabic-speaking lands occurred not under Arab rulers, but under Ottoman sovereignty. That unity came at the price of local autonomy, and often at the cost of an explicit, shared Arab political identity. Then another empire arrived, one that did not need forts or fleets to silence people. It was the empire of print. Across Europe, printing spread with stunning speed. Its effects ran far beyond books. Print accelerated the circulation of ideas, standardized knowledge, and made argument portable. It strengthened the habit of proof and documentation. It reshaped education, religion, administration, and eventually politics. But Arabic script entered this world slowly and painfully. Part of the resistance was social. Scribes and copyists had livelihoods to protect. Religious authorities worried about errors in sacred texts. Aesthetic objections also mattered. Manuscript Arabic, with its flowing forms and refined calligraphy, carried a visual authority that early type could not match. But the deepest obstacle was technical. Arabic script is cursive, with letters changing shape depending on position in a word, and with features like diacritics that sit above or below the line. Early movable type struggled to reproduce this elegantly. Producing readable Arabic in metal type required a huge inventory of shapes, far more than Latin alphabets demanded. In practice, early printed Arabic often looked awkward, cramped, and unfamiliar, and this fed resistance. The consequences of delayed adoption were serious. While European societies experienced centuries of print-driven accumulation in science, technology, and public debate, many Arabic reading communities remained dependent on manuscript culture for far longer. Some printing existed, often outside the Muslim majority, or in limited experiments. But it did not reshape the wider Arabic-speaking public sphere until much later. When printing did expand, it frequently did so through state power and propaganda, arriving not as a slow domestic revolution, but as a tool of modern government and foreign pressure. A further irony followed. To speed reading and reduce complexity, many printed Arabic texts were produced with minimal vowel marking. That made them cheaper and faster to print, but often harder for less trained readers. It widened distribution while keeping comprehension demanding. Literacy remained stratified. The printed page reached more hands, yet it did not always become more accessible. Modern technology eventually solved what early type could not. Digital fonts, word processing, and screen rendering made Arabic script flexible again, restoring beauty and legibility. even allowing full diacritics when desired. In a sense, the Arabic reading public leapt from manuscript culture into the digital age and built new habits around screens, rather than around centuries of mass print. That jump opened opportunity, but it also created a new environment where persuasion, authority, and competing narratives could spread at extreme speed. During the long Ottoman era, the word Arab itself carried shifting meanings. Earlier travel accounts used it sometimes as a cultural category and sometimes as a label for desert groups associated with danger or disorder. Later chronicles from the early modern period often used it even more harshly, treating certain nomadic groups as a threat at the edge of the city's world. In many towns, rumours of raids were enough to trigger panic. The word became less a banner of unity and more a marker of anxiety, the name of the peril beyond the walls. But that was not the end of the story. The 19th century would bring new forces that revived broader identity, reshaped education, expanded printing, and generated new political movements. A reawakening was coming, one that would try to connect Arabic speakers from ocean to ocean under a renewed sense of shared language and culture. Whether that reawakening could overcome the older patterns of fragmentation would become one of the central dramas of the modern era. In the late 18th century, a respected Egyptian chronicler looked around him and felt that memory itself was collapsing. He described a world where people no longer bothered to record events, where the past seemed pointless, and where society moved in familiar loops of raid and reprisal. For him, the old order still dragged on in Cairo, and the countryside still threatened the city the way it always had. It was an era that seemed to be fading rather than changing. Then, the direction of time suddenly shifted. In the summer of 1798, Egypt faced an invader unlike the ones that lived in local stories. Armed forces landed from the sea with modern artillery and an organized command structure. The ruling military elite in Egypt fought, but their traditional strength could not absorb a new kind of firepower. In days, the balance of power that had held for generations cracked open, and a European army entered Cairo. The campaign had multiple goals. It was not only about conquest or glory. Egypt also sat on a strategic hinge between seas and routes. European rivals were competing over access to the eastern Mediterranean and the paths leading towards South Asia. Control of Egypt promised leverage over those lifelines. The invasion turned a regional contest into a dramatic demonstration of global competition. One Egyptian observer watched these newcomers with a curious, almost clinical attention. Instead of describing them only as enemies, he catalogued habits, routines, and oddities as if documenting an unfamiliar species. He noticed the way they set prices openly in places where bargaining was second nature. He recorded how quickly soldiers formed relationships, how clothing styles changed in occupied neighborhoods, and how the occupiers tried to reshape public life through symbols and spectacle. Some experiments looked ridiculous. A celebrated demonstration meant to display technological wonder ended as a short-lived failure, more like a festival toy than a revolution in transport. Some public behaviour shocked local sensibilities, especially the informal mixing across social boundaries that the newcomers treated as normal. Yet other innovations impressed the same observer. He was struck by practical devices that saved labour, and even more by spaces devoted to organised knowledge. Rooms of books open for reading, displays designed to teach by demonstration, and scientific performances that made invisible forces feel real. For a society accustomed to scholarship as a guarded tradition, the sight of ordinary soldiers reading in a public library carried a strange message about education and power. Occupation also transformed the city itself. Physical barriers were reduced. Streets were cleaned, lit, and surveyed. Property was counted and recorded. These acts looked administrative, even mundane, but they signalled a different kind of state. Counting land and registering households were not just acts of order. They were tools of control, and they hinted at new forms of taxation. When those hints became clearer, anger followed. Popular revolt erupted, and violence escalated. Sacred spaces were violated during reprisals, and the occupation's claim to respectful partnership collapsed in the smoke of confrontation. Still, the local chronicler did not present the invaders as simple monsters. He treated them as a sign that society had been judged by history. The arrival of foreign power was interpreted as a punishment for decay and injustice. At street level, reactions differed. Some cursed the newcomers with fury. Others, exhausted by local rulers and eager for relief, welcomed them. Songs circulated that celebrated the foreign general, not because he was foreign, but because he smashed unpopular forces and suppressed raiders who had long preyed on travellers and trade. The wider contest turned quickly. A major naval battle shattered the occupiers' fleet and trapped the expedition in a hostile landscape. The leader who had staged the invasion slipped away, leaving an army cut off. Within a few years, a combined pressure from rival powers forced the foreign troops out. Egypt was liberated, but not restored. The event had cracked open the sense that the old world would continue forever. It also revealed a recurring reality for the region. Local societies could find themselves squeezed between empires, whose struggles were not about the local population, yet played out on its soil. Earlier ages had rewarded those who mediated between trading zones and political spheres. Now, the contest was harder. Rival European states aimed to dominate multiple regions at once, and a land bridge like Egypt became a prize rather than a marketplace. This moment is often treated as a clean turning point toward modernity, but it was part of a longer sequence. European warships had already begun appearing in the Gulf, claiming to protect commerce while attacking local sea power. Coastal politics had already been pulled into foreign strategies. What made 1798 different was scale and symbolism. The invasion struck a core province, not an edge. Egypt was a major population centre and a cultural magnet. Even so, by the late 18th century, its intellectual confidence had dimmed. The great libraries and schools that once organised knowledge across continents no longer felt like engines of new ideas. Some feared that even the surviving heritage was being sold off, piece by piece. After the foreign army left, a new ruler rose inside Egypt's Ottoman framework, and he pursued a project that was neither pure imitation nor pure resistance. He built institutions, reorganized the army, expanded state control, and imported expertise. Egypt's relationship with Istanbul shifted. The province began to act like a political unit with its own direction. Language became a crucial instrument in that shift. For long periods, the official world had operated in a different administrative tongue, while the public lived in everyday Arabic and the religious sphere guarded a high literary Arabic. The new state strengthened Arabic's public status by using it more directly in administration and education. Printing, first introduced as an instrument of propaganda during occupation, became a tool of governance and communication. Newspapers and official bulletins helped create a shared political space. Even their titles carried meaning. They implied that events in Egypt were not just local gossip, but a national record worth preserving. Students were sent abroad to learn the sciences and methods of Europe. Their guides returned with admiration mixed with unease, impressed by engineering and organisation while troubled by the moral differences they perceived. Translation became a state project. European books were rendered into Arabic in large numbers, and terminology was invented. or adapted to make new concepts usable. This was not simply copying. It was a reworking of language to carry modern administration, medicine, and military knowledge. Meanwhile, Egypt's cities were transformed. Steam technology altered transport. Rail planning turned geography into schedules. Urban redesign created broad avenues and monumental districts. The Suez Canal reconfigured world commerce and made Egypt even more strategic. Yet modernization carried debt, and debt invited foreign supervision. Financial control became another road by which foreign power returned, now through contracts and pressure rather than muskets alone. At the same time, another awakening was unfolding across the Red Sea, moving in the opposite direction. In Central Arabia, a reformist movement sought purification rather than adaptation. It rejected many practices that had grown into Islam's regional varieties. It opposed saint veneration, condemned innovations, and demanded a return to strict monotheism and early models of community life. The movement drew strength from desert networks and from a disciplined moral program that bound tribes into a wider alliance. The reformers' message might have remained a local sermon, without political partnership, but a powerful local leader recognized an opportunity. Religious renewal and state building fused into one project. This alliance created a new kind of force. Tribal fighters organized around a shared doctrine capable of striking outward beyond their plateau. Their campaigns shook the region. They attacked shrines and symbols they considered unlawful, flattening tombs and breaking practices that had long anchored local religious life. Violence spilled into places where sectarian memory ran deep, and massacre etched the conflict into the imagination of communities that would not forget. In the holy cities, the movement threatened established traditions and challenged the prestige of empires that claimed guardianship over sacred spaces. The Ottoman center could not ignore the danger, yet it struggled to respond directly. The task was delegated to Egypt's ambitious ruler, who launched a long and punishing campaign into the peninsula. The reformist state was defeated militarily, and its leaders were captured and executed. For a moment, it looked final, but the ideas proved harder to kill than an army. Isolation, tight community bonds, and inherited zeal allowed the movement to survive and return in later forms. By the late 19th century, travellers still found the doctrine alive in the desert, shaping attitudes and tightening boundaries. In the decades and centuries that followed, variations of that revivalist impulse would reappear across the region, sometimes as disciplined moral movements, sometimes as violent insurgencies, always promising unity and purity, and often producing harsh divisions. The conflict did not simply repeat the past, but it reactivated old fractures and gave them new weapons. What emerges from this period is a striking contrast. In Egypt, transformation pulled toward administration, translation, printing, new schools, and new infrastructure. It was an outward-facing awakening, tied to ports and world routes. In Central Arabia, awakening pulled inward toward purification, strict boundaries, and a deliberate replaying of an early religious and political model. Both were responses to pressure and crisis. Both reshaped identity. One sought strength through adaptation and state institutions. The other sought strength through purification and disciplined community. Both religious revivalism and modern politics tried to solve the same problem: how to create unity out of a wide, diverse Arabic-speaking world. One path sought strict purification and separation. The other, emerging in the 19th century, aimed for connection across borders and communities. Instead of a single voice, it imagined a shared harmony, a collective sound where many accents and backgrounds could still belong to one larger identity. It was an ambitious idea, and like all ambitious ideas, it was easier to imagine than to conduct. Egypt played an early, outsized role in that shift. Under a powerful local dynasty, Egypt began to act less like a distant province and more like a state with its own direction. Victory in a hard regional war proved that Cairo could project force beyond its borders, and it also proved something else. The old imperial center could no longer assume obedience. At the same time, reforms gave public life a stronger Arabic presence. Administration, public announcements, and newspapers increasingly leaned toward Arabic, and that change mattered. It was not only about communication, it was about status. A language that had often been confined to religion and daily speech began to reclaim official space. That renewed confidence carried into the Eastern Mediterranean, where identity was tangled with sect and empire. In the Levant, many Christian communities spoke Arabic as their native language and often saw themselves as deeply rooted in the region's pre-Islamic past. For some of them, language offered a way to imagine unity that did not depend on religious sameness. A political community could be built around a shared tongue and a shared cultural inheritance, even when churches, mosques, and synagogues stood in the same streets. In that environment, the idea of a broader Arab community began to take clearer shape. Writers and activists argued that language was not simply a tool of the nation, but the nation itself. The claim was bold. Bloodlines, sectarian labels, even geography were presented as weaker than the binding force of Arabic. This was not only academic debate. It was public persuasion, and poetry became a kind of political engine. Verse carried calls to wake up, to stand taller, to throw off humiliation, to recover a name that felt buried. For audiences living under imperial administration, such language offered more than pride. It offered a storyline. Decline was not fate, and recovery was possible. Over the decades that followed, Arab nationalism drew energy from many sources. Some thinkers treated Islam as part of the shared historical experience of Arabs, not as a boundary that excluded non-Muslims. In that view, Islam mattered as a civilization-building event that reshaped language, literature, governance, and memory, even for those who did not share the creed. The political dream was not a return to a narrow religious state, but a return to an era when Arabic culture felt confident, outward-looking, and productive. Printing, education, and new institutions helped that confidence spread. The language gained visibility in modern forms, and literature began to flourish again after long periods, when many writers had mostly recycled older models. Individual biographies became symbols of the era. Some people who had spent their lives in imperial schools and imperial languages later switched allegiance to Arabic with startling intensity, as if adopting a new self. Such conversions were not spiritual. They were linguistic and political. They were signs that the struggle was not only over borders and rulers, but over what kind of identity deserved loyalty. Yet, the awakening did not arrive evenly. In many places, daily life continued much as before, and the new ideas moved slowly through society. The revival was often driven first by educated circles, by printing presses and by urban networks. In regions far from the main currents of schools and newspapers, the change could take generations, and sometimes it barely took hold at all. Even where the language of unity spread, the political reality remained fragmented, and the gap between the dream and the ground stayed wide. Language itself added a further complication. The movement that wanted unity relied heavily on a prestigious, highly regulated form of Arabic used for writing, formal speeches, and official culture. That elevated register created a shared platform across the region, but it also created distance. Many people could speak Arabic fluently in their own dialects, yet still feel uncomfortable writing or speaking in formal style. The result was a persistent split between everyday language and public language. In practice, that split shaped education, media, and politics. Because formal Arabic carried status, speeches and published writing often prioritized correctness and ornament over directness. For many, the fear of making mistakes became a kind of silence. In some cases, people chose to write in foreign languages for technical or scientific work, not because Arabic could not express modern ideas, but because producing flawless, formal Arabic felt like crossing a minefield. This created a paradox. A language celebrated as the core of unity could also feel like a barrier that kept many individuals from fully participating in public life. The problem grew sharper as the modern world demanded new vocabulary. Industrial technology, our political institutions, modern sciences and mass media all required naming. Arabic adapted, but not in one consistent way. Different regions coined different terms, borrowed from different European languages, or revived older words with new meanings. The same object could have several competing names depending on country and school. In theory, standardization could have helped. In practice, the region's size, uneven education, and limited distribution networks made unified terminology difficult to enforce. A language imagined as one house began to fill with rooms that used different labels for the same things. Even when terms spread widely, their meanings did not always match the imported concepts. Words for citizenship, representation, republic, and democracy could exist in official titles, while daily politics still operated through subjects and rulers, rather than citizens and institutions. Vocabulary alone could not create the reality it described. The gap between word and practice became one of the era's defining tensions. Newspapers multiplied, but not quickly enough to match the speed of global change. Early modern Arabic journalism often carried the weight of older rhetorical styles, and political writing could sound ceremonial rather than investigative. Still, the press mattered because it created a shared arena of discussion, and precisely because it mattered, it provoked repression. Imperial authorities responded to rising political language with censorship. Certain words were restricted. Certain themes were treated as dangerous. In some places, language policies hardened into direct attempts to impose another tongue through schools and administration, turning language into a battlefield. At the same time, European empires pressed in from multiple directions. Strategic geography made the region impossible to ignore. Control of sea lanes and canal routes mattered to distant capitals, and the Arabic-speaking provinces sat beside the world's most valuable corridors. One European power expanded across North Africa, gradually transforming vast territories into colonies and protectorates. Another strengthened positions along the routes connecting Europe to South Asia, first through ports and coaling stations, then through financial control, then through military occupation. The result was an environment where local identity movements grew under constant outside pressure. Language policy became one of the sharpest tools in that contest. In some colonial settings, formal Arabic education was restricted or discouraged. Dialects were sometimes promoted in ways that separated populations from the wider Arabic intellectual sphere. Local non-Arab identities were emphasized, not always out of respect, but often as a method of division. After independence, those policies left deep marks. Elites in some countries continued to operate in European languages, and formal Arabic had to compete for space in administration and higher education. Further east, however, Arabic public culture became louder. Journalism, speeches, and poetry gained political bite. Writers used old forms to express new anger, and governments responded with exile and punishment. Political verse was sometimes recited in public like rallying cries, echoing an older tradition where poets could shape reputation and mobilize communities. As the 20th century approached, the idea of nationhood itself changed shape. Earlier identity had often been built around community and faith, around people more than territory. Modern nationalism, influenced by European models, tied identity to land as well as language. That posed a special challenge in the Arab world. The territory imagined by pan-Arab thinkers was vast, economically uneven, and not naturally enclosed by clear boundaries. And borders, once drawn, could cut across dialect zones, trade patterns, and tribal routes. The modern state demanded fixed lines. The region's history contained long habits of movement that did not respect fixed lines. Then steam power accelerated everything. From the late 19th century onward, migration became a new chapter of Arab mobility, but on modern routes and modern scales. Economic booms and crashes, new shipping lines, and changing labour markets pushed people outward. Levantine merchants and workers moved toward Europe, West Africa, and the Americas. Others travelled through newly strategic ports and canals, finding work in shipping and dock labour. These migrations were rarely planned as political acts, yet they reshaped identity. Communities formed abroad, businesses carried family networks across oceans, and Arabic names and customs settled into distant cities. In the Americas, Arab origin communities grew large enough to influence national life. In West Africa, Arab and Arab-descended traders became familiar figures in commercial streets. In major port cities, the mix of languages and habits created new forms of belonging, sometimes keeping Arabic culture alive, sometimes blending it into local life. In many cases, the diaspora grew far beyond the population of the villages it came from. A small homeland could produce a global presence. The age of steam migration did more than move people across oceans. It changed the character of Arabic literature itself. Modern expression did not arrive simply through imitation of European styles, but through the freedom that migration created. Leaving old surroundings allowed writers to escape inherited constraints and to imagine different futures. Distance broke habits that had shaped Arabic writing for centuries. Among those transformed by migration was the Lebanese-born writer Gibran Khalil Gibran, who settled in New York in the early 20th century. Later generations would know him as a mystical voice and as the author of a widely read spiritual work, but he also helped push Arabic poetry toward new forms. Living abroad loosened the hold of tradition. For emigrant writers, departure was not only physical, it was intellectual. Separation from the old environment freed them from the heavy influence of classical models and from the long isolation imposed by imperial rule. Migration once again stimulated activity and creativity, just as earlier migrations had done in Arab history. Writers in exile often contrasted their outlook with that of authors who remained in the old countries. They described a divide between those who looked backward and those who tried to imagine something new. The older literary world was seen as repeating inherited forms, moving cautiously along familiar paths. The newer generation wanted to experiment, even at the risk of uncertainty. For them, the safe road led only from the birth of ideas to their exhaustion. Innovation required leaving the beaten track. Travel itself was easier in that era than it would later become. Movement across the Ottoman lands often required little formal documentation. A traveller might pass with minimal questioning, and local authorities showed limited concern with strict control. Even imperial administrations took decades to define boundaries in remote regions. Lines on maps appeared slowly and sometimes almost casually. where territory was sparsely inhabited, borders might be drawn in straight strokes across empty landscapes. These early boundary lines were not always meant to define full sovereignty. Often, they simply marked zones of influence. Some of these improvised lines later hardened into international frontiers. Once fixed, they could shape political realities for generations. A line originally intended as a rough division between imperial spheres might later become the official boundary between independent states. In time, natural resources would make these borders far more significant than their creators had imagined. Oil and strategic routes transformed loose frontier zones into guarded territories. What began as administrative convenience became permanent division. During the 19th century and early 20th century, Arab identity continued to evolve through contact with external powers. When global conflict erupted, rival empires competed for local alliances. European states joined older imperial traditions by seeking support from regional rulers. Promises of independence and recognition were offered in exchange for cooperation. These negotiations followed patterns seen many times before, with powerful states courting local leaders while pursuing their own strategic goals. Railways symbolized both ambition and rivalry. European planners dreamed of continuous routes, linking distant capitals to Middle Eastern markets and ports. Construction advanced unevenly and often fell short of its grandest plans. Meanwhile, regional authorities built their own lines intended to serve both religious travelers and military needs. For the first time in thousands of years, overland journeys across parts of Arabia became faster and more predictable. These achievements were short-lived. War quickly turned railways into targets. Infrastructure meant for pilgrims and trade became a tool of military strategy. Sabotage and rebellion disrupted transportation networks, and local uprisings were encouraged by outside powers seeking advantage. Alliances formed and shifted as imperial states attempted to weaken their enemies through regional revolts. Local rulers were drawn into these struggles with promises of recognition and authority. Some leaders envisioned vast unified states stretching across the Arabic-speaking regions. They imagined independence that would restore dignity after centuries of external dominance. Yet the responses from imperial officials remained cautious and ambiguous. Support was offered in ways that preserved foreign influence. Dreams of unity collided with strategic calculations. Even as cooperation continued, secret arrangements divided the same territories that independence movements hoped to unite. Plans were made to partition former imperial lands into zones administered by different powers. Declarations supporting new political communities appeared alongside agreements that limited their autonomy. These contradictions shaped the future of the region. The idea of transforming scattered populations into unified nations attracted many supporters. In some respects, the project resembled similar efforts elsewhere. Groups linked by language or tradition sought recognition as political communities. Yet practical difficulties remained enormous. Diverse populations had to be organized into territorial states, and competing claims overlapped. Promises made during wartime proved difficult to reconcile with realities on the ground. After the war ended, victorious powers imposed new political structures. Territories once governed as provinces were reorganized into mandated states under foreign supervision. Independence existed in principle, but not in full practice. Borders once drawn in pencil were fixed in ink. Zones of influence became formal administrations. External authorities supervised internal affairs while preparing the ground for eventual self-rule. Some regional leaders adapted to these circumstances. They argued that gradual development could lead to future unity. Differences in economy, education, and administration made immediate integration unrealistic. Over time, they hoped, shared language and shared interests would draw separate territories closer together. The vision remained appealing even when the path toward it seemed uncertain. Others became disillusioned. Observers who had supported wartime cooperation felt betrayed by the settlement that followed. Ideal maps imagined by sympathetic outsiders never materialized. Instead, authority was distributed among several local monarchies under foreign guidance. New states emerged with rulers who depended on external support. Political arrangements resembled earlier systems in which local dynasties governed with imperial backing. Some cities modernized rapidly while surrounding areas remained unchanged. Ports connected to global trade networks became increasingly distinct from inland societies. The resulting contrasts deepened existing divisions. Boundaries became sources of tension as well as separation. Disputes over frontier regions produced occasional clashes and sometimes full-scale wars. Suspicion grew between neighbouring states. Instead of uniting populations, borders often reinforced differences and competition. The ideal of unity survived in rhetoric, but rarely in practice. These divisions were not created entirely from outside. Internal rivalries and historical differences also played a major role. Tribal loyalties, regional identities, and political ambitions complicated attempts at integration. External powers often exploited these differences, but they did not invent them. Even after independence, governments found it easier to govern within inherited borders than to dissolve them in the name of unity. Colonial rule left a mixed legacy. Some actions produced deep resentment and long memories of injustice. Yet harsh measures were not unique to foreign regimes. Local governments would later employ similar or greater levels of force. Political repression and violence became part of the modern history of several states. National pride often magnified the sense of injury inflicted by outsiders, even when internal conflicts caused equal or greater suffering. Despite continued foreign influence, nationalist movements gained strength between the world wars. Demonstrations, revolts, and negotiations gradually pushed colonial administrations toward concessions. Some territories developed constitutional systems and political parties. Limited independence emerged in stages, though foreign influence remained significant. The region during these decades displayed extraordinary variety. Monarchies supported by foreign powers existed alongside nationalist movements seeking broader unity. Tribal societies persisted beside rapidly modernizing cities. Oil concessions brought foreign engineers and businessmen into close contact with traditional rulers. Cultural contrasts appeared everywhere. Competition for leadership complicated the search for unity. Several figures aspired to represent the wider Arab world. Claims to religious authority or historical legitimacy did not always translate into political support. Attempts to revive ancient titles or institutions often failed to attract recognition beyond limited circles. One ruler in Central Arabia succeeded where others struggled. Through military campaigns and alliances with religious reformers, he united large areas of the peninsula. His kingdom initially appeared poor and remote, lacking the resources needed for long-term stability. The situation changed dramatically when petroleum was discovered beneath its territory. Oil revenues transformed a sparsely populated land into a state of global importance. Older imperial powers gradually gave way to the new order. Older imperial powers gradually gave way to a rising industrial nation, whose demand for fuel reshaped international politics. Strategic relationships formed between traditional monarchies and modern corporations. The combination produced a distinctive balance between continuity and change. Technological modernization advanced quickly in some areas. Motor vehicles replaced camel caravans along traditional routes. Yet older social patterns proved more resistant. Tribal loyalties remained strong, and rulers often struggled to integrate nomadic populations into stable administrations. Programs aimed at settlement and organization sometimes met resistance. Armed revolts demonstrated the limits of central authority. Elsewhere, similar challenges appeared. Efforts to impose order in remote territories revealed complex networks of local autonomy. Some regions contained countless small communities, with little allegiance to any larger authority. Negotiated settlements sometimes reduced conflict among major groups, but smaller tribal societies often remained difficult to control. Military force occasionally enforced stability where agreements failed. Traditional values continued to shape attitudes toward work and social status. Nomadic groups often regarded settled agricultural life as inferior. Herding, transport, and raiding had long been respected occupations. The transition to sedentary economic life therefore involved more than practical adjustment. It required cultural change that many resisted. Even when migration declined and urbanization increased, older ideals did not disappear entirely. For a time, it appeared that the older patterns might fade. Periods of relative peace create the impression that tribal conflict had ended. In reality, underlying tensions persisted beneath the surface. Stability depended on fragile arrangements that could be disrupted by political change. As the 20th century progressed, the region entered an era of uncertainty. The collapse of earlier empires had brought both opportunity and confusion. Many people remembered the relative calm of previous centuries and questioned whether the new age offered improvement. The Middle East became a stage on which modern technologies and ancient loyalties interacted in unpredictable ways. Another global war approached, raising new questions about the future. Some hoped that imperial dominance might finally end. Others feared further disruption. The vision of a unified Arab world remained powerful in imagination, but political realities continued to move in different directions. Cultural life also faced new challenges. The literary revival that had strengthened a sense of shared identity began to produce internal debates. Writers and scholars questioned long-accepted traditions. Some intellectuals argued that Arab society should reconnect with wider currents of global civilization and adopt a more critical approach to its heritage. One influential thinker subjected early Arabic literature to close examination. He argued that much of what had been accepted as ancient poetry might actually have been composed or reshaped centuries later. According to this interpretation, the literary foundations of Arab identity were not simple survivals from antiquity, but products of historical reconstruction. The claim provoked intense controversy. The debate went beyond literature. It touched fundamental questions about history and belief. Critics accused the scholar of undermining tradition and faith. Defenders insisted that modern research required independence from inherited assumptions. The dispute revealed tensions between scholarly investigation and cultural loyalty. The scholar himself acknowledged the difficulty of separating intellectual inquiry from personal belief. Faith could affirm what historical evidence could not prove. Scholarship demanded methods that might lead to uncomfortable conclusions. Balancing these perspectives required accepting uncertainty rather than choosing one side completely. This tension reflected broader patterns. Contrasting viewpoints coexisted across many areas of life. Language itself preserved words that carried opposite meanings. Political culture often tolerated contradictions between ideals and practice. Social and intellectual life contained many paired opposites. mobility and settlement, tradition and innovation, unity and diversity. Some observers saw these contrasts as obstacles to creativity and cohesion. Others viewed them as sources of vitality. Attempts to impose complete uniformity repeatedly failed. Regional diversity continued to coexist with aspirations toward collective identity. Neither tendency fully overcame the other. The search for unity remained both attractive and elusive. The idea drew people together through shared language and memory, yet it also encouraged movements away from any single center. Like journeys that begin with hope and end with departure, the pursuit of unity produced both connection and separation. The Egyptian writer Taha Hussein once stood trial because of his controversial ideas about early Arabic poetry and Islamic tradition. The judge who heard the case was an educated and tolerant man, and the charges were eventually dismissed. The book itself, however, did not escape punishment. It was allowed to appear again only after sensitive passages had been removed. The deeper issues raised by Hussein's work never disappeared. His arguments challenged long-held assumptions and forced readers to reconsider the foundations of Arab cultural identity. Even decades later, his questions remain unresolved. His ideas seem even more unsettling in the modern era, when political divisions in the Arab world have deepened. As hopes for unity fade, many people turn with renewed attachment to the shared heritage of classical Arabic poetry and early Islamic history. At the same time, conflicts within the Islamic world have strengthened the desire for a stable and unquestioned center represented by the Prophet and the Quran. Hussein's writings stirred intellectual debates that never fully died out. The poet Nizar Kabani later described him as a man who had stolen fire and brought dangerous knowledge to his people, and wondered whether such a thinker would receive the same verdict, if judged in a later generation. Around the same period, observers who had once supported the dream of a united Arab world began to doubt whether such unity was possible. One former advocate of Arab nationalism concluded after years of experience that the idea of a single Arab state belonged more to imagination than to reality. Whenever romantic visions encountered political realities, enthusiasm tended to fade. Attempts to define Arab unity in practical terms revealed how complicated the idea actually was. It could never be reduced to a simple formula or a neat political structure. Instead, the various plans proposed during the first half of the 20th century suggested a complicated and unstable arrangement made up of competing ambitions and rival leadership claims. From the mid-1930s onward, several rulers tried to shape this imagined unity according to their own interests. The ruler of Saudi Arabia suggested the creation of a broad Arab federation under his authority. At roughly the same time, the king of Transjordan promoted a plan to unite Syria with his own kingdom and eventually incorporate Palestine and Iraq into a larger realm with himself at its center. In Baghdad, another proposal took shape under the leadership of Iraq's prime minister, who hoped to persuade Britain to support a regional union dominated by Iraq and including Syria, Palestine, and Transjordan. None of these schemes succeeded, largely because each depended on the ambitions of a different ruler. More surprising was Egypt's decision to abandon its traditional distance from Arab politics and support a new form of cooperation. This initiative led in 1945 to the creation of the Arab League. The founding members included Egypt, along with Syria, Iraq, Transjordan, and representatives of Palestine, as well as Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen. Over time, the organization grew to include more states, eventually reaching 22 members. Despite its growth, the League remained a loose association rather than a powerful political union. Egypt retained a dominant influence within it, especially through the office of Secretary General. which almost always went to an Egyptian diplomat. Other member states tolerated this situation largely because the League exercised little real authority. It functioned mainly as a forum for discussion where governments expressed their positions without being bound by common decisions. At its founding, the member states agreed on general principles that were deliberately broad enough to protect national sovereignty. Their declared aims included strengthening relations among the member countries, coordinating political policies, defending independence, and addressing matters of common concern. Membership depended primarily on the use of Arabic as an official language, a definition that grouped together societies with very different histories and cultures. The League described an Arab as someone who spoke Arabic, lived in an Arabic-speaking country, and sympathized with the goals of Arabic-speaking peoples, though the meaning of these goals was never clearly defined. Critics often dismissed the organization as ineffective and outdated, yet it endured and occasionally played a modest, constructive role. During the early 1950s, Egypt introduced a different and far more dramatic force into Arab politics. The country that had helped inspire early Arab cultural revival now produced a leader whose influence would spread across the region. Before his rise, however, older traditions still lingered. In the summer of 1952, a ceremonial procession moved through the streets of Cairo. A richly decorated litter mounted on a camel was escorted by soldiers and musicians. The structure was empty, yet it carried powerful symbolism. Known as the Mahmal, it represented authority, pilgrimage, and the historical connection between Egypt and the holy cities of Arabia. Covered with embroidered fabrics and inscriptions, it resembled a small travelling pavilion. In earlier centuries, it had been sent to Mecca as a sign of the Egyptian ruler's devotion, symbolically linking political authority with religious duty. The tradition dated back many centuries and may have begun in early Islamic times, though it became firmly established under the medieval rulers of Egypt. Other regions later adopted similar practices, sending their own ceremonial litters to Mecca as expressions of both unity and independence. After each pilgrimage, the Mahmal returned home, reflecting the balance between connection and rivalry that shaped relations across the Arab world. The journeys of these caravans often carried political meanings as well as religious significance. Even foreign rulers sometimes used the ceremony to demonstrate their authority. During the French occupation of Egypt, a new Mahmal was constructed and sent to Mecca with great ceremony. Contemporary observers described the departure procession as a striking mixture of peoples, costumes, and traditions unlike anything seen before. In earlier times, the pilgrimage caravan included colourful figures whose presence gave the procession a festive atmosphere. One elderly man, known as the Sheikh of the Camel, rode near the Mahmal and became famous for constantly moving his head in a strange rhythmic motion throughout the journey. Sometimes, he was followed by a woman known as the Mother of Cats, who travelled with several animals sharing her saddle. Such figures belonged to a world that was gradually disappearing as Egypt modernized. By the late 19th century, the Mahmal travelled part of the route by train and steamship before continuing by camel to Mecca. These adjustments allowed the tradition to survive longer than similar practices elsewhere. The Yemeni version had vanished centuries earlier, and the Ottoman Syrian Mahmal disappeared during the First World War. Egypt's Mahmal endured into the 20th century, but eventually faced hostility from the new rulers of Arabia. In 1926, armed tribesmen attacked the Egyptian procession, regarding the ceremony as an unacceptable religious innovation. After that incident, the Mahmal no longer travelled to Mecca and appeared only in ceremonial parades in Cairo. The parade of 1952 turned out to be the last. Later, that same summer, a group of Egyptian army officers overthrew the monarchy supported by Britain. The revolution swept away many old institutions along with the symbols associated with them. The Mahmal came to represent a past that no longer seemed relevant in an age of modern transport and rising nationalism. The ceremony once symbolized connections across the Arab world, yet those connections had weakened rather than strengthened in the modern era. The leaders of the revolution regarded the tradition as an outdated relic, much like the political language of Arab unity that echoed in Cairo's diplomatic circles. Egypt's new rulers initially focused on national rather than pan-Arab identity. The revolution was seen as a turning point in which Egyptians claimed control over their own state after centuries of foreign-dominated rule. For the first time in many generations, the country was governed by leaders who were neither foreign soldiers nor members of imported ruling elites. These officers came largely from families of Arab origin that had lived in Egypt for centuries and were considered fully Egyptian. Over time, however, the revolutionary leadership began to emphasize a broader Arab identity and to present Egypt as the natural center of the Arab world. The meaning of Arab identity itself shifted repeatedly, shaped by political circumstances and changing ambitions. Only a few years before the revolution, the idea of Arab unity had been deeply weakened by events in Palestine. The creation of a Jewish national state transformed a colonial settlement project into a territorial nationalism rooted in religion and history. During the years between the world wars, Jewish immigration and land purchases increased tensions between communities in Palestine. Violence broke out repeatedly, and Palestinian resistance against British rule was met with harsh reprisals. Later, Jewish militant groups also turned against British authority when immigration restrictions were imposed. Some of these organisations carried out bombings and other attacks intended to force political change. One of the most dramatic incidents was the destruction of a major government building in Jerusalem in 1946, which caused heavy casualties and shocked the region. The end of the Second World War brought further changes that few people had anticipated. The enormous suffering of European Jews during the Nazi period created strong international support for the establishment of a Jewish state. At the same time, the concerns of the Arab population of Palestine received far less attention. When war broke out in 1948 between Jewish forces and neighbouring Arab states, the Arab side lacked coordination and shared strategy. Rival ambitions and suspicions weakened their efforts. Some governments were more concerned about each other's territorial goals than about defeating their opponent. These divisions played a major role in the outcome of the conflict. The war produced large population movements throughout the region. Many Jewish communities from Arab countries moved to the new state of Israel, while hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were displaced from their homes. Large refugee populations settled in neighbouring territories and remained there for generations. For Arabs across the region, the loss of Palestine became a defining experience that shaped political thinking and collective memory. The establishment of Israel appeared as a deep and lasting injury in the heart of the Arab lands. The conflict remained unresolved, and its consequences continued to influence regional politics. After the war, the older European empires gradually withdrew from the Middle East. Britain ended its direct control over India and Palestine, though it maintained influence in some areas through alliances and military bases. Iraq had already received formal independence, but its foreign policy remained closely tied to British interests. France withdrew from Syria and Lebanon, but retained control over parts of North Africa. In Egypt, British forces left most of the country after the war, but remained stationed in the Canal Zone, where their presence became a constant source of resentment. Many officers in the Egyptian army saw the continued foreign presence as a humiliation. Younger officers in particular felt a strong attachment to the land and believed that the monarchy had failed to defend national interests. The defeat of 1948 reinforced their sense that the existing political system was corrupt and ineffective. Social tensions in the cities added to the instability. Early in 1952, riots broke out in Cairo, and foreign property was attacked and destroyed. The army restored order quickly, which strengthened the confidence of officers who believed they could govern more effectively than the existing regime. In July 1952, the group known as the Free Officers seized control of the government and forced the king into exile. At first, they maintained the appearance of monarchy by proclaiming the king's infant son as ruler, while a senior general served as head of government. Within a year, the monarchy was formally abolished and Egypt became a republic. Behind the official leadership stood the officer who had organized the revolution and who would soon dominate Egyptian politics. At the same time, the global balance of power was shifting. The decline of European empires coincided with the rise of two new superpowers. Representatives of one of these powers soon arrived in Cairo seeking influence with the new government. The United States offered military equipment and economic assistance, but expected Egypt to align itself with Western strategic interests and accept continued British influence in the Canal Zone. Egyptian leaders rejected these conditions and instead sought support elsewhere. Arms were obtained from Eastern European suppliers, without political restrictions, while Western governments attempted to use economic aid as leverage. The resulting competition forced Egypt and other regional states to navigate between rival power blocs, each offering support while pursuing its own strategic goals. Political writers and poets of the time often compared the new global rivalry to earlier eras of foreign domination. The region once again found itself caught between powerful empires, each seeking influence and advantage. External pressures interacted with internal divisions, making cooperation difficult. The experience reinforced a sense that history was repeating familiar patterns under new names. The revolutionary leader who emerged from these circumstances gradually became the central figure in Arab politics. After consolidating power at home and removing his rivals, he presented himself as both a national reformer and a spokesman for broader Arab aspirations. At first, his attention focused mainly on domestic reforms, strengthening the army and securing economic development. Over time, however, his ambitions expanded beyond Egypt's borders. The turning point that transformed him into an international figure came with a crisis centered on the Suez Canal, an event that brought his leadership to the attention of audiences far beyond the Middle East. In the summer of 1956, Egypt's relationship with the West reached a breaking point. For months, Cairo had been trying to finance an enormous development project, a major dam intended to reshape agriculture and power generation for generations. Then, the promised financial support from Washington was pulled away. The decision landed like a public warning. Aid could be offered, but it could also be withdrawn, especially if Egypt refused to align itself with a Western security framework. Within days, Egypt's leadership chose a dramatic countermove. The Suez Canal Company, long tied to European control and profit, was brought under Egyptian authority. The argument was straightforward. If the canal generated wealth, that revenue could help fund national development. But for Britain and France, the canal was not just a business. It was a symbol of influence, prestige, and strategic access. In their view, losing it meant accepting that the era of European dominance in the region was ending. Behind closed doors, a secret plan took shape involving Britain, France, and Israel. The sequence was designed to look like crisis management, but it was engineered to create a pretext for intervention. Israeli forces would move first, advancing toward the Canal Zone. Egypt would respond militarily, as any state would when faced with an invasion. Then Britain and France would step in, claiming they were acting to separate combatants and protect international navigation. When Egypt refused to withdraw from its own territory, the European powers would send their troops in to restore order, occupying key positions along the canal. On paper, it was a neat piece of political theatre. In practice, it collided with a new reality. The Middle East had become the most sensitive intersection of global power. European empires were no longer the sole decision-makers. Two newer giants now watched every move, calculating risks through the lens of the Cold War. This region was not divided by a hard boundary like the one that split Europe. Influence here shifted constantly, like fabric moving in a breeze. That meant any major intervention could trigger wider consequences. The crisis escalated rapidly, but not in the way its planners expected. The Soviet Union issued threats of direct action, presenting itself as Egypt's defender and warning that aggression would not be tolerated. The United States, meanwhile, made it clear that it had no intention of endorsing an old-style colonial operation. Financial pressure became a weapon. The message to London was that its economy could be pushed into chaos if it continued. Under this combined strain, the invasion faltered. Britain and France were forced to stop, then withdraw. Israel held its ground for a time, but the broader direction was clear. The operation had failed. For Britain and France, the consequences were humiliating. Leaders faced political collapse, and national confidence took a severe blow. It was one of those moments when a country looks in the mirror and realizes it is no longer what it once was. For many in the Arab world, the same episode produced a different reaction. A surge of pride and relief. The canal had become a stage where the decline of European control was displayed for all to see. Yet the outcome also carried a deeper lesson. Egypt's victory was not only the result of local strength, it was shaped by pressure from the superpowers. Still, in public imagination, the crisis made one figure appear larger than life. Nasser emerged from Suez with the aura of a leader who had stared down old empires. He became a symbol of defiance, and that image travelled faster than any army. The key was communication. Printed newspapers and magazines had already spread political ideas across borders, but they could be restricted at ports, censored by administrators, or blocked by colonial authorities. Radio was different. Sound crossed frontiers effortlessly. A voice could slip into a cafe, a market stall, a living room, a work site. It didn't need permission to travel. This moment coincided with a revolution in technology. Small radios became cheaper and easier to carry. Suddenly, political speech was portable. It moved with people, not just through official channels. The result was a new kind of regional audience, millions of listeners hearing the same messages at the same time, forming opinions together even while living under different flags and governments. Were aimed not only at Arabic-speaking audiences, but also at neighbouring regions, including parts of Africa. Yet the heart of the message remained Arabic, because language was treated as the strongest marker of shared identity. Radio, unlike diplomacy, did not have to negotiate borders. It simply reached people wherever they could understand it. The effect was profound. Spoken Arabic regained a kind of public authority that felt ancient, even though the technology was new. Speeches could be crafted as performance, formal enough to sound historic, direct enough to feel personal. When a leader spoke, listeners could not argue back. They could switch off, yes, but for many, the sound itself was too compelling to ignore. The medium gave political rhetoric an advantage. It made distant power feel intimate. Nasser's public image was reinforced by moments that seemed to confirm courage under pressure. An assassination attempt failed, and instead of retreating, he continued speaking. The message that followed was not just about politics, it was about dignity and resolve. It framed leadership as something shared, something that could live in the crowd even if the individual fell. This kind of language created emotional loyalty, not only agreement. Support became personal, even romanticized. In that atmosphere, the leader was not merely a president, he became a voice that seemed to speak for the entire street. Other governments understood what was happening. Control of broadcasting became a strategic priority. In coups and counter-coups, seizing a radio station could matter as much as seizing a palace. Whoever controlled the microphone could claim legitimacy first, and in many political cultures, the first claim often shaped what the public accepted as truth. Alongside radio, Egyptian cinema also expanded its reach. Films carried images of modern urban life, changing how Arabs perceived each other. Viewers saw styles, manners, and social worlds that felt familiar yet different. They also heard everyday dialects more widely than ever before, and that created both connection and confusion. The gap between formal Arabic and spoken varieties became more visible. Political leaders learned to navigate this divide, choosing formal language to address the wider Arab world while using local speech to sound close to domestic audiences. As Nasser's influence grew, his political project widened. The central theme was anti-imperialism. Foreign control was presented as the main danger, and unity as the only effective answer. Egypt's identity was reshaped accordingly. At first, the revolution had been framed as a national Egyptian turning point, a break from monarchy and foreign dominance. But within a few years, the language shifted toward leadership on a regional scale. Egypt was portrayed not only as a nation seeking independence, but as the center of a larger Arab cause. Not everyone accepted this easily. Some intellectuals argued that Egypt's history was broader than a single label, pointing to layers of heritage that stretched far beyond one identity. A few even attacked the cultural dominance of Arabic itself and called for a stronger emphasis on local distinctiveness. These ideas provoked fierce backlash. In the end, the cultural weight of Arabic language and Egypt's role in modern Arab cultural life proved stronger than the dissident currents. The dominant direction remained. Egypt leaned into Arab leadership, and much of the region leaned into Egypt. The pursuit of unity, however, quickly ran into the realities of power and rivalry. Another movement, founded earlier in parts of the Levant and Mesopotamia, offered its own vision of Arab revival through secular politics. Its thinkers treated language as the flag of identity and imagined a rebirth that would sweep away division. But the movement lacked a single figure with mass appeal. After Suez, Nasser looked like the ideal partner, popular, symbolic, and already placed at the center of attention. In early 1958, military leaders in Syria pushed for rapid union with Egypt. The agreement was achieved quickly, and the merger was declared as a single state. The speed was breathtaking, and the political cost in Syria was immediate. Institutions were reshaped, parties sidelined, and opponents jailed. The union's structure left little doubt about where real authority sat. The excitement of unity was real, but so were the resentments it generated. At the same time, other rulers tried to attach themselves to the new momentum, hoping to gain strength through association while preserving their own ambitions. Rival monarchies responded by forming their own counter-union, and for a brief moment, the region seemed to be organizing itself into competing blocs. Then, events in Iraq shattered that balance. A violent coup toppled the monarchy and killed members of the royal family. The new leadership feared being swallowed by larger neighbours and rejected full absorption into Nasser's project. What looked like a wave of unification revealed itself as a surge of unstable alliances driven by distrust. The Egyptian-Syrian union did not last. Administrative control, economic shocks, and resentment of outside domination built steadily. By 1961, Syrian officers ended the partnership and pushed Egyptian authority out. Other linked arrangements fell apart as well. The dream of a single Arab state had produced new fractures and new bitterness. Language could connect people emotionally, but politics still moved through separate interests, separate fears, and separate centres of power. The ideology of unity also collided with conflict on the ground. In Yemen, officers inspired by regional revolutionary currents overthrew the monarchy in the early 1960s. The struggle that followed drew in neighbouring powers, and Egypt intervened heavily to support the Republicans. What was described in speeches as a heroic mission turned into a costly and grinding war. It consumed resources, drained morale, and exposed the limits of charisma when faced with complex terrain and local realities. The gap between grand slogans and hard logistics grew harder to hide. While Pan-Arab Union struggled, anti-colonial sentiment across the region found more durable fuel. North Africa, in particular, became a centre of attention. Several territories gained independence in the mid-1950s, and in Algeria, a brutal war intensified. Violence hit civilians and repression became systematic. Torture, mass arrests, and vast troop deployments turned the conflict into a moral crisis as well as a political one. Across Arab societies, the Algerian War produced something that political unions could not: widespread emotional solidarity that crossed borders without needing formal agreements. Individual stories became symbols. Young activists, especially women involved in resistance networks, were transformed into icons of sacrifice. Their suffering and endurance were spoken of as proof that the colonial system was not just foreign rule, but humiliation enforced by force. Public sympathy surged, and cultural imagination reworked familiar heroic patterns to fit new realities. In that way, resistance did not simply fight an empire, it also reshaped the language of dignity. By the late 1960s, Britain was leaving its last major positions in the southern Arabian region as well, driven by local armed resistance and by financial limits at home. In some places, external powers continued to influence leadership transitions behind the scenes. Favouring rulers, they believed, could stabilise strategic territories. In oil-rich states with small populations, wealth helped support new stability. But the broader pattern remained. The age of direct colonial administration was ending, even if influence did not disappear. One unresolved issue continued to pull the region back into conflict: Palestine. For many Arabs, the creation of Israel was experienced not as a distant diplomatic outcome, but as a direct disruption of home and history. The displacement of Palestinians became an open wound carried across borders in the form of refugee camps and collective memory. That tragedy also remained a powerful source of shared identity. Even when unity failed as a political project, the sense of a common loss could still create a common feeling. By the early 1960s, the era that began with Suez had revealed its double edge. Defiance against old empires had produced a new confidence, and mass communication had amplified a single voice across an enormous space. Yet the same forces that seemed to promise unity also exposed rivalry, mistrust, and the limits of central control. The dream did not die immediately. It lingered in speeches, songs, and memories. But the region was moving into a harsher phase where the cost of illusion would rise, and where the next shocks would be far more destructive than the last. By mid-1967, the Arab political mood had swung again toward confrontation. Egypt's leadership had spent years presenting itself as the engine of regional strength. Military aid and new hardware had poured in from abroad, and alliances were signed with neighbouring states. The story being told to the public was one of readiness and revenge for earlier defeats, a promise that the next war would restore dignity and reshape history. Yet beneath the speeches, Egypt was stretched thin. A major portion of its forces was still tied down in Yemen, fighting a costly conflict far from home. The army was exhausted, logistics were strained, and the gap between political ambition and military preparedness was widening. The region was moving toward a crisis, with one side speaking in the language of destiny and unity, while the other side was planning for speed, surprise, and decisive advantage. On the 5th of June 1967, Israel launched a preemptive strike that reshaped the war within hours. The attack targeted airfields and aircraft on the ground, crippling Egypt's air force before it could effectively respond. Once air superiority was secured, the tempo of the conflict accelerated. In a matter of days, Israel seized the Sinai Peninsula up to the Suez Canal, captured the Golan Heights from Syria, and took control of Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank. The scale and speed of the result stunned the region. This was not a war that could be reframed as a symbolic victory. The loss was too visible and too comprehensive. It produced a wave of grief, anger, and public reckoning. In literature and popular commentary, a harsh honesty appeared that had been rare during the years of triumphal rhetoric. The defeat exposed a painful truth. Slogans can ignite emotions, but they cannot replace operational readiness, effective command, and modern weaponry used well. The gulf between theatrical confidence and battlefield reality suddenly became impossible to ignore. In the aftermath, criticism often focused on the relationship between rulers and the ruled. Mass politics had been built around grand speeches, broadcast across vast distances, but ordinary voices had frequently been excluded from decision-making. The public had been mobilized to cheer, to fear, and to hope, yet had little influence over the choices that led to disaster. Unity of language did not necessarily mean unity of purpose, and the loudest voices in the region were not always the most truthful. The war also produced a new wave of displacement. Many Palestinians who had already been uprooted once found themselves forced to move again, this time from temporary shelter into further uncertainty. Families crossed borders, crowded into camps, or scattered across cities in the region, carrying with them a sense that history was repeating itself with cruel efficiency. For those already living with the trauma of earlier losses, 1967 felt like a second catastrophe layered on top of the first. The political impact inside Egypt was profound. Nasser's image had been built on confidence, defiance, and regional leadership. After 1967, that image collapsed into exhaustion. Even supporters spoke of him as a man whose spirit had been broken while his body remained in place. The wider Arab world also lost something intangible, but powerful. The feeling of being a single people, marching toward a shared future. The old certainty attached to the word Arab began to blur again, not because language had changed, but because belief had been shaken. Music and culture reflected the same shift. Songs that once sounded like celebrations began to feel like laments. The emotional tone changed from intoxication to hangover, from night to morning, from dream to consequence. The promise of unity had not disappeared, but it now carried the shadow of disappointment. The idea survived, yet it no longer looked like a confident sunrise. It looked like something that kept walking after it had been wounded. When Nasser died in 1970, the vacuum drew in new aspirants. Some younger leaders attempted to inherit his role, treating pan-Arab unity like a sacred legacy that could be claimed and displayed. They offered grand gestures and dramatic symbolism, hoping to build legitimacy through association with the old era. But the conditions that had made Nasser possible were fading, and the region was changing into something more fragmented and more volatile. The same year, the Arab world witnessed a different kind of conflict that revealed how quickly solidarity could fracture. In Jordan, tensions between the state and heavily politicized Palestinian groups exploded into violence. Fighting in the streets and bitter accusations replaced the language of shared purpose. The episode showed that the region's divisions were not only between Arabs and external enemies, but also within Arab societies themselves, shaped by competing authorities, security fears, and unresolved national questions. Still, the story did not end in 1967. A few years later, in 1973, another war broke out, and this time the strategy was different. Egypt and Syria launched a coordinated assault, crossing the Suez Canal and striking in the Golan. The opening phase produced a burst of surprise and partial success before Israel regrouped and the conflict settled into a dangerous stalemate. Major powers intervened diplomatically to prevent a broader escalation. The outcome was not a clear military victory for either side, but it did shift perception. It restored a measure of confidence in Arab capitals by proving that 1967 was not the only possible script. The deeper turning point, however, was not the battlefield alone. It was the economic weapon that followed. Oil-producing states coordinated production cuts and embargoes, aiming to pressure international supporters of Israel and to force the conflict back onto the global agenda. Energy prices surged. The shock travelled through consumer economies and altered assumptions about who held leverage in the modern world. States that had once been dismissed as peripheral suddenly became central. Wealth concentrated rapidly, and with wealth came influence. This new era changed the international image of the Arab world. Oil ministers appeared on television as global figures. Gulf capitals became places of intense interest. Abroad, stereotypes multiplied, some mocking, some fearful, some fascinated. Yet alongside caricature, there was also a new curiosity about culture, history, and identity. Large public events and exhibitions presented Islamic civilization and Arab heritage to wider audiences in ways that had not been common before. Visibility expanded, and the region's role in global debates grew larger than it had been for centuries. At home, the transformation was even more dramatic. Oil wealth turned parts of the peninsula into construction zones. Infrastructure, government buildings, housing, schools, and new cities rose quickly. Foreign labour arrived from across the Arab world and beyond, drawn by wages that seemed unimaginable back home. This movement created a new kind of intra-Arab migration, a reversal of older patterns in which people had once left the peninsula and spread outward. Now, workers, teachers, clerks, and technicians travelled toward the oil fields and the expanding cities. For many Arabs, it was the first sustained contact with distant Arab societies outside formal diplomacy and outside the sacred setting of pilgrimage. The result was a renewed sense of shared belonging, but also a sharper awareness of difference. Dialects, social customs, and economic hierarchies became impossible to ignore. Migrant workers often lived under restrictive sponsorship systems, dependent on employers for legal status and mobility. Many felt the sting of being treated as temporary and replaceable, especially when they came from countries that considered themselves older, centres of education and culture. Resentments grew alongside remittances. The new flows of money changed societies back home as well. Cash sent from abroad softened poverty in some places and reshaped local economies. It also created new inequalities and new expectations. In villages and city neighbourhoods, Returning migrants brought consumer goods, status symbols, and stories of life in the Gulf. The migrant experience became a modern rite of passage for millions, a secular journey driven by wages rather than by devotion. Politically, the 1970s produced a colder realism. Leaders who had once promised total victory began speaking in the language of limited aims and negotiated outcomes. Egypt's president chose a dramatic diplomatic path, travelling to Jerusalem and breaking long-standing taboos in order to pursue a treaty. The result returned Sinai to Egypt, but left the core Palestinian issues unresolved. The Arab response was fierce. Egypt was isolated for a time, and regional institutions shifted their headquarters away from Cairo. Armed Palestinian movements gained stature as symbols of refusal and resistance. In the following decades, new agreements between Israel and Palestinian representatives created limited self-rule in parts of the occupied territories. But the most difficult questions were postponed again. Borders, refugees, Jerusalem, and the growth of Israeli settlements. Over time, many Palestinians and observers concluded that the arrangements had hardened rather than solved the reality of occupation, leaving fragmented authority, restricted movement, and deepening mistrust. Meanwhile, Israeli politics also fractured violently, including the assassination of a prime minister by an extremist opposed to concessions. Across the region, the unresolved Palestinian question continued to radiate political energy. Authoritarian governments repeatedly used the conflict as a tool, presenting themselves as guardians against external threats, while suppressing opponents at home. In some places, the rhetoric of resistance became a substitute for accountability. In others, accusations of foreign plots were deployed to discredit local demands for reform. External conflict and internal repression fed each other in a grim cycle, each helping the other survive. By the early 1980s, much of the Arab world appeared locked into a hard pattern. Monarchies strengthened by oil revenues, republics hardened by security states, and societies divided by fear, ideology, and economic disparity. There were exceptions and anomalies, but the broader picture looked like a region held together by tension rather than by unity. The old dream of a single Arab political body seemed exhausted, yet the language of unity never truly vanished. It remained available for new leaders, new movements, and new shocks. In the late 1990s, a traveller arrived in the Syrian city of Hama expecting to find the quiet romance of an older photograph. The town sat along the Oronte River, where orchards spread out in dense tangles and enormous wooden water wheels creaked as they lifted water from the low, slow current. The goal was specific: to locate a famous riverside mansion once known for a huge wheel attached to its side, a building that looked like it belonged half to a Mediterranean palace and half to a riverboat. But the house was gone. In its place stood a public park, tidy and modern, decorated with oversized plastic mushrooms that made the landscape feel strangely unreal. The city's main mosque offered a different kind of surprise. Inside, in the prayer hall, an old inscription appeared in Greek. It began with a line that echoed a classical epic, a phrase that sounded like an invitation to tell a story about a man. Yet the text did not continue as expected. The words shifted away from Homeric familiarity towards something else, and the name that emerged belonged not to an ancient hero but to a figure from another tradition entirely. It was the first of many contradictions. Greek writing inside a mosque, a classical opening that did not lead to a classical tale. Other details felt equally disorienting. The building was known as an early Islamic foundation, centuries old, yet much of it lacked the wear and texture that time usually leaves behind. Parts of the structure looked newly made, almost too clean. small modern intrusions appeared in places where visitors instinctively expect continuity with the past. A metal door, a bright sign instructing how to push it. Fittings that belonged to late 20th century renovations rather than medieval stonework. That door led into a burial chamber associated with a local ruler from the era of the Crusades and Saladin's dynasty. Even there, the atmosphere was oddly makeshift. The monument at the centre looked less like a refined historical object and more like something assembled quickly to fill an empty space. When the visitor remarked on how heavily the site seemed restored, the local worshippers who were guiding the tour offered no reply. Their silence carried its own weight. The reason for the new surfaces and the missing artifacts did not lie in gentle conservation. It lay in violence. 15 years earlier, in February 1982, large parts of Hama had been destroyed. The operation began from the air and continued on the ground with armour, artillery, and house-to-house force. A militant uprising had seized the city for days. The state answered with overwhelming firepower, and thousands died. Those killed were not only fighters. Families, neighbours, and people caught between factions were swept into the destruction. No one has ever been certain of the number. Estimates vary widely, and that uncertainty itself became part of the story. Even in modern history, the record can be blurred, contested, and suppressed. Outside Syria, the massacre faded quickly from global attention. There were no enduring international images that fixed it in the world's memory. Inside Syria, memory took a different form. Silence became the main marker. Streets were rebuilt. Empty spaces were landscaped. Older buildings were reconstructed in simplified forms. The city carried the event without openly naming it, as if the absence of the past was safer than acknowledging it. The man who ordered the crackdown was the country's ruler, who had taken power in 1970 and built a system designed to outlast crises by crushing them. He resisted rising pressure from religious hardliners and treated organised opposition as an existential threat. The result, in Hama, was a lesson delivered through fear. It imposed quiet for a time, but it also planted a long-term instability. Decades later, when Syria descended into a far larger conflict under his successor, the earlier massacre looked less like an isolated episode and more like a preview. This story of one city opens on to a broader shift that took hold across the Arab world in the late 20th century. In the decades after the Second World War, many societies in the region had spoken in the language of forward movement. Political parties competed in some capitals. Social reforms advanced. In several places, women gained new rights early by global standards. Ambitious state projects promised modernization. Even after the shock of the 1967 war, the 1970s brought renewed energy through oil wealth, mobility, and the belief that development could be accelerated. The word progress became a slogan shared across borders. Then, something changed. By the 1980s, momentum slowed and in many countries, reversed. For many people, the path labelled modernity began to look like a road away from familiar identity, rather than toward a better future. Into that uncertainty stepped two forces that often presented themselves as opposites, but frequently reinforced each other. One was the security state, led by presidents and generals. The other was a growing religious politics that promised moral certainty and a return to an idealized order. Both drew strength from new wealth, international rivalries, and a rapidly evolving media environment. Both used persuasive narratives to justify control, and both benefited when ordinary citizens stayed cautious, quiet, and exhausted. With secular pan-Arab dreams fading, another idea reasserted itself as a possible source of unity: Islam. Sacred language offered a powerful image of holding tightly to a single bond and avoiding division. But unity through religion was never simple. Islam had long been diverse, shaped by sects, schools of law, local customs, and competing claims to authority. Calls to restore an original model often implied turning history into a rewind button. Some movements argued that the solution was to move backward toward the earliest community, to recover purity by reenacting the past. Political Islam, in its modern form, was not simply a continuation of old patterns. It grew in a world shaped by international crises and new power dynamics. Several external shocks fed it. Military defeats at the hands of Israel created anger and humiliation. A revolution in Iran showed that a state backed by a superpower could be overthrown in the name of religion. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan turned a distant battlefield into a magnet for volunteers and ideology, with global powers fueling the conflict for their own reasons. Over time, a broader identity shift appeared. For many people, religious identity began to take priority over pan-Arab identity, and sometimes even over national identity. This did not create a single united front. In fact, it often intensified division. Some groups tried to impose a single rigid blueprint on societies that had become more varied than ever. The modern world was interconnected, plural, and messy. Movements that promised total uniformity collided with that reality, producing violence, fragmentation, and backlash. The most extreme factions attempted to ignore history altogether, acting as if time could be abolished and complexity erased. They resembled people who wake into a changed world and refuse to accept that anything has changed. While ideological battles intensified, older patterns of fragmentation also returned. The end of grand regional unity projects pushed many states back toward internal loyalties, built around sect, region, family networks, and tribal ties. In Lebanon, civil war drew multiple communities into cycles of revenge, with outside powers intervening and atrocities shocking the world. In the east, Iraq invaded Iran, partly out of rivalry and partly out of fear that revolutionary ideology would spread across borders. The war dragged on for years and consumed lives on a massive scale without producing a clear winner. Then, Iraq invaded Kuwait, triggering a sharp split across the Arab world. Governments took opposing sides, and in many countries public opinion diverged from official policy. A huge international coalition intervened, bringing one of the largest external military deployments the region had seen in modern times. Later, the 2003 invasion of Iraq removed a dictator but unleashed chaos that was not seriously planned for. In that moment, condemnation of foreign intervention temporarily united many Arab societies, even as the region continued to fragment internally. Meanwhile, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict remained a constant source of instability and political manipulation. Uprisings erupted, repression followed, and cycles of violence deepened. Over time, the language of autonomy and negotiation often failed to produce lasting improvements on the ground. The conflict became both a genuine tragedy and a political tool. Authoritarian rulers used it to deflect criticism, while opponents used it as proof that the region was under siege. The result was a grim symbiosis in which external conflict and internal repression fed each other. Against this backdrop, the Arabian Peninsula appeared relatively stable compared with other theatres of conflict, but it too faced shocks. A militant seizure of the central sanctuary in Mecca showed that radical religious politics could strike at the heart of the Islamic world. Elsewhere, ideological experiments in places like South Yemen revealed how quickly revolutionary states could fracture into factional bloodletting. As institutions weakened, personal networks and loyalty webs grew stronger. In many countries, the state became less an impersonal system and more a hierarchy of patronage, centered on a leader and the security apparatus around him. By the turn of the millennium, much of the Arab world was dominated by either hereditary monarchies or long-lived presidencies that functioned like monarchies in practice. Elections and constitutions existed on paper, but real power often lived in family connections, military chains, and controlled economies. When leaders stayed too long, institutions decayed. Corruption hardened into routine. Citizens learned that survival depended less on rights than on access. A vivid example of this dynamic could be seen in Yemen. After decades of division, the northern and southern halves united in 1990, partly because one side lost its superpower sponsor and could no longer survive alone. The reunion looked natural on a map and persuasive in history, but unity did not produce stability. A brief civil war followed. Power concentrated in the hands of a president who preferred to govern through personal deals and tribal bargaining rather than through strong institutions. He described the state as inseparable from the tribes, treating formal government as an extension of older social structures, rather than a replacement for them. In theory, modern states are supposed to turn people into citizens. In practice, across much of the region, the late 20th century did the opposite. Citizens were pushed back into networks of loyalty, protection, and fear. Under that pressure, unity did not disappear. It simply changed its shape. The next time unity returned as a mass force, it would not be the unity of radio speeches and official unions. It would be the unity of streets, anger, and sudden collective action, and it would tear through the region in unpredictable ways. After 1990, Yemen did not slide quietly into a normal civic life. In many places, the opposite happened. Social structures that had been restrained or pushed aside were encouraged back into the open, and the public sphere began to look less like a state of citizens and more like a landscape of armed loyalties. This shift was visible even in the south, where previous rulers had tried to reduce tribal power. Under colonial administration and later socialist government, efforts were made to weaken armed networks and replace them with institutions. Disarmament campaigns aimed to turn fighters into civilians. The argument was that a modern society could not function if every dispute carried the possibility of gunfire. But for many local communities, surrendering weapons felt like surrendering status and security. Farming tools never replaced rifles as symbols of pride. When the political order changed after unification, rearmament spread quickly, and it spread with intensity. The tribe was no longer portrayed as an old obstacle to progress. It was increasingly treated as a practical unit of survival. And its modern version could be more dangerous than the older one, because modern weapons raised the stakes of every confrontation. At the same time, political life narrowed. Elections and institutions existed, but public debate thinned out. Media that had briefly felt freer became constrained again, and the public voice began to concentrate around power rather than challenge it. A leader could remain popular while civic space shrank. Because popularity is easier to manufacture when criticism carries risk and alternative narratives struggle to reach people. Over time, the system resembled a republic in name more than in function. Power centered on one man and his circle. Succession planning began to look hereditary, dressed in official language. Posters multiplied, first showing the leader alone, then pairing him with a son, then placing a child into the same visual grammar of uniforms, confidence, and continuity. It was not simply propaganda. It signaled how the state wanted citizens to imagine authority, as family, as lineage, as a natural chain that should not be broken. In such a system, loyalty is framed less as a civic bond and more as a personal relationship. The leader becomes a patriarch figure in the national imagination. Supporters describe him with the language of kinship. A ruler is defended not because of a constitution or a program, but because he is treated as a father, a brother, a protector. That kind of politics demands an impossible story. A whole population acting as if it shares blood ties with someone it has never met. When that story takes hold, older layers of history fade from public consciousness. Long traditions of civic organisation, legal culture, and collective identity become background noise. The present swallows the past. Military power expanded alongside this political transformation. Command and control of armed forces became a family enterprise. Key units were placed under the authority of relatives and trusted insiders. Elite formations were treated as personal property rather than national institutions. Security positions became rewards for loyalty, and loyalty became the central qualification. This was not just a matter of administration, it changed the logic of the state. The government began to resemble a fortified household, armed to protect itself first and the public second. Even daily life absorbed the message. Militarized aesthetics seeped into public symbols. Uniforms, ceremonies, and the visual language of strength became more prominent. The civilian sphere shrank as the armed sphere grew. The state did not simply purchase weapons, it reorganized society around them. This pattern was not limited to one country. Across much of the Arab world, similar dynamics were visible through the 1990s and early 2000s. International observers often focused on a grand global struggle between cultures, but within the region there was another conflict that mattered just as much. Institutional society versus armed patronage, civic rules versus personal rule, law versus loyalty. In many places, the side with weapons and networks of dependence gained the advantage. Yemen's resources were limited, yet enormous sums flowed into arms. In wealthier neighbouring states, the scale was far larger. The region became saturated with military hardware, and the consequences could be felt far from battlefields. Explosions in remote storage sites could shake homes miles away. When a single mountain arsenal is destroyed, the shockwave does not care about borders, ideology, or intent. It is a reminder that militarization is not an abstract policy. It is physical, immediate, and domestic. Over time, corruption stops looking like a bad thing. Deals generate commissions, contracts generate private fortunes, and secrecy protects the process. Over time, corruption stops looking like a flaw in the system and starts behaving like the system itself. One way to understand it is through an older economic logic, updated for a modern state. The ruler treats the state as spoils, distributes enough benefits to keep key groups loyal, and retains the greatest share for the inner circle. Another way to see it is as ownership. Public revenue becomes the property of the dominant loyalty network, and the leader is treated as its manager and beneficiary. When international bodies later accused Yemen's longtime ruler of accumulating immense wealth through contracts and corruption over decades, the figures sounded unreal to ordinary people. Some dismissed them as foreign exaggerations. Others shrugged. In many societies, a leader enriching himself is expected, not shocking. Those most harmed by theft are usually the least able to protest because poverty reduces voice and fear polices speech. A system like this can mimic some functions of a normal state. Money is taken, money is redistributed, stability is purchased. The difference is accountability. A formal state has rules, oversight, and at least the promise of public responsibility. A personal system has none of that. It has accounts, favours, and obedience. It can endure for years because it builds habits of dependence and teaches citizens that survival comes from connection rather than rights. Across the region, many nominal republics drifted in the same direction. Sons were prepared to inherit power. Presidential offices began to resemble palaces. The language of elections remained, but the meaning changed. Huge victory margins became routine, often in the absence of real competition. The ballot turned into a ritual confirming what security institutions had already decided. The public was told it had chosen, even when it had been offered no genuine alternative. The vocabulary of democracy existed, but it pointed to a different reality. Unanimity presented as consent. Silence presented as agreement. In such environments, a more accurate word than democracy is allegiance. The political relationship becomes transactional. Citizens give up the power to challenge. In return, the ruler promises order, protection, and services. Over time, the bargain decays. Power concentrates. Advisors become flatterers. Bad decisions multiply because criticism is punished, and caution is mistaken for weakness. The leader starts to treat the country's fear as a tool. One message is repeated again and again. Without this ruler, chaos will take over. On the surface, it sounds like a warning. In practice, it functions as a threat. It says stability is held hostage by the man who controls the weapons. By the early 2000s, hope that had once existed in parts of the Arab world felt remote. Extremist violence grew more ambitious. Security states grew more entrenched. In many places, the public learned to choose between grim options: authoritarian order, radical militancy, or disorder. The fact that these options were presented as the only possibilities showed how deeply institutions had weakened. Yet pressure built beneath the surface. Education expanded. More young people graduated with skills and ambitions. Economies did not expand fast enough to absorb them. Patronage networks blocked access to work. For many, the problem was not a lack of talent, but a lack of connections. The result was a generation that could analyze the world clearly, speak foreign languages fluently, and still find itself trapped in precarious work. It produced a quiet rage, the sense of living inside a closed system where effort does not lead to dignity. Then, suddenly, the region shifted. In late 2010 and 2011, protests erupted and spread across borders with unusual speed. Anger that had been local became contagious. Technology helped. Satellite television carried images instantly. Social media accelerated organization. But the deeper fuel was older than technology. Humiliation, corruption, police abuse, unemployment, and the feeling that public life had been stolen. What made those moments powerful was not just the size of crowds, it was speech. In many places, people began to speak publicly in ways they had not dared for decades. A monopoly on narrative cracked. Citizens who had been trained into silence became speakers again. Slogans condensed complex grievances into a few sharp words: bread, freedom, dignity. In city squares, strangers formed temporary alliances across ideological lines. A bearded religious conservative could stand beside a secular activist with long hair, and both could recognize a shared enemy in arbitrary rule. The protest space created a brief form of civic life that had been missing. Argument, debate, solidarity, improvisation, humor, collective courage. Authorities responded with familiar techniques, claiming protesters were foreign agents, spreading misinformation, using violence, and betting that fear would outlast enthusiasm. In several countries, the bet paid off. Revolutions were hijacked, sometimes twice. In one pattern, religious movements gained the first electoral advantage, then old security institutions returned with force. In another, regimes responded immediately with overwhelming repression and turned protests into civil war. Yemen appeared for a moment to offer a negotiated exit. A long-time ruler stepped aside under a deal that protected him from prosecution. But he did not truly leave the game. He remained inside the system he had built, surrounded by networks of loyalty and resentment. He aligned himself with forces he had previously fought, not out of shared ideals, but out of shared interest in power. That alliance helped overturn the fragile, post-uprising arrangement. The country fractured again. Conflict expanded from internal struggle to regional war. Economic life collapsed, disease and hunger spread. In such conditions, freedom of speech becomes dangerous again. Dissent is labelled treason. Debate is treated as disorder. Unity becomes a word used by armed groups, not by citizens. The tragedy is that the uprising had briefly revealed another possibility. A civic state built on law rather than loyalty. Rights rather than favours. Institutions rather than families. That possibility did not vanish because it was meaningless. It vanished because it was attacked by stronger forces that had weapons, money, and experience. In Yemen, the result was not a clean defeat, but a long unravelling, a return of division on a larger scale, and a population paying the price for power struggles conducted above their heads. Across the collapse of Yemen's political order, older patterns from the region's deep past resurfaced in ways that felt unsettlingly familiar. When forces still loyal to the former president stood aside and armed fighters from the northern highlands expanded into the capital and beyond. Some residents described a feeling like watching an old story repeat with new weapons. Yemen has known moments when rulers, threatened at the centre, pulled in tribal power from the margins. That tactic did not begin in the 20th century. It has appeared again and again across southern Arabia's long history. A defeated faction returns, bargains with mobile armed groups, and tries to settle scores in the cities. The immediate result is often conquest. The long-term result is often fragmentation. In Yemen's recent case, the alliance that enabled the takeover contained the seed of its own collapse. Tribal loyalty is not a permanent contract. It is often transactional, shaped by protection, prestige, and payment. Once the balance of advantage shifted, yesterday's partners became expendable. The former ruler who tried to use irregular forces as an instrument discovered that instruments have their own agency. In time, the plot turned back on its author, not because the plan was unusual, but because it was familiar. It relied on a loyalty market, and markets shift. A second historical echo appeared in the identity of the movement that rose. Yemen's conflict is modern, but it also carries the weight of older lineages and symbols. In the broader Arab story, certain families and networks have shown extraordinary endurance across centuries. They adapt to changing empires, changing ideologies, changing technologies, and still reappear in moments of upheaval. In Yemen, leadership claims and social hierarchies connected to revered descent and religious prestige have repeatedly shaped struggles over legitimacy. Even when republics replace monarchies on paper, older ideas about who has the right to rule can survive underneath, waiting for an opening. Then came a third repercussion, visible in the region's response. Neighbours did not interpret Yemen's upheaval as an isolated civil conflict. Many framed it as one theatre in a long rivalry between the Arabian Peninsula and Persian power. In that worldview, today's alliances are not just political, they are civilizational. They are the continuation of a centuries-old contest in a new costume. Public messaging often reached for archaic labels and inherited suspicions, even when they no longer fit the present. Old names for old enemies returned to the airwaves. History became a weapon, simplified into slogans. Yemen's renewed fracture was tragic, partly because its unification had been a rare bright moment. But the country's return to division did not happen in isolation. It followed a wider regional fashion, disunity becoming normal. In some places, division is not visible because fear suppresses it. In others, it is open and violent. The region contains states split between rival governments, armed factions, and groups that cannot even be described with political language, because their authority is simply coercion. In some countries, parallel structures operate beside the official state, collecting loyalty, money, and weapons. In others, territory is physically severed, with rival administrations treating each other as enemies. In still others, civil war became an arena for outside powers, with multiple states competing inside the same borders, turning local suffering into an international contest. Against this backdrop, a bleak argument circulates in many streets and cafes. Perhaps only absolute rule can hold society together. Perhaps a hard ruler with a hard apparatus is the only alternative to chaos. Perhaps freedom is a luxury imported from elsewhere. And perhaps hereditary succession is safer than violent power struggles. It is a cynical logic, but it has persuasive force when people have lived through collapse and seen what anarchy looks like. Yet one country has often been held up as a partial rebuttal: Tunisia. Its path after the uprisings did not solve all problems. It faced political tension, economic strain, and violent attacks. But it avoided the level of state breakdown seen elsewhere, and it sustained a degree of pluralism longer than many expected. Why did it hold together where others shattered? The reasons are not simple, and no single explanation is enough. Timing mattered. Leadership mattered. Institutions mattered. Social composition mattered. Tunisia's modern history produced a stronger emphasis on civic life and education than many neighbours, and its geography encouraged outward connections. Over long periods, coastal trade, urban networks, and administrative continuity fostered a political culture less dominated by armed hinterlands. This contrast points to a larger truth. The idea of a single Arab political personality is misleading. The Arab world is too diverse for a single diagnosis. What shapes outcomes is often not an imagined collective temperament, but the historical environment each society inherited. How power formed, where people lived, how economies worked, what kinds of institutions took root, and whether the state became a system of laws or a system of loyalties. One recurring tension, however, keeps reappearing across the centuries: the struggle between civic order and raiding power. The labels change, the clothing changes. Leaders can look like modern professionals. Yet the Ibn Battuta enters history as a man in motion. Born in Morocco in the early 14th century, he set out for Mecca as countless pilgrims did, then kept going until travel became his identity. Over the years, he moved across a staggering map, from West Africa's riverlands to the canals of China, from the Volga's cold reaches to the southern edge of the Swahili coast. Long before engines made distance ordinary, his life turned distance into routine. His travel account reads like an odyssey built from real roads, real ships, and real appointments, with a narrator who stumbles often yet keeps his optimism intact. By ancestry, he belonged to North Africa's mixed world, but by training and ambition he lived inside Arabic Islamic civilization. His mental compass pointed toward the great religious and intellectual centers of his age. Cairo and Mecca mattered to him not simply as destinations, but as standards for what counted as proper learning and proper belief. The Arabic of scripture and law shaped his ideas of legitimacy, authority, and status. Even at the far end of the world, he evaluated courts, scholars, and customs using that shared language of religion and jurisprudence. Yet the same man who could cross continents could not hold a stable family life. He married repeatedly, formed relationships in port cities and capitals, and left children behind as he moved on. The account hints at fathers and sons separated by geography and time, and it does so without the sentimental concern modern readers might expect. In one case, a child is handed to an acquaintance, and later, the traveller admits he has no idea what became of them. The confession lands like a cold wind. A world traveller can treat blood ties as temporary, a cost paid for the next horizon. One of the people he trusted with such responsibilities was an expatriate from a famous lineage. This man had roots in the old dynastic prestige of the Abbasids, the family that once ruled from Baghdad. In the 14th century, that heritage no longer meant command over armies, but it still carried symbolic weight. In distant courts, a trace of that ancestry could be worn like a seal. It opened doors, created awe, and could be converted into privileges, even if the person wearing it was flawed. The traveller's own description of this noble figure is full of sharp anecdotes, more interested in greed than greatness, as if pedigree and character were two unrelated currencies. A strange accident of survival reveals what happened to the next generation in that family. Far from Iraq, on the coast of northern Sumatra, a carved Arabic gravestone was found in an old royal cemetery near the mouth of a river. The inscription records a death in the early 15th century and lists ancestry that reaches back through generations toward Baghdad's vanished caliphs. This is not only a memorial to an individual, it is a snapshot of a wider pattern. A man from a prestigious line dies on the edge of the Indian Ocean world, far from the city that once guaranteed his family's status. The stone insists on continuity through genealogy, but the location screams exile. The pathos is sharp. A royal name ends up anchored in tropical soil, and yet the story carries another twist because the grave beside him appears to belong to a woman of high rank. The stranger may have done well in this new environment. Legacy travels, and sometimes it still buys a place near the throne. Back in Iraq, the picture looks different. The traveller passes through Baghdad and sees a city that feels hollowed out, a place where old greatness has become a background echo. In one scene, a mosque prayer leader pleads for unpaid wages, a trivial daily sum that should never have been in question. Then, a detail emerges that turns the moment into something harsher. The underpaid young man is connected to the same Abbasid household that produced the well-fed expatriate abroad. A few jewels from the distant court's rewards would have changed the boy's entire life. Instead, the pearls stayed on ceremonial robes in India while a relative scraped for coins in the old capital's shadow. The contrast is brutal, and it illustrates an age in which opportunity has shifted away from the historical centre. Movement now creates fortune, while staying behind produces stagnation. This is where the Indian Ocean becomes more than scenery. It becomes a system. The ocean rim was stitched together by seasonal winds that arrived with such regularity that merchants planned their lives around them. Ships did not race. They waited. They departed when the wind turned, crossed when the wind allowed, then waited again for the return season. It was slow, but it was dependable. Over time, this created something close to scheduled connectivity, a rhythm that linked East Africa, Arabia, India, and Southeast Asia. Evidence of that connectivity survives in stone. Across thousands of kilometers of coastline, Arabic inscribed tombstones appear in places that seem, at first glance, too far apart to share a single artistic supply chain. Yet many of these memorials came from the same source. Workshops in Western India, in a prosperous port region known for skilled stone carving. Using high-quality local marble, sometimes repurposed from older structures, craftsmen produced headstones and table tombs, covered in Arabic script.